who's pretty much head over heels for his girlfriend, found himself at her house. He was there, nerves on edge, trying to win over her parents and ask for their approval to marry her. He tells her that he spent 1,000,000 yen on the engagement ring and put down another 8 million as a deposit for their new apartment. His parents, always wanting more, decide he still isn't bringing in enough cash. They push him to find a way to get even more money, never really satisfied with what he's managed so far. They even tell him to think about selling the fancy house his dad left for him. Shakes his head, making it clear things aren't as easy as they look. His mom hears what he said, and her face changes right away. She can't hold it in and starts yelling at him, her voice rising as she lets out all her frustration. Leads him outside so they can have a private conversation. Turns out isn't really interested in anyone unless there's money involved. She lets him know that getting some extra money would really help their relationship. He's tapped out and can't help any further, but things aren't finished yet. Missa lays down the rules. She's only going to say yes to marrying him if he can come up with the cash. Simp doesn't really have a choice, so even though he's not thrilled about it, he goes along with her plan and asks for a little time to figure things out. Later on, he's not just hanging out. This is actually where he works as a waiter. Sat by himself during lunch, picking at some leftovers he'd brought from home. He was trying to save money wherever he could, even if it meant eating the same thing twice. Not far away, showed up with her friend, laughing as they found a spot to sit. They had no idea that was close enough to overhear them, quietly listening in while pretending to focus on his food. She starts going on about how her boyfriend won't put up more money for their wedding. Then, like it's no big deal, she suddenly mentions she's already married. She found out she was having his baby, and now there wasn't really anything she could do about it. Her friend wanted to know what she was planning. Mrs. Slyly lays out her plan. After having the baby, she's got her sights set on marrying a rich guy right away. With that done, she's ready to drag into court to fight over the property. When he hears the news, it hits him hard. He stands there, completely thrown off, barely able to process what just happened. It's like his mind goes blank for a second, and he just feels heavy inside. He heads to the bathroom and turns on the shower, hoping the warm water will help him relax. He lets out all his anger, blaming himself for getting involved with someone who only seemed interested in his money. Out of nowhere, this weird system drops an update saying the player's anger has maxed out. To reset things, the system changes up the whole economy, making money almost worthless. Now, what used to be a big amount is barely anything. From that moment on, sen and ren become the regular money everyone uses. Stuff stays safe. Nothing's getting taken away. He finds out he's getting a 15% bonus every day, which means about 5,000 yen lands in his account daily. When he hears this weird voice, suddenly gets really uneasy. He can't help but wonder if he's starting to lose it. Not wanting to waste any time, he throws on his clothes in a hurry. He grabs his stuff and heads out the door, remembering he's got to pick up his sister from the airport. Barely has any money, so when he gets on the bus, he has to ask the driver how much it costs just to get to the airport. It's kind of awkward, and he can feel people looking at him, but he doesn't really have a choice. His question catches everyone off guard, and suddenly the whole bus cracks up. It's like they all heard something hilarious, and for a moment everyone's just laughing together. There's this guy on the bus who isn't exactly easy on the eyes. He starts going on about how carrying a yen coin around is rarer than hitting the lottery. Everyone nearby just kind of glances over, not really sure what to make of it. One of the guys in the group starts talking about how, these days, making just 2 cents a month is actually seen as pretty impressive. The others kind of look around, thinking about how rough things have gotten, and nobody really seems that surprised. Gets confused when he hears their comment. He remembers the usual price for a ride to the airport is 1,000 yen, so something feels off. He tries asking the driver again, but the driver doesn't answer. The guy in the suit suddenly loses his cool and starts raising his voice accusing him of faking his wealth. Can tell the dude's seriously annoyed, even though nothing really happened to set him off. The whole thing feels awkward, and everyone nearby starts paying attention, waiting to see what will happen next. His luck with money was so bad. People joke that even if he tried selling all his family's kidneys, he still wouldn't make a single yen. When the driver signals for him to step off the bus, pulls out a 100 yen coin, showing it to everyone. Everyone just stood there, mouths hanging open. No one expected what just happened, and it took a second for their brains to catch up. The whole place went quiet, like everyone forgot how to react. Everyone just stared at him, like he didn't belong there at all. Nobody could believe a guy like him would show up with that much cash. It was like he'd broken some unspoken rule, and everyone was trying to figure out what he was doing there. Stepped off the bus and pulled out his phone, scrolling through some posts. He saw something that made him pause. People were talking about crazy prices online. An iPhone was listed for just 1 sen, a bag was only 17 sen, and a watch showed up at 1 yen. Isn't sure if the 10,000 yen he got from his paycheck is actually good enough to use. With that on his mind, he heads over to the bank, hoping they can clear things up for him. After some time, makes it to the bank. At the counter, a woman with a pretty noticeable figure is working. She gives him a friendly nod, ready to help out. Tells her he's there to put some money into his account. started setting up mobile banking. When she wanted to know the amount, told her it was 100,000 yen. Her eyes went wide, and for a second it looked like her chest was about to burst right out of her shirt. The woman on staff starts looking through the band notes one by one, making sure every single one is real. She takes her time, double-checking everything before moving on. Right then gets another notification from the system. This one breaks down how money works in this world. The main cash here is yen-sen, and turns out 1,000 yen and 10,000 yen bills are a really big deal, so much that they use extra steps to stop anyone from faking them. The system also lets know that 1 yen is worth 100 sen, and 1 yen is also the same as 1,000. After making the deposit, gets ready to head out, but then the guy comes back. He spots Missa, the girl everyone knows likes chasing after guys with cash, hanging out with some older dude who looks pretty rough. His hand gripped her backside like he was searching for something important, holding on tight and not letting go. Stands in front of the woman, not bothering to hide how fed up he is. He just tells her straight up that he's done and won't be marrying her. There's no sugarcoating it. He's finished with all of it, and he makes sure she knows it right then and there. Mrs. Smugly acts like she's got it all figured out. She carries herself with this confidence, showing off and making it seem like having both a boyfriend and a husband is no big deal for someone as good-looking as her. It's almost like she wants everyone to know how easy things are for her, and she doesn't care who hears it. Just rolls his eyes and fires back with something wild, saying he'd honestly rather do something gross, like poop in his hands and clap, than go along with that idea. The old man gets really annoyed by what says and raises his voice, telling he needs to say sorry to his girlfriend right away. He always goes on about how he runs a big company, acting like it's no big deal. The guy even says he'll get his bank account frozen. The man points at, making it clear he wants him gone. His guards step in right away, grabbing and dragging him toward the door. Doesn't really get a chance to protest. They're rough and don't waste any time. Just like that, he's out. He didn't expect what happened next. One of the guards pointed out that was actually the most important client in the whole place. Right then, the bank manager showed up. He let know that since he just put 100,000 yen in cash into his account, he'd be getting a black diamond card. Along with that, would have access to 24-hour services at the bank. The old man, clearly not buying it, looks at and just doesn't believe someone like him could actually have that kind of cash. He pretty much decides it has to be fake, making it obvious he thinks is just pretending. His face tightened when he heard what the old man said about his best client. He couldn't stand anyone disrespecting his top guy. Without wasting any time, he pulled up the old man's account and locked it right there, making sure he wouldn't be getting any more loans from them ever again. The old man's face goes pale and panic hits him hard. He looks desperate, almost like he's about to fall apart. He starts pleading with the manager, trying to explain that if things go on like this, he's going to lose everything. Hangs onto, sticking close and not letting go. She keeps telling everyone she only cares about him, trying to make it clear that the older guy is just her uncle. Just sits there, completely uninterested in what's going on. With nothing to keep him busy, he looks around, bored out of his mind. The manager marches over and kicks them out of the bank, not caring at all, just treating them like they're nothing. Finally makes it to the airport. He stands there, catching his breath, surrounded by the noise and rush of people coming and going. Everything feels real now. He's actually here, about to start something new. Saki, his sister, had been stuck waiting around for hours. He showed up late and felt bad about it, so he tried to make things right by offering to get her some drinks. Brings up the idea of checking out this fancy cafe, called for some coffee. Saki knows her brother doesn't have much cash, so she makes sure they head out of the airport to find a cheaper place to eat. Out of nowhere, a group of Saki's loud classmates walked over and started bothering for no real reason. They acted like he didn't belong at a place like, and made it pretty clear they thought he couldn't even afford a coffee there. Just stood there, trying not to let their comments get to him, but the whole thing was awkward and kind of embarrassing. They keep pushing for Saki to go along with them instead. Starts to lead his sister away, trying to get them both out of there quietly. He keeps an eye on her, making sure she's okay as they move. One of the kids wouldn't let up, throwing out insults about how he looked, even saying he probably couldn't afford something as simple as a bottle of water. His girlfriend, who wasn't exactly the sharpest either, thought it'd be better if they ditched. She believed hanging around him too much might somehow drag them down too. Right then's phone buzzed with a system notification. It told him he had a new task. He needed to spend 1 yen within the next 2 hours. If he pulled it off, he'd get a boost in his physical abilities. Suddenly thinks of something clever. He grabs his lucky coin from his pocket again. A few minutes go by, and suddenly, a big crowd starts moving fast in one direction, like they're all after something important. The couple, who always seemed to be in everyone's business, looked over at the commotion, clearly curious about what was happening. Some random girl let him know that today, everything it wouldn't cost a thing. The rude boyfriend takes off, rushing straight for the, turns out was the one who covered everyone's drinks. Stood tall, looking pretty pleased with himself. It was one of those days where the sun just wouldn't quit, and sweat was everywhere. He made it clear that people shouldn't hold back and could go ahead and drink as much water as they wanted. He turns to the guy with the attitude and hands him a cup of coffee. The kid fires back, not holding back at all. He basically tells he shouldn't be acting all high and mighty just because he's got a little bit of cash now, since at the end of the day, he's still just a regular worker. He makes a big scene, turning up his nose at the coffee and acting like it's beneath him. He brags about how, where he's from, even the dogs wouldn't bother with stuff like this, so there's no way someone as loaded as him would drink it. Just like everyone thought, his comment gets the whole crowd mad. People start to frown and glare, some even crossing their arms or shaking their heads. You can almost feel the tension in the air as everyone reacts, not happy at all with what he said. They gang up on him and just start throwing punches, not holding back at all. He tries to shield himself, but they don't stop. It's rough, and he ends up on the ground taking hit after hit. The kid starts calling out, hoping his girlfriend will jump in and back him up. She spots him but acts like she's never seen him before. Without looking back, she takes off, clearly scared. Heads off with his sister, who's still trying to wrap her head around how he managed to pay for everything. He just brushes it off like it wasn't a big deal, showing that he'll do whatever it takes to help people, even if it means spending his own money so no one goes thirsty. Stepped out of the airport, scrolling through his phone. He noticed a new notification pop up. It said his mission was done. He got his reward, and now his stamina is way up, about 3 times more than what most people have. While they stood around, the two guys waited for their taxi to pull up. Out of nowhere, a flashy sports car comes to a stop. The driver ends up being his manager. She looks a bit surprised to see him out here, especially since he's supposed to have other things going on right now. Later that afternoon, he had to get ready for a project presentation. Wasn't just waiting tables. He had another job on the side, too. He'd finish one shift and head straight to the next, hardly getting a break. All that extra work was his way of saving up for his upcoming marriage. Doesn't really need the paycheck anymore, but he's put a lot of effort into this presentation, so he figures he might as well go through with it. Saki gives him a little push, making it clear she wants him to go too. The guys were messing around, nudging him about not letting this chance slip by. They kept pointing out how the boss was way out of everyone's league, and he'd regret it if he didn't at least try to get on her good side. Slides into the car, shutting the door behind him. Pointed out that he should go over the presentation again. She tells there's a big bonus waiting if his project goes through. Honestly, the money doesn't really matter to him. Still, he nods and decides he'll put in real effort just to see it through. After a bit of a drive, they pulled up to the company office. Found out that someone else had already taken his spot. The new guy wasn't just anyone, either. He was actually his cousin, one of the managers. He lets everyone know he's taking over the project himself. Gives him a look that pretty much says he should just leave and head back to wherever he came from. The guy shakes his head and doesn't go along with it. Quickly grabs the guy's hand and twists it back, showing off just how fast and strong he's gotten. Doesn't let up and keeps going with the punishment. Just when things are getting tense, manager walks in out of nowhere and steps in, telling to cut it out. Stands there, his face all scrunched up like he's been holding something in for way too long. He isn't happy with how played, so he just announces that's out and his own cousin is stepping in instead. Thinks about how much effort he's put in. All that work, and now they want to pull him out right before everything's done. It doesn't sit right with him. He doesn't think it's fair at all. Kawhi basically kicks him out and tells him he needs to go find a different job. Right at that moment, walks in. He doesn't hesitate. He stands up for making it clear to everyone that, the one who put in all the work on the project from the very beginning. The idea of swapping him out just doesn't make sense. She lets Kawhi know that if he wants something done with her team, he should talk to her first instead of trying to boss them around himself. The guy's face tightens up and his fists clench at his sides. His whole vibe changes. He's clearly angry now. He just turns around and leaves, not making a scene or drawing any attention to himself. Watched and realized that even though she acted tough, deep down she was actually really gentle. Not long after, the conference everyone had been waiting for finally starts. Steps up and gives a presentation that leaves everyone in the room impressed. The vice president of a tech company watches and can't help but be impressed. Gives a nod of acknowledgement, showing he's proud of what just pulled off. She leaned in, getting really close to him. He could feel his heart speeding up and his body definitely started to react. Their moment gets interrupted when the vice president steps in and lets them know the president is coming over to talk about sorting out their debts. Eyes widened. She thought back, trying to remember if the company ever owed anyone money, but nothing came to mind. It just didn't add up for her. Points out that they're actually a few hundred yen in debt, and it's all written down in the company's records. If things keep going like this, they won't have enough money to pay the team or even take care of the plants in the office. Thinks about how the company's been doing lately. She wants to say they're making good money since she just looked over the numbers, but in the end, she stays quiet. Points out that those books aren't real. He thinks the older students have been tricking her. Now she was stuck dealing with the consequences by herself. Kawhi drops some surprising news. He shares that he's just started his own company and that he'll be the one handling the contract with the tech company. He also lets everyone know that's company, which has a ton of debt, is about to get taken over by the tech company for only 90 yen. When finds out what's going on, he totally panics. He can't believe someone would take advantage of her like that, snapping up her company for next to nothing. It hits him as completely unfair, and he gets all worked up about it. Kawai just looks at her and reminds her that she doesn't even have 90 yen. With no money left, she really has no other option but to sell. Right at that moment, the president of the tech company shows up to talk about settling the debt. With him is the bank manager, who actually used to be a CEO in the US. He freezes when he spots standing there. It's the last person he expected to run into, and for a second he just stares, not sure what to do next. At this point, everyone important in the city already knew about the super rich guy who just strolled into the bank and dropped off 100,000 yen without even flinching. The president suddenly recognizes as the same guy from before. He steps up, says his name, and lets the guy know he's glad to finally meet him. Saw what was happening, and started to wonder if the president was actually talking to the right person. He couldn't help but feel a bit unsure, glancing over just to make sure he hadn't missed something. Works as a janitor at this place. The president got even angrier, raising his voice at him for disrespecting the richest guy in town. Nobody in the room saw this coming. When they found out just how much money actually had, the whole place went silent. Every single person looked at him, trying to wrap their heads around it. Always seemed like the last guy who'd have that sort of cash, so the surprise hit everyone hard. Steps up to the president, wanting answers about why he's trying to buy the company for just 90 yen. He's especially confused because the president's name isn't even on the list of board members. Tries to figure out what the president is really planning and why things aren't adding up. The truth about the president's scam comes out, catching everyone's attention. The guy changes his attitude real fast, suddenly acting like he's going to take care of the debt problem. Turns out, lets everyone know that these guys were actually making fake books. They were trying to pull one over and sell the company in a shady way. He tells the bank manager to really look into these scams and figure out what's going on. Doesn't think twice before jumping in to help. He's all in, ready to go, and you can tell he's actually kind of excited about it. Kawai's eyes start to water as he tries to defend himself, but it's obvious to everyone in the room, even the plant sitting in the corner, that he's not telling the truth. Just a few hours later, he got arrested for stealing money and faking records. They ended up giving him a prison sentence that would last for years. That evening, asked over to her place, she wanted to thank him for helping out with her company. While they sat together, sipping wine and talking, looked more relaxed than usual. Out of nowhere, he loses his balance and stumbles. She slips but reacts fast and catches her before she hits the ground. She says her ankle's messed up and that she can't walk, so she asks to carry her upstairs. Looked at him, hoping he'd just chill and not mess around with her. He grins and nods, clearly glad to go along with it. But as soon as they stepped into her room, suddenly jumps at him, quick and out of nowhere, almost like a cat catching its prey. The two get really close and end up kissing. 6 hours later, everything is finally done. Acts like he's just some unlucky guy who slipped and caught feelings for him. She can't help but think about how he kept running back and forth for 6 hours straight. It's wild to her. Most people would have quit way before that, but he just kept pushing, like he had something to prove or he just couldn't stop. He just shrugs it off, acting like that was nothing, almost as if he was just getting started. She gets fired up again and goes right back to him, ready for another go. His phone buzzes, catching him off guard. A new mission pops up on his screen. He has to spend 50 pennies before the day is over. There's a reward if he pulls it off, but it doesn't say what it is. That gets him thinking, what could the prize be? The clock's ticking, and now he has to figure out how to use up those coins before time runs out. After a few more hours of wild action, after getting dressed, brought up the idea of putting some money into her company, acting like it was no big deal. Just says no, not even thinking about it. She explained that she'd just gotten through a rough time, so she needed a little space to figure things out before making any big moves. After that, she went for it again, kissing him like before and making it clear she wanted to keep going for a third round, but usually has way more energy than most people, but even he's starting to slow down. He's clearly tired and lets her know they should probably stop for a bit. A few moments later, his phone buzzes. It's his best friend. As soon as he sees the name pop up on the screen, chest tightens. He doesn't usually get calls from out of the blue, so he can't help but feel uneasy about what's coming. He takes off running straight to the hospital, heart pounding the whole way. He sees that's Aunt, someone he's always been really close to. He's stuck in the hospital right now because he got sick. Plopped down next to her and grabbed an apple. He started peeling it, but honestly it looked like he'd never done it before. Pieces of peel were flying everywhere and the whole thing was a mess. While he was at it, he kept talking about whatever popped into his head, not really making any sense. The whole scene was pretty funny, almost like he was trying to distract her or maybe just lighten the mood. Back in high school, he would go to Aunt's shop for lunch all the time. The food wasn't anything special, just your regular stuff, but he still kept coming back. He's got money problems and needs cash fast. He thinks about hitting up his best friend for some help but hesitates. He holds back, remembering that his company is having a tough time right now. Plus, his sister just started university, so this really isn't the moment to add more problems. Right then, a nurse walks in with two big guys who look like they're here to help out. She lets everyone know that Aunt needs to move to a different room. Gets uneasy and he tries to explain that he'll get the money for the hospital soon, promising he'll figure it out in the next couple of days. Right then, the nurse lets everyone know they just got a single yen in cash a moment ago. Because of that, Aunt is getting moved up to the executive room. She pulls up the full statement for, and his eyes go wide. He looks like he's about to pass out right there. Then the nurse finally spills the truth. It was who paid the bill earlier. Because the tip was huge, The tough attendants didn't bother with a wheelchair. Instead, they just picked Ant up and carried her out themselves. The Ant, who had been really sick not long ago, suddenly looks a lot better as the two good-looking guys hold her close. She seems stronger now, with more color in her face, almost as if their presence is helping her bounce back. They call her princess and hurry out with her, like they're in a race against time. Not long after, the tough-looking attendants showed up and led Ant down the hallway to her own private room. The guys randomly pulled off their shirts and made a big show about taking care of her all day, every day. Now, the old lady's got it in her head that getting sick more often wouldn't be so bad, since it means getting carried around by these sweaty dudes. Somewhere else can't believe what just went down. He's so thrown off, he turns to, wanting a quick tap just to check if this is actually happening. Loses his patience and throws a solid punch right into the guy's stomach. He let him know not to keep secrets about their aunt's sickness anymore. Sees what happened and feels bad about it. He knows he messed up, so he just lowers his head, hoping things don't get any worse. Decides he's going to take care of the old woman's hospital bills from now on. Right at that moment, the system showed up on the screen, letting him know the mission was done. It also dropped a surprise. He'd picked up a new bonus skill called My Eyes Are a Ruler. Isn't sure what this weird new skill does, but he figures it'll probably be useful down the line. In the next room not too far away, things were going on. A college student who's a bit on the heavier side is at home taking care of her dad, who's not feeling well. She's thinking about whether she should call her brother over to help, but something's holding her back. His dad always acted like he could handle anything by himself. Out of nowhere, though, he decided he was ready to hand over the whole company to her. He gives her the files for the project they're working on together. He thinks if they can land this contract, it might actually help save the company. Always been at the top of her class in business school, so her dad trusts she can handle running the company. When he tells her his plan, can't believe what she's hearing. She starts to wonder if her dad actually means it, or if this is just another one of those times when he acts a little off. She nods and decides to check things out herself. Listened quietly as her dad made one last request. He didn't want his greedy brother to find out about any of this. Understood, and she promised to keep it to herself. Gives her dad a quick wave and heads out the door, realizing she's almost late for class. She picks up her pace, not wanting to risk getting marked tardy again. Out in the hallway, an older woman hung back with a couple of rough-looking guys by her side. She had her eyes on, already knowing that dad had some serious money. The lady and her crew seemed ready for whatever was coming next, keeping close watch and looking like they had a plan. As soon as walks by, the old lady suddenly clutches her chest and starts to wobble, grabbing everyone's attention. People nearby slow down and stare, not really sure if she's just acting or if something's actually wrong. Glances over, a little thrown off, and wonders if he should step in or just keep walking. The whole scene feels kind of awkward, like when something weird happens in public and no one knows what to do. She hits the ground and looks up at, clearly annoyed that he pushed her. It's obvious she doesn't think she'll be able to get up and keep going right now. Even the other guys start backing her up, saying did it on purpose. One of the thugs grabbed her arm, making it clear he'd tell her college about what happened if she didn't pay up. Right then, showed up and was with him. His eyes started to glow, catching everyone's attention and calming things down a bit. Then, a system message popped up, explaining that because he'd been staring at the same spot for a while, his skill called My Eyes Are a Ruler had kicked in. The old woman stayed down on the floor, twisting around and holding her side like she'd just been hit really hard. Her reaction was so dramatic, it almost looked like something out of a movie. Honestly, it worked out pretty well for everyone else. She nearly has believing it was just an accident when they ran into each other. Using his new skill, knew exactly what was coming. He realized that if owned up to it now, things would go sideways fast. He tried to let her know, hoping she wouldn't just walk into the setup waiting for her. Points out what really happened. Right before her body and the old woman's body were about 3 centimeters apart, the woman suddenly began to fall on her own. He notices a bunch of people scattered around the room, each holding up their phones or cameras. Clearly, they're ready to catch everything that's about to go down, making sure it all gets recorded from every angle. No matter where anyone stood, it looked like had purposely walked right into the woman, making her lose her balance and fall. Can't figure out how knows so much, but just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. He's got a knack for geometry and seems to always have a trick up his sleeve. He explains that these guys are troublemakers, always looking to steal and mess with people. When the others realize what kind of people they're dealing with, tension rises. Stands tall in front of the old woman, not backing down at all. She looks the lady straight in the eyes, making it clear she knows she didn't knock her over. It's not about to take the blame for something she didn't do. She points out that there are security cameras all over the place, so it's just a matter of time before someone catches her on camera. Stays cool about it and lets them know that regular cameras just aren't fast enough to catch all the tiny details in such a short amount of time. They need some pretty advanced software, the kind that could break down video frame by frame, even down to 1,000th of a second. Mentioned that the software costs a lot, and if it turned out to be her mistake, she'd take responsibility and pay for everything herself. If the old woman ends up getting blamed, she'll have to cough up a bunch of money for the software, and also pay extra for all the time people say she wasted. The old woman gets scared and doesn't stick around. She grabs her crew and rushes off without looking back. Not really thinking things through, wonders out loud if something like that kind of software actually exists. casually admits that she just made it up right then and there. The two guys finally exchanged names, getting to know each other for the first time. Lets him know she's in a hurry, but she mentions he can stop by her university another time if he wants. Tries to mess around by bringing up how she should probably be more careful about strangers like him, but just brushes it off and keeps walking, not bothering to give him any attention. Later that evening, the house was quiet except for the soft hum of the TV in the background. Everyone seemed a little tired, just scrolling through their phones or finishing up some homework. The sun had already set, and the sky outside was dark, with only a few streetlights glowing through the window. Usually chills out by scrolling through Tick live streams when he's got nothing else going on. Two content creators are facing off in a PK match, both trying hard to win and show who's better. The energy is tense as they compete, each giving it their all while their followers watch and wait to see who'll come out on top. On one side, there's the dancer everyone can't help but notice. She stands out in the crowd, mostly because of her looks and the way she moves. Guys talk about her all the time, and her popularity just keeps growing. On the other side of the screen, a game streamer with a total nerd vibe was in the middle of another long session. Even though he was supposed to be an adult, got completely caught up watching the stream. He was so into it that he lost track of everything else going on around him. While everyone's attention is on the votes rolling in, numbers just keep climbing. It's pretty obvious she's about to win, and nobody's really surprised by it anymore. As things settle down, jokes around and points to, hinting that she'd get the winner's prize instead of her, almost like a playful punishment. The group reacts, not sure if she's serious, but it makes the moment lighter as the competition wraps up. Could totally handle playing Need for Speed with only her feet. Wasn't supposed to get involved in their match, but he couldn't help himself. He used his special skill and instantly noticed that was up to something sneaky. He posts a message out in the open, calling out how legs look way too long and the whole body looks off. Even the table next to her looks weird and stretched out. Read the comment and instantly got angry. She couldn't hold it in and started raising her voice on the stream, letting everyone know she's had this body for a long time. Goes in for a counter, but she shuts him down before he even gets the chance. All the guys watching the stream suddenly started cheering her on, not even noticing anything else because they were too distracted by her curves. Isn't the type to quit. He heads back into the stream, determined to keep going. His backup account, with the match almost over, started to get really anxious. She looked out at her fans, hoping they'd have her back. Wanting to boost her chances, she told everyone she'd drop a twerking tutorial if she came out on top. Out of nowhere, hands her 5 huge fairies. Both women freeze, their eyes wide and their bodies tense. It's like time just stops for a second, and you can tell they're both completely thrown off by what just happened. Turns out one giant fairy on Tick costs just 1 yen, but it's actually the priciest gift you can send. When someone drops that gift, the whole stream loses it. Everyone starts hyping up and suddenly all the attention is on him. Just gave a quick thanks for the donation shout-out, not really showing much appreciation. Still thinks she can fix things. Even though stuff isn't going her way, she's not ready to give up. In her mind, there's still a chance to flip the situation, so she keeps pushing forward. She asks her fans for one last bit of support. Then with a quick turn, she shows off her back, hoping to hype up the guys watching even more. Out of nowhere, dropped 10 more giant fairies for. She scored the final point, securing the win for her team right then and there. He grabs the rights to leave comments on the stream and types out a message, acting like blocking him won't do any good. As soon as figures out this guy is actually important, she totally switches up how she acts. She tries to get on his good side, going out of her way to impress him. Finished what he set out to do. He closed the stream, not really making a big deal about it, and started to relax. He starts talking with instead. She appreciates that he donated a lot, but tells him she doesn't really have anything to give back. She even says she's fine with giving his money back if he wants, but just shakes his head, acting like the money doesn't matter to him at all. He brushes it off, not interested in taking it back. Decides she owes him one for all the help, so she offers to buy him a meal. To her, it's just a small way to say thanks. Sat there thinking hard. He couldn't shake the idea that the girl might just be interested in him for his money. The thought bothered him, and he found himself replaying their recent interactions, wondering if he was just overthinking or if she really did have some other motive. It made things a bit awkward for him, and he wasn't sure what to do next. He hesitates for a bit, but the thought of a free meal is too good to pass up. After thinking it over, he decides to go for it and shares his location with her. At the same time, is hanging out at her fancy house. Her mom stood outside her room, clearly impatient for her to come out. She was pretty upset, thinking about how her daughter barely talked to her anymore and just stayed in her room, dancing and playing Smash Bros most of the time. A few minutes passed before walked out. She let everyone know that streaming was her job now, and she was actually making decent money from it. She wraps her arms around her mom, pretending nothing up, hoping her mom won't notice what she's really been doing. But her mom sees right through it and tells her to quit streaming for a bit and focus on something more useful. She points its necklace and lets everyone know it only costs 43 yen. It was way more money than anyone could ever make from streaming, even if they did it their whole life. The spoiled girl just shrugs it off, letting everyone know she's not streaming to make cash. For her, it's all about having a good time. Today, she shared that she ran into someone pretty interesting. Before she can finish, his mom interrupts, pretty blunt about it, and brings up the whole arranged marriage thing again. She tells that she's expected to marry some rich businessman's son soon, so she shouldn't be hanging around with random guys. Just wanted to keep playing games and dancing around forever, not really caring about anything else. But her mom had clearly had enough. Without saying anything, she just stood up and walked out, leaving behind. Spent hours glued to his phone, scrolling through Tick without even noticing how much time had passed. Eventually, hunger got the better of him, so he put his phone down and stepped outside to get something to eat. He starts thinking about his favorite spot, the one that always serves up grilled chicken just the way he likes it, and cold beer on the side. When shows up, he catches the owner trying hard to convince the landlady to give him more time on the rent. The owner looks tired as he talks about how business hasn't been great lately. He asks for a little more time to sort out the cash situation, hoping things will pick up soon. The landlady, looking like she could handle anything, storms in and makes it clear she's not waiting around. She's got no patience for excuses and definitely isn't in the mood to give out free favors. The owner just keeps begging, not giving up even for a second. The landlady didn't waste any time. She sent her guys in and they started tearing the place apart, grabbing anything that looked valuable. The owner looked pretty scared as he tried to explain that his fancy grill set him back a lot of yen, way more than the rent he still owed, which was just 150 sen. One of the goons grabs him and shoves him hard, sending him crashing down onto the ground. Just as he's about to step up to the counter, he feels a hand clamp down on his shoulder. He tries to turn around, but he can't budge. It's standing right there, holding him in place. Its grip is strong, way stronger than normal, and the guy can't even move. He decides to go straight to the landlady and tries to find out how much cash she wants so she'll stop messing with the shop owner. Instead of answering him with a real number, she just starts making fun of the way he looks, saying he dresses like someone who doesn't really care about himself. The landlady tells everyone she set the rent super low because she wanted to help out. Now, though, she thinks the tenants are pushing their luck and not really respecting what she did for them. She lets him know that the area's about to get a big upgrade and turn into a commercial spot. Because of that, she's planning to bump up the rent. The guys find out that the restaurant owner has actually been bumping up the rent every couple of months, no matter what. The landlady, clearly annoyed, cuts him off and tells him to be quiet. She doesn't let up, launching into a rant all about herself. She also has 3 other stalls close by, and each one can easily pull in more than 10 yen every month. The landlady lays down her rule. The restaurant owner can keep his spot, but only if he pays 1 yen every month for rent. While everyone processes her words, just pulls out his phone and starts scrolling, acting like nothing big is happening. He starts chatting with the bank manager about some serious business stuff. After hanging up the phone, he just lets everyone know he owns the place now. There's no need for more talking. He's got it handled. The landlady doesn't take him seriously at all. She just laughs it off, totally confident because the building belongs to her. No matter how much money he might offer, she's not planning to sell. She signals to her crew, and they get right to work. They start tearing the place apart without wasting any time. Some of them head straight for the tables and go after all the grilled chicken, grabbing pieces and eating like they haven't had a good meal in days. Jumps in without hesitation. He takes on all the guys by himself, using his new powers to take them down one after another. The landlady's hands shook as she reached for her phone, her eyes never leaving the guy standing in front of her. She looked like she was seriously thinking about calling the cops. Stays cool and lets everyone know that she doesn't actually own the building. She just has permission to use the space for business. He just bought up the whole downtown and he didn't even bother with paperwork. It all went down in the middle of the night, just him and his phone. Right after wrapped up his weak speech, things started to get interesting. A group of construction workers showed up at the spot, bringing along a bulldozer, ready to tear everything down. The landlady starts to panic, trying to figure out what he's up to. She looks around, clearly uneasy, searching for some way to handle the situation. Let everyone know that if he really wanted to, he could wipe out the whole area fast. Now that her outlets wouldn't work, nobody would want to rent her place anymore. Yen doesn't really care about a few hundred yen. To him, that kind of money is nothing. Even if he ends up wrecking his own stuff, it doesn't bother him or change anything in his day. As soon as she hears the news, the woman's face goes pale. She suddenly gets it. She's tangled up with someone way out of her league. Her stomach drops, and now she's stuck wondering what to do next. She drops down to her knees right away, clearly desperate for forgiveness. She said that for the last few years, none of her investments worked out, so the rent from this place was the only thing keeping her going. Lets her know that if she wants to keep her stores safe, she needs to make the right choice. The woman, clearly stressed out, quickly says she'll pay the rent and even take care of all the water and electricity bills. Nods, signaling he's in. With that, the whole thing is settled, and everyone can finally breathe easy. A few minutes passed, and then the system sent out a notification. Just found out he's unlocked a bonus called the Mark of the Fool system. Now, whenever someone around him tries to trick him, he gets a heads up. Along with that, the system hands him a new challenge. He has to start his own company and take on some shady, corrupt businesses. After everything that happened, finally sits down to dig into some grilled chicken. He cracks open a cold beer, feeling like he's actually getting a break for once. The food hits the spot, and he just chills there, taking it easy and recharging. The owner lets him know that tonight the whole place is his. He doesn't have to pay for anything and can eat as much as he wants. Pulls out his wallet and covers the bill, making it clear he's got this one. He even mentions he's planning to come by by often for late-night food, like he's found his new go-to spot. Not long after, manager walks into the restaurant too. Had actually invited her for a meeting. She looks around and can't help but comment on the place. Even though loaded, she's surprised he's eating somewhere this simple. At first, she wasn't too sure about the food, but once she tried a piece of the meat, her whole opinion shifted. Suddenly, she thought this tasted way better than anything she'd had from before. And the girl grabbed seats and settled in. It turned out had a reason for calling her over. He needed backup for his next task. The job? Look out for people who were easy to fool and make sure nobody took advantage of them. Figured she was the right person to help, so he asked if she'd team up with him. But then he picks up on her scent, and that's when it hits him. She's tangled up in a bunch of scams too. Leans in closer, getting way too into her scent, and it's obvious she's starting to squirm since they're out in public. It's awkward at first, but then something shifts. Suddenly, she's not as bothered. Actually, she's into it. She hints that maybe they should go somewhere private, somewhere they can actually be alone together. Doesn't pay attention to what she just said. Instead, he lets her know why he really brought her here. He's planning to start a new company and needs her help figuring out where to set up the office and get everything ready. Doesn't hesitate to go along with the plan. Even though she's his manager, she says she'll help out as his assistant. She starts asking for more details, wanting to know exactly what's going on, but hasn't figured out all the details yet, but he knows he wants to start an investment company. Right now, he's just searching for the best spot to set it up. His brain started working overtime. He figured if somehow messed things up when he tried to buy the headquarters building, and he stepped in to help, there was a good chance he'd score a bonus. Yang could tell was stressing out, so she let him know she'd been working at her company for years and had been through this kind of thing before. She was confident about finding the right place, and it didn't seem like a big deal to her. Was grateful, but he still asked her to be careful with spending, since everything was about to get a lot more expensive. After they finished their meal, walked back to her apartment. As they got to her place, they ended up sharing a quick kiss right there in the street, not really caring if anyone saw. Suddenly brings up the idea that might be messing around with other girls. The funny thing is, they aren't even officially a couple right now. Just shakes his head pretty confused because he barely talks to any other girls, let alone gets close to them, but isn't convinced. She says she can smell someone else's perfume on him, and it's clear she's not letting this go. She started acting flirty again, making it clear she wanted to hang out whenever he felt like it. She promised she'd always be up for some fun, hoping he'd reach out to her more often. Nods and immediately tells him to head over to her place. He doesn't really get a chance to think it over. She's already pushing him to come by now. But as they're walking, things just feel off. It's not like before, something's different. He notices someone following him from behind and tenses up right away, staying on guard. Doesn't know there's someone following them. He tries to keep walking, hoping to get to move along too, but out of nowhere comes to a stop. He tells her he has explosive diarrhea, but she's not buying it. He insists that after eating way too much grilled chicken, his stomach's basically gone rogue. To prove it, he clutches his gut and lets out some loud, awful-smelling farts, hoping she'll finally believe him. Realized he needed to get home right away. If he stuck around any longer, things could get out of hand. Finally gives in, though it's clear she's not too happy about it. She lets him know that if he tries to bail next time, she'll make sure he's stuck doing back-to-back rounds, no excuses. Once she heads off, stood his ground, looking straight ahead, ready for whatever was coming. He wasn't about to let someone creep around in the shadows. He wanted whoever was hiding to step up and stop acting sneaky. Even though the situation was tense, didn't back down. He showed he wasn't afraid to handle things head-on. Didn't expect what happened next. 3 guys in black suits stepped out from the shadows. The one who seemed to be in charge nodded at, kind of impressed that had noticed them. He lets it slip that in trouble now, because he ticked off someone with serious influence. It's clear S going to pay for it. The thugs don't waste any time. They reach into their jackets and pull out a bunch of weapons, looking like they're ready for a fight. The enemy rushed at, ready to strike. Thanks to his boosted reflexes, he slipped past a few attacks, moving quicker than most guys could even see. Still, it wasn't easy. He had to stay sharp, knowing that even one wrong move could get him hit. He quickly notices these guys aren't your average troublemakers. They're actually pretty tough. Steps in, trying to clear things up. He stays calm and lets everyone know it's just a misunderstanding, hoping they'll back off and not start any trouble. He tries to keep things calm, saying they should talk it over like adults. He even offers them some cash if that's what they're after. The leader of the thugs grabs the cash and slices it with his knife, ripping the bills right down the middle. It's obvious now, pick the wrong guy to mess with. He makes it clear they don't care about the cash, and in his mind, the only way out of this mess is to take out. The thug charges at, moving fast and trying to catch him off guard. But just as he's about to land a hit, something stops him. He feels a tap on his shoulder from behind. He spins around and spots a big crowd that definitely wasn't there before. Everyone seems to think there's some kind of movie being filmed, and a bunch of them look excited, hoping they can jump in and be part of whatever fight is about to go down. Turns out was the reason everyone showed up. He'd been the one calling the shots behind the scenes, pulling everyone together. The system even gives them cash, just to make everything seem more real. The leader of the thugs stands there, fuming. He wants to go after, but with all these people watching, he just can't make a move. He quickly gets his guys together and takes off from the spot. Once everyone was gone, couldn't help but think about the strangers and who might be pulling the strings behind them. Even though he didn't have any answers yet, he set his mind on figuring things out. At the same time, over at the local bank, who works at the bank shows up early for her shift. She's clearly not a morning person. Her eyes are heavy, and she looks like she could use another hour of sleep. As she steps inside, she tries to shake off the tiredness, hoping the day will get better once she wakes up a bit more. It was the same bank teller who handled big deposit just a few days back. The moment she walked into the bank, she walks in and spots a bunch of serious-looking guys standing around, clearly waiting for her. Right away, they start giving her a hard time about how tired she looks, pointing out that someone in her job should always look sharp and ready. One of the guys notices how tired she looks and thinks there's no way customers will want to come up to her when she's that sleepy. One of the older guys grumbled about how kids these days just don't really stand for anything anymore. She just stands there, not saying a word, listening to everything they're saying. She doesn't even know who any of them are. Right then, the bank manager walked over and started asking him some questions. She meets a group of guys wearing cheap suits. Even though they don't look like much, they're actually important people from the banking world. Starts to get scared, unsure why they even showed up. Steps up, backing her up in front of everyone. He faces the important people at the entrance and stands his ground, making it clear they shouldn't be stirring up trouble right there. Instead of getting mad at her, he's got her back, keeping things calm. He tells them to hang out in the VIP room for now, and promises to let them know if turns up. When realized what was going on, it hit him. These guys weren't just hanging around for no reason. They were looking for the same dude everyone had been talking about lately. Ever since showed up and dropped 100,000 yen in cash, he'd been the center of attention. Now even these wanted to meet him. Word got around that one of the higher-ups planned to run a training session for everyone at work. Encourages to join in too, pointing out that she just got the job as assistant branch manager. Leans down toward the group, acting all confident and trying to get their attention. But the guys aren't really focused on her attitude. Instead, they're all thinking the same thing. How did someone so young end up as their branch manager? It's got them distracted, and they can't help but wonder what's going on with the higher-ups. People started blaming for using his position to help girls like get better spots, even though she didn't really seem qualified. Some thought he was just picking favorites, and they weren't too happy about it. Lets everyone know he only moves people up if they actually work hard. Right then, his phone buzzed with a call from her favorite client. He sounded stressed and needed to deposit exactly 597 yen right away. All the important guys in the room just freeze. Nobody ever drops cash like that, not even the top cartel bosses. Flashes a sly grin, finally letting the truth slip. This was exactly why he wanted her to be the assistant bank manager all along. As soon as they hear the news, the men in suits drop their serious act. Suddenly, they're all about, acting like she's the most impressive person in the room. They start saying she's the top banker around, someone everyone should look up to. A few hours later, shows up at its place, out of breath from rushing over. He makes sure to come by himself to pick up the money, not wanting to leave it to chance. He hands her a bottle of water and tries to figure out what went down. Let it slip that the top bankers wouldn't leave her alone. Everywhere she went, they seemed to be around, always hoping to get a chance to meet. She ended up switching buses 3 different times before she finally managed to get away from them. Never expected things to blow up like this. After just one deposit, everyone suddenly knew his name. He couldn't help but notice how people started looking at him differently, and it caught him off guard. He remembers those 3 guys from yesterday and knows they're not linked to anyone important in the money world. Still, he keeps thinking about why they showed up. Maybe it has something to do with the huge donations he made during the live stream. It's been on his mind, and he can't shake off the idea that his online activity might have caught the wrong kind of attention. Right then, his phone buzzed with a message from. She'd set up their meetup at a fancy restaurant by the beach. Remembers that she's from a rich family, so he figures she might have some connections or resources that could help him track down who those thugs really are. He decides to ask for her help, thinking she might know something he doesn't. That evening, he shows up at a fancy restaurant. As soon as he walks in, one of the staff checks if his name is on the list. Found himself stuck. The reservation was under his name, but he realized he didn't actually know her real name. The employee gets what's going on right away and leads him over to an open seat. Right then, the restaurant manager walked over and started getting on his case for chatting with people he didn't know. After the tired worker walks away, he mumbles something under his breath. The manager glances over at, clearly annoyed, and signals that he should leave now or there's going to be trouble with security. He can't help but think that a guy in construction gear just doesn't fit in with the fancy crowd at this place. Stays quiet. He just grabs his phone and dials number, not hesitating or overthinking it. He sends her a message, telling her to head down to the lobby right away. A few seconds later, she showed up and greeted in front of everyone, calling him sir and making it clear she respected him. The manager looked surprised when he saw the guy who looked like he hadn't had a shower in days. He glanced at like he needed some kind of explanation. Just nodded, letting him know the rough-looking dude was with her. The manager's face turned red, and he looked pretty embarrassed. Realizing he messed up, he quickly said sorry for acting rude before. He takes them over to their table, which ends up being the nicest spot in the whole place. Even put some weird-looking lilies on the table, but from where they're standing, you can't really see them. Barely notices what's going on around him. He's too caught up in the fact that he's never been anywhere this fancy before. The manager walks over to their table, which is already a big deal, and takes their order himself. Just tells him she wants her usual like she comes here all the time. Then the manager turns to, waiting to hear what he wants. He's not really into fancy food or anything, so he just decides to go with whatever she orders. The manager suddenly gets it. Just some regular dude, not loaded or anything, just tagging along with a girl who's obviously got money. He wonders if anyone else is up for some drinks too. Sits back and waves for some wine, but he hesitates before the server pours. Ends up making himself look silly again when he randomly asks if they have Pepsi. The manager looks surprised when he heard the request. This place didn't usually have any carbonated drinks, so it was a bit out of the ordinary. Still, he gave a nod and headed off to find a bottle anyway, trying to help out even though it wasn't something they normally did. He walks away from the table, annoyed at how Marion's toy acts like he runs everything. The manager looks around and spots another guy at a table who isn't exactly dressed to impress. It makes him wonder where all the usual stylish customers went today. While all this was going on, this guy in cheap clothes was actually just a scammer. He'd shown up at the restaurant with his girlfriend who didn't look much better. The two of them were only there to pull a fast one on someone. Scanned the place, checking out the customers, trying to spot anyone who looked loaded. He spots right away and starts watching him closely. Nudges his girlfriend, reminding her how she usually shows off her magic. He wants her to get out there and do her thing just like she always does. Meanwhile, decided to try something different for dinner and ordered some exotic crab. She decides to stop by the washroom to wash her face and get herself together before doing anything else. The moment she heads out, the woman known for her scams walks up too. She starts talking about his food choice, acting impressed and giving him a little nod of approval. She can't take her eyes off the food. Her stomach's growling and everything on the plate just looks really good, thick, juicy, and packed with all the stuff she needs. The woman suddenly asks if she can try some too. Isn't ready for it at all, and it throws him off. Even though had tons of money, he wouldn't give her any. Instead, he just brushed her off and acted like she was asking for too much. He grabs the crab and just digs in with his hands, not caring about manners at all. The woman watching him gets irritated and decides she's had enough, turning away and walking off. His elbow accidentally bumps into her from behind. Right away, she gets really upset and calls him out for harassment. Is totally confused and doesn't even realize what just happened. He shakes his head, making it clear he didn't do anything. She ignores everything he says and just labels him as someone who goes after girls who can't defend themselves. She goes for a splash, aiming to get him wet, but he's quick and ducks out of the way. The water splashed over to a rich old guy standing close by. His wig flew right off when it hit him. Right then comes back from the washroom. She spots the rude lady and steps up to her, not backing down. She steps up and lets her know it's not cool to blame her friend for something she didn't do. She makes it clear that an apology is needed, and she's not backing down until it happens. The woman started yelling, turning everything around on. She pointed at him, saying he was the one who touched her, so he should be the one saying sorry first. Things started to heat up, with voices getting louder and everyone on edge. The restaurant manager, not wanting things to get out of hand, quietly headed over to the back office to pull up the CCTV footage. He figured the cameras would show what really happened and settle things once and for all. He comes back after checking things out and figures out what happened. Even though touched her, it was actually the woman who backed up and pushed her huge butt onto him on purpose. The woman tries to deny it, but the manager steps in and says he focused the camera right on her, making sure he got the whole thing on video. The woman stands her ground, refusing to say sorry, not backing down no matter what. Tells the manager it's probably a good idea to let the fancy restaurants around here know that this woman might be trying to pull some blackmail schemes. Because of this, she wouldn't be able to get into any of the restaurants anymore, so all the sneaky stuff she used to pull would finally stop. The manager, who pretty much does whatever wants, quickly agrees to what she says. When she saw what was happening, the woman started to get uneasy. She couldn't help but think about who these people actually were. Still isn't happy, so she quietly takes out her phone and snaps a quick photo of the woman. He thinks it might help if more people knew about it, so he uploads it to social media. She's helping out because once had her back when things were rough for her too. Now, it's her turn to be there for him. The woman's heart drops. She knows if every restaurant kicks her out, she'll have nothing left. Scamming people at these places is how she pays her bills. Meanwhile, gets ready to post the picture online, thumb hovering over her phone. Walks over and lets everyone know that the woman is his friend. She's clearly had too much to drink, and he tries to smooth things over by saying she isn't really herself right now. He hopes will let it slide and not make a big deal out of what happened. Decides to make up for what happened by covering the cost of everyone's pricey meals. He tells the woman to say sorry to them right away. She leans forward, clearly wanting to make things right. After everything calms down and the woman heads out, notices for the first time. She wonders who this new guy is since she hasn't seen him around before. Tells her his name and explains he's not usually in this part of town. He actually lives down south, so that's why they've never crossed paths. Looked pretty hyped and turned to, hinting if he wanted the guy to pay for their meal. Just shook his head, not really into it. He just shrugs it off, not really bothered as long as there's free food involved. Glanced at, wondering if they could order whatever they wanted. Nodded, looking pretty happy about it. Heads back to his seat, thinking about how their first plan didn't work out. He knows things aren't over yet though, and starts figuring out how they can change things up. He figures Marion will end up going for a guy with money. Someone who can buy her anything she wants instead of someone like who has to work for months just to pay for his own place. Thinks it's only a matter of time before she ends up on his team. He figures that even if she's a little awkward at first, playing a few more rounds together will help her relax around him. He's pulled this move on tons of wealthy women before, and it's always worked for him. While he's lost in thought, coming up with all sorts of plans in his head, and wrap things up and head out for a walk around the city. The fraud didn't see this coming. He thought she'd walk over and thank him for picking up the tab. Instead, she didn't even bother, and he just sat there kind of lost, not sure what to do next. He spots just in time and steps in front of her, making sure she doesn't go any further. Without wasting a second, he gestures for her to follow him, hoping she'll trust him enough to stick close. She just shakes her head and won't budge. She tells him there's no way she's hanging out with a guy who dresses like he's about to throw a ball. One guy in the crowd, probably hoping for a last chance, calls out for her number, but she's not having it. She shoots him down, her face showing she's totally done with all of it. Right at that moment, the waiter comes over and drops the bill on the table. Chowder's eyes went wide when he found out he had to pay 3.20 cents. His face twisted up like he just smelled something nasty, and anyone looking at him could tell he wasn't happy about the price. Let it be known that she'd figured him out right away. She'd seen guys like this before, the kind who mess with girls just to get money out of other dudes, and who never miss a chance to flirt with every girl they come across. Cantel's completely broke, so she steps up to cover the bill. But she doesn't just hand it over, she wants him to say sorry first. That hits right where it hurts, and he just stands there, his pride taking a hit. He lunges ahead and swings his hand toward her face. Steps in just before things get out of hand. Grabs the guy's hand, holding it tight. The fake is starting to sweat, looking pretty nervous now. He tries to figure out if he's part of some gang or group, wondering what he's really dealing with. He shakes his head, not accepting what's being said. Realizes that is showing off because he runs things around here. Calls him out to the southern district, promising that things will get interesting if he shows up. Clenched his fists, clearly annoyed, but stepped in before things could get out of hand. She kept her cool and signaled that it was better for them to just walk away instead of making a scene. Hesitated, but he followed her lead, both of them moving out before things got worse. Not long after, the two step out of the restaurant. One of those flashy bankers from before walked up to him. Turns out the guy is actually his uncle. Spots the guy and instantly knows he's the president of the development bank. He starts thinking about why someone that important would show up here. The man steps forward and quickly lets know who he is. He seems genuinely excited, like he's been waiting for this moment for a while. It's clear he thinks meeting is a big deal. Right as he's about to keep going, the other two important bankers show up. They crowd around, each trying to get his attention and asking for a quick chat. Looks at the three of them and it hits him. They're all really hoping he'll put his money in. He decides to lay down a rule. He lets everyone know that if someone figures out who went after him, he'll trust them. On top of that, he promises to put his money into their bank. When they heard the news, the three guys lit up, pretty sure they'd be able to track down whoever did it. After everyone left, felt bad and told she was sorry. Her post online was the reason people found out who he really was. She wondered if she should take down her account for a while. Just shrugs it off, not really bothered by it. Right at that moment, another guy walks in. It doesn't take long for everyone to realize he's the same scammer they ran into before. Shows up carrying what he brought with him. Chowder showed up with two guys who looked pretty rough, like they hadn't eaten a proper meal in days. They were there to mess with. Earlier, Chowder had acted like he was going to be cool with, but now it was obvious he'd been bluffing. Out of nowhere, he grabs a can of coconut milk and starts drinking it. He grinned, looking pretty excited, and pointed out that the South District is known for its coconut milk. He thought it was something everyone should taste at least once. Drops to his knees and grabs onto his leg, clutching it tightly. He looks totally desperate, like he's begging for forgiveness. It's obvious he regrets how he treated before. He finds out that needs some guys for a job, so he steps in and says he can help. Thinks he knows his way around the rougher parts of town. He spent enough time in shady places to pick up on how things work. Figuring out who's behind this mess shouldn't be too hard for him. Figured he didn't have much to lose, so he decided to let the guy try. After a moment, he got a little annoyed and told him to quit messing around with his leg. Not long after, the restaurant owner showed up and gave their VIP card. He wants to know if the food tasted good and if the service was all right. Shrugged like nothing was really wrong. Still, he tossed out a sarcastic thank you to the manager, making it clear he wasn't totally happy about the situation. The manager took extra time to tell that rich people drink wine while poor people just chug soda. When the owner heard this, he quickly caught on that the manager had treated pretty badly. He doesn't waste any time and just lets the guy go right then and there. Meanwhile, over at the university, Saki waves goodbye to her favorite senior, watching him go with a small, quiet smile. There's a hint of sadness in her eyes, but she tries to stay chill, not wanting anyone to notice how much this moment means to her. As he disappears down the hallway, she stands there for a second, holding onto the memory before heading off on her own. Turns out it's, on her way back to her dorm, she walked with a bit more energy, replaying the day in her head and grinning to herself. He remembers how, the guy in the whole university, always took the time to help her out when she got stuck. Never seemed annoyed or in a rush, just calmly explaining things until everything finally made sense. Saki thought to herself that if she had been a guy, she would definitely have a crush on. Not long after she gets to her dorm, her 3 roommates are already there, hanging out and waiting for her. The group glances at each other, all thinking the same thing. They figure taking her down won't be a big deal, and they're confident they can do it quietly, without drawing any attention. Saki spots her books tossed in the trash and just stands there, confused and staring. She tries to figure out who would do something like that. One of the girls, who kind of looks like she could be a girlfriend for hire, noticed the books just sitting around. Not really thinking much of it, she just tossed them in the trash to tidy up the place. Saki looks over and sees her bed is totally drenched. Water has soaked through everything, leaving her sheets and blankets wet and heavy. She stands there, staring at the mess, not sure how it even happened. There's another girl in the room, and she's got a chest that catches everyone's attention. She says she spilled it by accident. The 3 girls turned their attention to Saki, giving her a hard look. It was clear they wanted to know if she had an issue with what just happened. The next day, the judo club was buzzing with tension. He storms into the principal's office, spotting Saki and the 3 girls already there. Without wasting any time, he looks straight at the principal and wants to know if his sister has been bullied. The principal glances over at his sister, checking to see if something actually happened to her. Saki waved him off like everything was normal. She looked totally chill, acting like nothing was wrong at all. The 3 girls look nervous. They keep glancing around, shifting their weight from foot to foot and fiddling with their hands, clearly uneasy about what's happening. Steps in, letting his sister know he's got things under control now. Just by being there, he tries to put her at ease, making it clear she doesn't have to stress anymore. While all this was going on, the principal let everyone know that there'd been some bullying at the dorms the night before. That's the reason ended up getting called over. He's clearly upset as he points out how serious the bullying has gotten. If nobody steps in soon, things will just get worse, so he pushes for someone to deal with it right away. The principal, who's huge and kind of impossible to ignore, lets everyone know they're actually working on the problem. That's the whole reason got called in. Out of nowhere, she turned to Saki and brought up what happened last night in the dorm. She wanted to know why Saki had picked on the other girls. The question caught Saki off guard, and you could tell she wasn't expecting anyone to bring it up. Couldn't believe it when he found out the truth. All this time, he thought those girls were the troublemakers, but it turned out his own sister was the one behind everything. The girls were actually the victims, and the news hit him hard. He just stood there, trying to process what he just learned, not sure what to think or how to react. He doesn't want to accept it, but deep down, he knows it's true. He tries to act tough like it doesn't bother him, but that's just how he is. The 3 girls couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears started streaming down their faces as they remembered what just happened. That was easily the hardest spanking they'd ever gotten, and it left them totally overwhelmed. One of the girls admits she'd rather stay home than deal with the bully at school. There's a quick flashback to when the 3 girls tried to mess with Saki, hoping to scare her off. She got so mad that she finally noticed her. He just went at them, throwing punches and not holding back. She yanked the first girl's wig right off her head. He threw a blanket over the second one, pinned her down, and then turned to the third, landing a solid punch right in her face. The 3 girls were sprawled out on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Saki didn't show much emotion as she pointed out that the women in her family are tough. Right now, is pretty proud that his sister handled those bullies on her own. He remembers how she's always been the wild type, never backing down from a fight. Honestly, with legs like hers, most people wouldn't even think about messing with her. Can't help but think it's weird. His sister just isn't the type to go after someone unless they started something with her first. The principal explains that all 3 girls have told the same story, and Saki has already owned up to what she did. She just wants Saki to say sorry so everyone can move on already. The girls made it clear they weren't just going to accept an apology and move on. Figures out pretty fast that what they're after isn't cheap. He starts thinking on his feet, already coming up with a way to handle it. He loads up his cart with a bunch of phones, some flashy bags, and a few other expensive things. The girls' faces brighten right away, their smiles showing just how happy they are. He suddenly lets go of everything, dropping it all to the floor. He thinks to himself that people like them aren't worth it. Shoots them a cold look, eyes narrowed, clearly ticked off. He wants answers, wanting to know why they messed with his sister in the first place. In his mind, Saki wouldn't have done anything if they hadn't started it. None of the girls say anything, so it's pretty clear what's on their minds. Lets them know that if he figures out what's really going on before they do, things might not end well for them. He's planning to make things really tough for them at the university, going out of his way to mess with their days and make sure they never have it easy. He finally manages to scare the bullies, and they end up admitting, pretty nervously, that they never actually had any issues with Saki. Turns out, some guy from her department actually paid those kids to mess with her. Everyone now knows his name is. Someone pulls up a photo of him, and he's in his delivery uniform, looking like he's just finished dropping off a package. Later on, decides to move his sister into a different dorm. He thinks the old place isn't safe enough for her, so he finds somewhere better where she'll be okay. Saki gives a quick nod to show he's grateful for the help, then looks around the apartment. He's curious and a little eager, hoping to spot someone he could maybe hang out with. So he starts checking out different corners, keeping an eye out for anyone who might want to be friends. In a different dorm room not too far away, was down on his hands and knees, moving along the floor. He was checking out the water pipes, trying to see if something was clogging them up. Right as she's about to grab her phone and call the landlord, she notices Saki walking down the hallway. She hurries over and tries to get her attention. The two of them find out they're going to be neighbors now, and neither of them expected that. Noticed her taps weren't working, so she figured she'd head out and grab some water. Saki hadn't been able to use the bathroom or take a shower for a few days, which was getting more annoying by the minute. Still, she didn't look too bothered. She seemed pretty sure she could fix whatever was wrong with the pipes, since she'd handled stuff like this before. She crouched down low, sticking her hips out in a way that definitely wasn't how plumbers usually work. Just stood there, not really sure what he was looking at or why she was fixing the pipes like that. Walks in right then, looking totally lost about what's happening. Spots him right away. She remembers him from the hospital, the same guy who helped her out just a few days back. He knew he wasn't supposed to be in the women's dorm, and she caught him right away. She looked serious, making it clear she might report him if he didn't leave. Explains that his sister just moved in here, so he's around to give her a hand with unpacking and settling in. Right then, a message pops up on his screen. It tells him that the girl standing there is in trouble. Someone nearby is planning something bad, and now it's up to him to step in and help her out. While Saki wraps up fixing the pipe, he finds out that the other two already know each other. He didn't see that coming, and it kind of catches him off guard. Nods in appreciation for the quick fix, then heads over to the tap to see if it's working. She twists the knob, but as soon as she does, the pipe bursts again and she gets really frustrated. Water starts spraying everywhere, and she just stands there trying to figure out what to do next. It's not the first time this has happened, so she's kind of annoyed, but she knows she has to deal with it. He was drenched from head to toe, water dripping off his clothes and hair. After the siblings got back to their dorm, sat quietly and started thinking hard. He couldn't figure out how he was supposed to help or even where to look for her. The only thing he knew was what the system told him was in trouble, but that was all he had to go on, and it left him stuck, not sure what to do next. He tells his sister everything that's been going on, and she can tell right away how stressed he is. Saki made up her mind to step in. She was determined to find out everything she could about's life, ready to do whatever it took to get the details. Later on, she runs into again. Now that he's finally fixed the pipe, he looks pretty happy, like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. Saki felt bad about what happened earlier and wanted to make up for it. Trying to lighten the mood, he brought up the idea of grabbing lunch together, hoping it would help them both feel better. Is instantly interested and brings up a new diner that just opened close by. The food might not be great, but the place looks cool. Definitely the kind of spot where you could snap a bunch of photos for Instagram. As the two of them talk about it, they both start getting more pumped about the idea. Lurks in the corner, watching them with an intensity that puts everyone on edge. He stays hidden, barely moving, his eyes locked on the group like he's waiting for the perfect moment to jump out. The way he hangs back, almost blending into the shadows, makes the whole scene feel tense and uncomfortable. He finally makes up his mind to go after the guy who paid those girls to mess with his sister. Later on, arrives at a racetrack. He spots getting ready to compete. The place is buzzing with energy, cars revving, people moving around, everyone focused on the upcoming race. Hangs back for a moment, taking it all in and keeping an eye on as he gets set for the event. As he heads down the hallway, a security guard steps in his way and blocks his path. Only the guys who drove sports cars got let in. Isn't about to give up that easily. He looks around the place and quickly notices an old scooter parked nearby. It's the one the security guard always uses. Signs up for the competition, not even hesitating to use that beat-up old thing. He slides a thick wad of cash over to the guard, like he's sure of what he's doing. Pulls up at the racetrack, his new sports car catching the sunlight. He parks next to who's already there and can't help but grin as he steps out. The car's fresh paint and sharp lines get a few glances from people nearby. Checks out the ride and just stands there kinda proud, waiting to see what his friend thinks. He couldn't help but show off, claiming there's some secret feature inside that's supposed to help him get girls. He shows off his car, mentioning that he got it upgraded to have an automatic transmission and even added a turbocharger. He spent a ton of his parents' money fixing up his car, putting in all the work and cash he could. Today was the day he wanted to prove himself and finally win his first race. He was determined not to let all that effort go to waste. Right at that moment, shows up, riding fast on his old scooter. Suddenly, something jumps out and lands right in front of the guys. He falls out of nowhere and slams right onto the hood of a fancy sports car. Nearly blacks out when he sees his new car messed up by some random guy on a beat-up scooter. He starts to cry when he admits he never even got the chance to drive it before today. Rolls up on his scooter, parks it like it's no big deal, and lets everyone know he's ready to pay for whatever got messed up. Before anything else, he knows he has to deal with who's been picking on his sister. He grabs the cocky kid by the shirt, wanting to know why he sent those girls after Saki. The tension between them gets real, and it's clear he isn't messing around. Let it out thanks to what did. His closest friend, that loud dude they met at the airport, had to leave the country. Not wanting to keep things unresolved, suggested the two of them settle things with a race right then and there. Decides to make things more interesting. He says that if he comes out on top, will have to get down on his knees, say sorry, and take care of his busted car. If he lost, would have to get down on his knees and say sorry to Saki. Was cool with that, and wonders if the guy has a sports car so he can join the race, but nobody really knows for sure. Caught everyone off guard, and he announced he'd be racing on that rusty old motorcycle. Thinks the whole thing sounds nuts, but since it actually works out for him, he just goes along with it, not missing a beat. As the race kicks off, lines up against 3 other guys, each behind the wheel of some seriously fast sports cars. Jumps ahead right away, showing off his new car. But even though he's out front, his mind isn't completely on the race. He glances back and spots lagging way behind. Not missing a chance, he throws in some playful gestures, making it clear he's got the upper hand right now. At the same time, looks at his old scooter and knows he doesn't stand a chance in the race like this. So he starts thinking up ways to bend the rules a little. He grabs his phone and quickly tells his crew to get moving with the plan right away. Right after that, a group of helicopters showed up, flying overhead. He let a handful of metal spikes fall to the ground. 2 of the cars hit the spikes, and their tires go flat right away. The drivers grip the wheel, trying to keep control as their cars slow down, rubber scraping against the road. Notices them just before anything bad happens. Just zipped right by on his scooter, not even slowing down, while the other guy was still being super careful trying to get across. After spending years dropping off packages, he's gotten pretty good at dodging stuff in his way and weaving through traffic like he owns the road. Really wants to win. He stomps on the gas and speeds up, pushing his car as fast as it can go. The road ahead got tight, with a sharp curve that looked pretty sketchy. Starts to worry that they might both slip and fall. At the very last moment, hits the brakes hard and brings his car to a stop. Was nowhere to be seen. A few seconds later, he's hanging from a helicopter, swinging in the air like it's just another crazy day. Turns out he only won because he cheated. Just stands there not saying anything. He knows he lost, and he's not trying to argue or make excuses. He just kind of takes it, looking down and letting it go. After that, grabs his phone, ready to film the apology video. He reminds about getting on his knees, just like he said he would. Not wanting to look weak, tries to talk his way out of it, but isn't letting it slide. He's set on getting this video for his new TikTok channel, no matter how awkward it gets. Right then, walks in wearing a fancy tux, looking like he just stepped out of some rich guy's party. He starts talking, acting like he's got something important to say. Everyone turns to see what he's up to, curious about why he's dressed up and what he wants. He was the guy who actually finished the race first, so really shouldn't get in trouble for it. Doesn't pay any attention to him. He just stares the kid down, making it clear he wants an apology right now. If the kid doesn't kneel and say sorry, he's ready to threaten something way over the top, like doing something crazy with the scooter. Stood there looking pretty freaked out. He didn't really get hurt much, not even by his own parents, so this whole situation was new for him. Out of nowhere, walks up and smacks him right across the face. She gets fired up, deciding that if their parents won't step in, it's up to her as his sister to keep him in line. Just stops dead in his tracks when he finds out the two are siblings. He can't believe it for a second. It's like his brain just hits pause. For a moment, he just stands there trying to process what he's just learned. Looked at her brother and wondered if their parents really sent him off to university just so he could spend his time running after girls. It kind of annoyed her, thinking about all the effort their parents put in, only for her brother to get distracted by stuff like that. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, watching him act like meeting girls was the main reason he was there. He liked to race his car around town, barely slowing down at red lights. At school, he picked on other students, always looking for someone to mess with. She let him know she was disappointed, then told him his credit card was getting shut off. She wanted him to think about his actions for a while. When he heard what she was about to do, the brother panicked. He hit the ground, dropping to his knees, hoping she'd have mercy. Losing his car didn't just mean no money. It meant his Netflix subscription would be gone, too. For him, that was a nightmare. Saki showed up, too. She let everyone know that earlier when she was having lunch with. She mentioned the whole bullying situation. Got really mad when she heard about it, so she decided to come over herself to deal with her brother. Saki looked over at, kind of confused about why he was even there. Just stood there, not really saying anything at first. After a second, he finally spoke up, his face hard to read. He just stands there, hands stuffed in his pockets, not really sure what to do next. While all this was going on, nudged, reminding him to just say sorry and get it done so they could finally head home. Nobody seemed to care much about the new guy, but he still went ahead and told everyone who he was. He mentioned he came from the Southern District, a place known for having guys with bad attitudes like his. On the other hand, cared a lot about what people thought of him, since was his friend, wanted to clear things up quickly and keep his name clean. Doesn't even pay attention to him. Instead, he just hits the sports car again, not caring about anything else. The car sped off, its tail lights flashing as more dents and scratches showed up on the back. He walks up to, who's already down on his knees and looking pretty desperate. Without waiting, he tells to bow to his sister right away, making it clear that if doesn't do it himself, he'll force him to. Thinks about reaching out to his sister for help, but she's not letting him off easy. She wants him to handle things on his own this time, pushing him to step up and deal with what he started. Runs out of options and ends up lowering his head in front of Saki. He knows he messed up by sending those girls to bother her, and now he finally owns up to it, showing he's sorry. Isn't finished yet. He points out that the kid's apology was way too quiet for anyone to hear, and makes him repeat it, this time louder. When saw his friend getting embarrassed in front of everyone, he could feel his blood start to boil. He clenched his fists, already thinking about how he'd get back at the new guy. There was no way he was just going to let this slide. Saki nodded, letting everyone know it was cool, and said it was time to head home. She mentioned she'd be hitting up the supermarket tomorrow to grab some rubber. Tells Saki about some department stores nearby where clothes don't cost much. Saki gets pretty hyped, realizing she and are about the same size, so sharing outfits could be a regular thing for them. Could tell what his sister was thinking just by looking at her. He teased her, throwing out a comment about, pointing out that has her beat when it comes to size. It made the moment a little awkward, but also kind of funny, like something you'd see in a meme online. Neither of the women gets what he means. They just look at him, confused, trying to figure out what he's talking about. Says he was just messing around, then steers the conversation somewhere else, acting like nothing happened. When everyone finally wraps up their awkward small talk, gives his sister a nudge, making it clear she should hop into his car. It's time to head home, and he wants them to ride together. It's already dark outside, and the mountain roads aren't exactly safe at this hour. He thinks it's smarter if she just tags along with him for now. Doesn't really like sports cars. She'd much rather skip the ride and just walk back to her dorm, even if it takes longer. Thinks it could be a sports car, but he notices the seats are actually really comfortable. Going down the mountain on that beat-up scooter was pretty much asking for trouble. The thing looked like it could fall apart any second, making the whole ride feel way sketchier than it needed to be. Wonders how could even manage to fit two girls on his scooter, let alone try to give both of them a ride. Both girls have curves, and the scooter isn't exactly built for that kind of load. The whole situation looks pretty awkward, and can't help but picture the scooter struggling under the weight. Nobody even had a chance to respond before a car rolled up out of nowhere. Then steps out looking as rough as ever, spots the guy right away, and wonders why he's showing up now, especially at this hour. He didn't really respond in the usual way. Instead, he started going off about his car, saying it might look pretty basic, but he put in a lot of effort to get it. Thinks about how much he relies on his family for everything, even for something as small as buying socks. Without their help, he knows he wouldn't be able to afford much at all. Just brushes off the comment like it's nothing, and walks over to where and the rest of the group are hanging out. He offers to drive everyone home, cranking up in the car and letting the music fill the ride. Saki doesn't really trust the guy. He looks kind of sketchy, and Saki can't shake the worry that something bad might happen if they stick around him, like maybe he's the type who'd try something weird. Notices that she's starting to look nervous, but he stays calm and tries to reassure her just by the way he acts. He keeps things steady, hoping she'll pick up on his confidence and not get too stressed out. A few seconds later, and the girls jumped into the car, started the engine and drove them out of there, leaving the place behind as they headed off together. Wen and his friend were finally alone. He admitted he'd given it his all, but things just didn't work out the way he hoped. Even after trying everything he could think of, the result was still the same. He hadn't managed to pull it off. Really likes, but he hasn't managed to get close to her. No matter what he tries, she always seems just out of reach. He switches gears and brings up family business. Just shrugs, not really knowing much about it. His sister Maida, though, is always talking things over with their dad, staying in the loop way more than he ever does. Just found out the family business is going too. He lets know that things might get out of hand pretty fast. After that, he brings up something that hits close to home, asking what it would be like if he always had to live in his sister's shadow, never really stepping out on his own. Inside the car, glances over at Shouter, curious about the guy in the tuxedo. He wonders if Shouter knows him or if he's just some random dude. Can't help but notice the way Shouter reacts, trying to figure out if there's a connection between them. Lets it slip that actually comes from one of the richest families in the south part of town, and he's the second son. Most people look down on him because he was always blowing his money on random stuff. Was pretty curious and wanted to know everything that happened. He couldn't help but pay close attention, hoping someone would spill all the details. Turns out they both went to the same school. Back then was always ahead, top of his classes, crushing it in sports and even playing the piano like it was nothing. Science projects, he made them look easy. He also got close with the most popular senior in school. Pretty much everyone looked up to him. Just sits there, clueless about why everyone's acting weird. He honestly doesn't see the problem, but he's not bothered. It's like he's in his own world, minding his business. He remembers how he always got compared to when he was growing up, and honestly, it made things really tough for him. Every little thing he did seemed to be measured against, and it wore him down over time. While they were driving, told to stop the car. She mentioned her dorm was pretty close, so she'd just walk from there. Mentions that the dorm is still pretty far off, so his sister starts talking about the kind of student who always keeps her image spotless. She doesn't want anyone spotting her with a guy. That's why she always says she'll walk back alone. Saki jumps out of the car and heads over too. She wants to hang out and chat with her about their favorite K-pop idols. When they finally had a moment alone, looked at and couldn't help but think about how lucky the guy was dating both and found himself wishing he could be in his shoes. It was hard not to feel a bit envious seeing with two girls who always caught everyone's attention. Makes it clear to everyone that he and the other person are just friends. There's nothing more going on between them. Wastes no time and lets everyone know that he and his crew found the three thugs. They've got them cornered now, ready to deal with whatever comes next. He knows that if gives the signal, he can get the thugs to talk right away and reveal who told them what to do. As soon as hears the news, he panics. The thought of getting into trouble or dragging the police into things makes him really anxious, but stays calm, letting know he doesn't need to worry about any of that. Not long after, they pull up to a sketchy spot where a few good-looking girls stand around, waiting to catch the attention of anyone walking by. They're dressed up and ready, hoping someone will notice them. As soon as pulls up in his regular car, the group crowds around him. They're all curious and want to get to know him better, so a few people ask for his number, hoping they can chill together sometime. Chowder thinks about what he wants, his mind drifting to wilder ideas, but he knows he's got stuff to take care of before he can focus on anything else. The two guys walked into the building, not really sure what to expect next. It turns out to be a hidden nightclub where regular guys like go to chill. The whole place is packed with tons of girls dancing to Justin's songs, and that just makes everything way more intense. Lets everyone know that the guy they're searching for is actually just next door. He's been stuck there for the last 4 days. Stands with a smug look, clearly thinking he's the one in charge. He acts like everyone around here listens to him, and if there's anything important going on, he's the first to know. The way he carries himself, it's obvious he loves being the guy everyone has to go through. A few seconds pass, and one of the workers walks over to see if they need anything. Hears the question, and without hesitating, says he wants security cameras set up in the other room. Everyone around him is caught off guard, not really expecting that answer. It's the kind of thing that makes people pause and wonder what's really going on in his head. The room gets a little tense, and some guys start glancing at each other, trying to figure out if serious or just messing around. The employee just thinks he's messing around. In this secret club, everyone takes privacy super seriously, so nobody ever wants the cops to get involved. Pulls out a single yen coin and offers it as payment, making it clear he's only willing to pay that much if the job gets finished. The employee just stands there, unsure of what to do next. Pulls out 4 more coins, making it 5 yen altogether in his hand. The employee finally gets the point. He nods, deciding to set up some really good cameras all over the room. Not long after, everything's ready to go. Now just has to hang tight and see what happens next. He stands quietly, trying to catch what's happening in the next room. The guy over there seems busy, chatting and laughing with a couple of people who are probably just there to keep him company. The guy explained that a few days back, he set up a plan where he got some scammers into a hospital, hoping to catch a college girl in his trap. Freezes when he hears the news. It's a lot to take in, but deep down, he knows he's finally closing in on the person who's after. The girl looked at him, clearly unsure about what he meant by making things hard. She felt nervous, thinking maybe he was just trying to get her attention. In her mind, she wondered why he had to complicate things when he could just be straightforward with her. The man with the scar smirked, motioning for the other guy to step in closer, like he was about to spill something important. He leaned closer to the girl, thinking about how his boss always tried to act like a hero around everyone, especially when it came to helping girls out. He gets a kick out of seeing people when they're having a tough time. The girl got really nervous as she watched his face. His words made her start to sweat, her heart racing. He kept talking, telling her to really think about it. The plan was to mess up the school beauty's reputation first. Whenever she's at her lowest, the boss shows up. If anyone else was in her shoes, they'd probably feel something too. After that, whatever the boss wants, it just happens. Stuff she definitely wasn't supposed to be thinking about started popping into her head. The girl couldn't help but start rambling, her mind racing. She wondered if the boss was actually some creep, and figured the pretty woman must be having a rough time dealing with him right now. The man frowned, clearly annoyed. Things didn't go as planned. Some random guy messed everything up. He wanted to go after the guy and make him pay, but the guy managed to get away before he could do anything. Yuan watched what was going on between them. He rubbed his chin, thinking back to what the guy said earlier. It all made sense now. No wonder the guy acted the way he did in the room. The girl didn't let up, trying to figure out who was in charge. She pointed at the guy with the scar, wanting answers. The tension in the air got heavier as everyone waited to see what would happen next. He just glared, making it clear he wasn't about to spill any secrets. After that, he told the other guy it was best to stay away from that person from now on. Just then, one of the guys rushed in through the door. He reminded everyone about the hotel meet they had planned for later, and mentioned that it was probably time to get ready for Miss Sue's birthday party. The man clenched his jaw, impatience written all over his face. He wanted everyone to hurry up. Any holdup could mess with the boss's plan, and he knew what would happen if that went wrong. While watching from the other side, Yuan noticed something and started thinking. He figured that behind that scar there was something burning, something hidden and intense. Bang got really angry when he heard about it. He couldn't believe that kid was actually trying to go up against his brother. In his head, there was no way he was going to let someone like that win. He decided he'd teach the guy a lesson and see if he could handle it. Yuan noticed how fired up Bang was and just gave in, letting Bang take charge. He looked over at Bang, letting him know he was about to head out. He wanted to see if Bang was going to stick around or leave too. Bang shot a quick wink and grinned. He looked like he knew there were plenty of girls out there who might be interested in him. He stopped talking midway, looking kind of uncomfortable. Then he quickly switched up what he was saying, acting like he just needed to wait for a moment. Yuan got up from his seat and walked out, letting everyone know to reach out if something came up. As Yuan walked past the pretty girls, he started thinking about what had happened. Sure, had been singled out, but he didn't really see her as one of the main victims. He started to think about what the guy really wanted. Right then, the system kicked in and picked up on the presence of someone seriously dangerous. A message popped up, telling Yuan he needed to find the main victim before time ran out if he wanted a random reward. As soon as he saw this, Yuan glanced around the area, trying to spot whoever he was supposed to help. Old rolled up with his crew, all of them checking out the girl in front of them. She was dressed in a way that definitely got their attention, and they couldn't help but laugh to themselves. Seemed surprised that she actually showed up, but he was also kind of amused. Teacher John showed up in his new outfit, and everyone noticed right away. He wasn't used to dressing up like this, but the attention kind of made him feel good, even if he tried to act cool about it. Some of the guys in class gave him a quick nod, clearly impressed, and a few students in the back were already pulling out their phones, probably thinking this was worth posting. Teacher John just smiled, pretending it was no big deal, but you could tell he was actually a little proud. When Old stretched out toward her teacher, John moved fast to get out of the way. She blushed and remembered how he promised her a 3-month extension if she wore the outfit. Old One couldn't hold back and started laughing. The idea of Teacher John doing something as wild as putting on black stockings just to knock 100 grand off his debt. It sounded way too good to be true, and honestly, kind of ridiculous. Even Old One had a hard time believing stuff like that actually happened. Old Guy walked up to mess with Teacher John. He tossed out a smug look, acting like he was in control. He joked around, making it clear he wasn't taking anything seriously and wanted to see how far he could push things. He acted like if the situation was real, he'd be the next one in line, almost daring the others to react. Teacher John looked nervous as he pointed out that the agreement was obvious. Old tried to calm her down, reminding her to take it easy. He wanted everyone to remember why they were there in the first place, to talk things out. He pointed over to a pole standing nearby, catching Teacher John's attention. The guys thought it would be funny if John climbed up and did a quick dance. Nothing crazy, just a few minutes to mess around. Before Teacher John could even say no, the other guy laid out the deal. If John danced for 5 minutes, he'd get a loan extension for another 3 months. John's face turned red. He had no idea how to dance, and it showed. Old just shrugged it off like it didn't matter. What he really cared about was having the right attitude. He stepped up and gave her a quick pat on the shoulder, trying to encourage her. Teacher John definitely didn't want everyone at school, especially the leaders and classmates, finding out about missing payments on an online loan. With no other options left, Teacher John's hands shook as he nodded. He gave in, hoping the other person would keep their promise this time. Old couldn't help but let out a proud laugh. He looked pretty chill, clearly feeling good about how things were going. With a bunch of guys watching, Teacher John Blush walked up onto the stage. He grabbed the pole, looking a little nervous but trying to play it cool. Old stood there, quietly watching her. He figured that people who had steady jobs would always find a way to pay back what they owed, sooner or later. Darker thoughts started to sneak into his mind. Even now, he realized he still had something left to mess around with. Once the video was in his hands, he realized he could make her do whatever he wanted. He looked pretty satisfied with his dirty thoughts. He never thought that being desperate and taking on this kind of job would actually give him a shot at making a comeback. He remembered how he once begged someone named for another shot. Thinking back on that time just made him angry. Back then, when he was at his lowest, Bai laid on him. She probably thought he'd never bounce back. But now, he was proving everyone wrong. Even after everything, he still had fight left in him. Back on stage, right when Mr. John was getting ready to try his dance move with the pole, Yuan showed up out of nowhere and blocked her path. He wanted to make sure Teacher John didn't get tricked. He didn't expect to see Yuan standing there, and for a second it caught her off guard. Yuan looked serious, like he'd just heard something important. He explained that he'd been listening from the next room and had overheard everything. He made it clear that the guys she was dealing with weren't planning on letting her off easy. Yuan knew they wanted to use what they found out to pressure her, and he wanted her to understand how serious things were getting. Old saw his chance to help get ruined right in front of him. He got angry and rushed forward, demanding to know who this guy was and why he showed up out of nowhere. He looked back with cold eyes, like he barely recognized the person in front of him. It was almost as if he needed a reminder of who was standing there, like all the memories just slipped away. Old picked up on Yuan's presence and jerked back a little. He straightened up and tried to look tougher. He knew he couldn't run from what he owed. Paying back debts was just how things worked, no getting around it. He waited to see what the other person was after. Yuan shot a quick glare, annoyed. In his mind, paying back what you owe was just common sense. Old spotted the same guy showing up again and just sighed to himself. This dude had a habit of showing up whenever things were about to get busy, and couldn't help but get a little annoyed. He really hoped today wouldn't be another one of those days where his plans got thrown off. Yuan turned around, wanting to get their attention. He needed to say something important. While he started talking, everyone in the room focused on him, waiting to hear what he had to say. Everyone looked like they'd just seen something they really didn't want to see. If someone could actually prove that the online loan group was hitting people with insane interest, and getting all sketchy with threats, then all they had to do was pay back what they borrowed in the first place. Teacher John's eyes started to water while she looked relieved and thankful. It almost felt unreal to her. Old Sky tried to step in, raising his voice about the contract and how the rules were clear. But Old wasn't having any of it. He shot him a hard look and shut him down right away, making it clear he didn't want anyone else speaking up. Yuan stared down the old fox in front of him, making it clear with his attitude that if he caught him scamming or messing around with shady loans again, things wouldn't end well. He let the guy feel the weight of what could happen, making sure the warning hit home without needing to say much more. He remembered that the bank had turned him down for credit before, so now he couldn't help but wonder where the money had come from this time. The thought crossed his mind, maybe someone should check into it. Old hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper as he mentioned just the main part of the money. He looked a little desperate, hoping he could at least hold onto something. Yuan shot him a look that said a lot without any words. Catching that stare from across the way, he knew exactly what Yuan meant, and his buddy didn't waste a second. They pressed the button and disappeared right away. As soon as things got tense, decided he was done with the cash. He freaked out and told himself not to get involved anymore, which made his friend just as nervous. His partner scrambled after him, desperate not to get left behind. After everything was done, Yuan and Teacher walked out together. Teacher seemed a bit nervous as they left, trying to find the right words to thank Yuan for his help. Noticed how shy she was, so he went ahead and introduced himself. Teacher John started talking, letting everyone know what was going on with her. He told them that her dad had been in a car accident and needed money fast. She really didn't have any other choice. He didn't push her for more details. Instead, he just gave her some advice, telling her to watch out next time. He knew that people like that always try to take advantage if you let them, so it's better to stand your ground. Teacher John usually tells his students to stay away from online loans, acting like he's got it all figured out. The girl nearby turned red, thinking it was her fault. But when John got caught up in the same mess, he couldn't keep his cool. He just sat there, feeling like he'd messed up big time. Yuan didn't say anything else. He just tried to help her feel a bit better, letting her know it wasn't really her fault. Since it was already late, he decided to order a fake taxi so she could get back to school safely. Teacher John suddenly blocked his way. Now going back to school wasn't even an option. She glanced down at her outfit and seemed unsure about heading back home so late dressed like that. He noticed and came up with a different idea, offering another option. Teacher John wasn't sure at first, but he finally said yes to staying at a hotel. It was late, and the two of them made their way over to a hotel close by. Yuan and his friends stepped into the silent lobby, their footsteps echoing a bit in the empty space. Yuan headed straight to the front desk and let the receptionist know he needed a room. The hotel staff jumped into action, moving fast to handle things. Just a little away from the busy scene, a girl stood around, yawning like she was tired and not really paying attention to what was going on. She spotted Yuan and Teacher John nearby. Yuan let her know he was leaving and gave her the go-ahead to head upstairs. She gave a quick thanks and called him brother before heading off. Heard the news and just froze for a second, not sure what to think. His mind started racing, trying to figure out what was really going on. Teacher John caught herself after saying the wrong thing. She stood there, kind of embarrassed, thinking about how she meant to call the guy Ning's friend, but somehow messed it up. While was lost in her own thoughts, the girl sitting next to her kept trying to get her attention. The manager looked a bit stressed, clearly wanting to talk to about something important. She held out her phone and pointed at the screen, showing a picture. She wanted to know if this was the person he was talking about. Stopped in her tracks when she realized who he was. She looked over at Yuan, her eyes lighting up as everything clicked for her. The manager leaned in and said something quietly, looking really stressed out. Right away, she started to freak out inside, her mind racing about what to do next. He glanced back, clearly impatient, wondering why it was taking so long. The manager stepped in, quietly guiding to the side so he could handle the situation himself. The hotel staff fumbled her words, looking a bit nervous. She let him know the standard room he'd reserved wasn't available anymore. All they had left was this themed super room, and she offered to upgrade him at no extra cost. She waited to see if he was cool with the change. While everyone else is distracted, spots his moment. He doesn't waste any time and quietly ducks out of sight, moving fast and careful, almost like he's got some secret mission. He keeps his head down, hoping nobody notices as he makes his exit. Teacher John started thinking. He was curious about these things and hoped there wouldn't be any sneaky charges hiding somewhere. The manager tried to calm him down, making it clear that the hotel always kept its standards high. If the guests still felt uneasy, the manager was ready to personally show him the room. Yuan couldn't wait any longer, so he just went after them to see what was going on. She led the group down the path, making sure they followed along. Not far off, another couple was heading in their direction, walking slowly and looking around. The nightclub worker leaned in close to Bai Hang, acting all flirty and playful. She seemed curious about something, glancing around like she was on the lookout for candles. It was the kind of move that made Bai Hang wonder what she was really up to, but he just played it cool, not giving much away. He glanced over at Yuan and knew right away who he was. That was his big brother, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Yuan and his group followed someone to an elevator, heading up to their room. The manager pointed out the special elevator that goes straight up to the themed super room. When they saw the elevator, both of them stopped for a second, caught off guard. Yuan couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stared at the theme, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke. It just didn't make sense to him, and he wondered if the others were actually going along with it. The manager tried to calm everyone down. He said all the stuff in the room, like the waterbed, those rings hanging from the ceiling, and even a double bathtub was all included. No extra charges or anything. Teacher John was walking around the room, just checking things out. When she pulled back a curtain, something startled her and she jumped, letting out a quick yell. Yuan looked over and could tell something was off. He watched his friend closely, trying to figure out what was going on. Inside, they spotted some wild-looking toys, the kind people use when they're looking for a crazy night and maybe a sore back in the morning. Both of them just stood there, totally still, for a few seconds, not really sure how to react. Teacher John started to freak out a little and needed someone to clear things up. The manager noticed and calmly explained that everything there was single-use, safe, and clean. He even mentioned that if John was cool with it, he could take the whole set home for free. His cheeks turned bright red. Noticing this, she quickly came up with a reason to head out. The manager didn't stick around. He left the room in a hurry, making it clear that if anything came up, he could always be reached. Yuan glanced at Teacher John, not really sure what to do. He wasn't the type to stick around when things got weird, so he made up his mind to head out. Figuring it was better to leave than hang around and deal with things he didn't want to, Yuan told himself Teacher John could handle the rest of the night. It wasn't the easiest thing to walk away, but that's what he did. Just then, she reached for his hand, like she was about to say something important. Teacher John looked down, a little nervous, but he finally opened up and shared what was on his mind with Yuan. When he saw that look on Teacher John's face, he started to wonder what was even going on with his life. He waited, kind of tense, ready for whatever the teacher was about to drop on him. She was still blushing, clearly embarrassed about what happened. She felt pretty bad as she remembered the whole thing with Ning in the dorm. At first, she didn't realize the real story, but later it all made sense. Someone else was actually behind what happened to Ning. Now, thinking back, she wished she'd known sooner and wanted to make things right. She kept talking, admitting that as a teacher, she should noticed what was really going on way earlier. She realized she hadn't paid enough attention or taken the time to really get her students. She felt bad about it and apologized to them both, hoping they'd understand. Yuan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Turns out it was just that. He tried to reassure her, letting her know that the bully had already been taken care of. Ning was getting a new place to stay, a single apartment, so she'd have her own space. He wanted Teacher John to know everything was under control. She hesitated for a moment, then tried to get more information. She wanted to know where Ning lived now, planning to reach out to her personally about what happened. He just smiled and nodded, showing he was cool with it. The story moved to a different place. Yuan waited by the elevator, glancing around. Someone started walking toward him, catching his attention. Bihang walked up with a big grin, looking pretty pleased with himself. He seemed happy to finally spot something that could trip his brother up. For once, it looked like he had the upper hand. One of the guys let out a cold laugh and shot a look his way, clearly not taking him seriously. He flashed a smug grin, like he knew something and was proud of it. He had noticed him earlier, bringing a girl upstairs, and now he wanted everyone else to know it too. He gave a quick, confident smile. The moment wasn't exactly perfect, but he seemed ready to help, casually offering to grab a drink to help out. Yuan didn't pay him any attention. He turned away and cast his fishing line out. He just met someone his sister knew, just to check that she was all right and getting some rest. Hang just wouldn't let it go and kept poking around. It was like he acted all serious in the morning, but by midnight, he switched it up and turned all sweet. Just then, the manager walked over to Yuan, looking a bit unsure as he tried to get his attention. She watched him closely, clearly worried he might walk out. She wondered if he was upset about how they'd set things up. Yuan didn't stick around or try to explain himself. He just brushed them off, acting like he never planned to stay in the first place. It was clear he didn't care what anyone thought, and he definitely wasn't looking for approval. The manager's concern grew stronger as he realized the inspection had come out of nowhere. He started thinking about what could go wrong and wondered if the guest had noticed anything off. Hoping to keep everything smooth, the manager tried to reassure the guest in his own way, ready to sort out any problems as fast as possible. The hotel staff stood by, waiting to jump in if needed. When heard about the surprise inspection, he just froze, not sure what to think. The female manager standing nearby went pale, looking like she'd just seen something she really didn't want to deal with. She tried to play it cool, but it was pretty clear she was caught off guard. Yuan walked over, curious about what was going on. The closer he got, the more nervous she seemed. She tried to explain herself, saying it was because he was now the biggest shareholder in the company. She pulled out her phone, catching Yuan off guard. After checking something for a second, she turned the screen toward him. Turns out an announcement had just dropped, and she'd seen it immediately. Yuan started to wonder if she thought he was there to check up on things without warning. Right then, the system popped up with a notification. The limited time mission was done, and the reward kicked in. Now he had control over the HUA group. Now he finally got it. He realized that was the reward he hadn't looked at before. Who was standing right by him, noticed what just happened. With a grin, leaned in, clearly enjoying the moment and not missing the chance to poke some fun. He kept up the teasing, making sure his friend knew he'd been caught in the act. He went out of his way to make sure no one would find out, even booking a different hotel just so he could relax and have a good time. Compared to him, the other rich kids people knew really didn't measure up. Yuan didn't waste time. He just pointed at the guy and told the female manager to check everything, his details and the papers of whoever was with him. Yuan made it clear that if anything was missing, the manager shouldn't let them check in. She just nodded politely, letting him know she got the message. Bai looked a bit annoyed. He'd already set everything up, thinking things were good to go, but now, getting told to move spots just kind of threw everything off for him. The whole vibe he'd worked for was basically gone, and he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He couldn't talk the guy into changing his mind, so he turned to the manager for help. He let her know that his brother actually knew the boss pretty well, and all of this was just a joke. Yuan stepped over the scattered trash and empty plates, not bothering to look back as he headed out of the hotel. The next morning, sunlight slipped into every corner of the room, soft and calm. Yuan woke up to the smell of something cooking, and someone in the kitchen wanted to know what he thought of the braised pork. He sat there, hyped up, giving props like he used to back in school. The smell in the air brought back those memories, making everything feel familiar and kind of comforting. Mrs. Shen gave a gentle smile, looking relieved as she watched him eat. She seemed grateful, almost like his presence alone had helped her recover. Her face looked brighter and healthier, with a quiet happiness that showed she was finally feeling better. Heading out to dance was easy for him. While he was there, an older guy actually came up and asked for his WeChat. Just then, Hyping walked up to and leaned in close. He told that the big payment he'd made, over 700,000 yuan, was going to be refunded soon. The rest of the money would come back to him bit by bit. He frowned right away, annoyed, and wanted his stuff back as soon as possible. He figured he should just make some cash and get the marriage with Kay sorted out to keep Aunt Shen happy. Hyping frowned and let out a long sigh, clearly wishing no one would bring it up. Yuan could tell what was really going on with the guy. He didn't bother pretending or playing along. He just wanted the truth, so he waited for the other guy to get straight to the point. Hyping finally stopped pretending everything was fine and let it out. Lately, Kay hadn't been around much. It was like she was dodging him on purpose. Barely any messages, barely any talks. Just silence, like when your notifications dry up for no reason. Yuan heard the news and started thinking. He remembered that Kay worked at the auto show. That got Hyping interested, and he wanted to know what was up. Yuan's question caught his attention, and he waited for Yuan to explain more. Yuan set his chopsticks aside right away. He was ready to head out, thinking it was the perfect chance to check out some cars. After that, the two of them headed over to this really tall, impressive building just past the street. Guys were checking out cars. GK spotted them hanging around and started wondering what brother was doing there. He felt curious, a little surprised, and tried to figure out what was up. Hyping took a step forward, noticing that Yuan was there to check out the cars. Since Hyping already knew the place and the people, he offered to help Yuan get to know everyone and show him around. She gave an awkward smile, trying to play it cool. Since she actually had nothing else going on, she nodded and followed her brother, heading off together. Hyping spotted that something was off with Kay. He glanced down and saw her knee looking pretty bad. Right away, he got concerned and wanted to know what was up. She didn't want anyone to notice, so she came up with a quick excuse. She said she'd just run into something by accident, hoping that would be enough for everyone to move on and not ask too many questions. He started to get even more anxious, his mind racing as he kept asking what had happened. He wanted to know exactly what Kay had bumped into and how it happened, but Kay didn't give any real answers. She just shrugged it off, clearly not wanting to talk about it, which only made him more uneasy. One of her coworkers noticed what happened and gave her a look, clearly judging her for getting help from someone with money. Another coworker walked over, making a comment about how she was supposed to carry some stuff, but ended up handing it off to a client instead, acting like she had no shame at all. Hyping's face tightened, looking pretty uneasy. He didn't get what was going on and thought, this is his girlfriend after all. He looked over at her, checking if these people were actually her coworkers. She nodded, not really sure how else to answer. Yuan couldn't stay quiet any longer. He stepped in, looking over at Kay and noticing two coworkers nearby. They both looked oddly similar, almost like they came from the same factory or something. Yuan wondered when Kay had started working at a place that focused on cosmetic surgery, since his colleagues seemed to have that perfectly polished look. The whole thing felt a bit off, and Yuan couldn't help but point it out. GK's boyfriend stood there while one of the colleagues kept making fun of him, clearly looking down on him for not having much money. Another person person nearby joined in, piling on the insults, calling him broke and saying he looked old-fashioned. She even bragged about spending more on her face treatments than both their yearly salaries put together. Kay glared at the two girls who'd been giving her a hard time. She tried to keep her cool, but you could tell she was ticked off. Inside, she wondered why, if they had so much money, they hadn't bothered to pay her back for what she lost yesterday. It bugged her, and she couldn't just let it slide. The colleague with long hair just brushed it off, acting like nothing was his fault. He stood there, not really caring, and basically blamed everything on the other guy. In his mind, if someone couldn't even walk straight and drop the stuff, that was their own problem. He clearly didn't think he should pay for any of it. They both started making fun of Kay. One of them joked that she must lost her mind because she's broke. Then, they laughed about how she should just ask the floor for cash after she fell. Dyke's face lost all its color as she pointed at them. She remembered exactly what happened. She hadn't just fallen. Someone had stuck their foot out and tripped her when she walked by. Thinking back to what happened, Kay had been carrying a box of stuff when the mean guy with long hair ran into her. She almost stumbled, trying to keep her balance. Her knees slammed into the ground, sending a sharp jolt up her legs. The pain hit fast, but she barely noticed. All she could think about was what just happened, her mind racing as she tried to catch her breath. Everything around her seemed to fade, and for a second she just stayed there, heart pounding, trying to pull herself together. She hit the ground hard, landing flat. The long-haired guy from work just stood there, clearly enjoying the moment. He pointed out that the spot she'd messed up was worth $2,000, making it obvious she'd have to cover the cost. Once Hyping realized what had happened, he felt bad for Kay. Now it made sense how Kay got those scrapes. It probably hurt more than he let on. Even though he was the one injured, Kay tried to make Hyping feel better, brushing it off like it was nothing. The two women at work kept making fun of her, throwing little jabs and rolling their eyes whenever she was around. They clearly didn't believe she was as innocent as she acted, and every time she got a new order, they seemed to think she was just faking it to get ahead. Even when she tried to keep to herself, their attitudes didn't change. He grabbed her hand and shot a cold look at the two girls who'd been messing with her. He wasn't letting this slide. His stare made it clear he wanted them to own up to what they'd done. He grabbed the long-haired girl's hand, his face tight with anger. He wasn't going to let anyone talk down to his girlfriend, not on his watch. He stood his ground, making it clear he wanted her to apologize. The girl with her hair in a bun gave a sharp look, clearly annoyed and fired up. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl looked around for backup, trying to get someone's attention and hoping they'd step in to help. Right then, her backup showed up. It was Mr. Yang. He didn't waste any time making it clear he was there for his top students, looking around for whoever messed with them. The energy in the room shifted as everyone noticed Mr. Yang wasn't someone to mess with. He headed over to Hyping and the two girls who always seemed to cause trouble. Right away, the girl with the long hair started whining, pointing at him and his friends. She acted like they'd done something terrible, saying they grabbed her hand and made a big deal out of it, trying to get everyone's attention. Was checking out the cars when she spotted Yuan nearby. She spotted and wondered why he showed up. When he heard her voice, Yuan looked over and spotted. She told him she was shopping for her dad and wanted to know what was going on. Inside the auto show, Mr. Yang stood across from his friends, arms crossed, looking like he owned the place. The two girls who always seemed to cause trouble were right there with him, sticking close. Mr. Yang eyed Scroop, sizing them up, and made it clear he wasn't there for small talk. He wanted to know if was really friends with Miss. The air was tense, and everyone could tell this wasn't going to be a friendly meeting. He figured if the guy just apologized to the people he cared about, then maybe he'd be able to let the whole thing go. Yuan looked at him with a smug grin, clearly trying to get under his skin. Yuan's attitude made it obvious he wasn't taking anything seriously and just wanted to mess with him. He ignored Yuan completely and turned his attention to. It was obvious he wasn't interested in playing nice, especially after how Yuan acted. The mood in the room shifted, and you could tell things were about to get tense. Looked at him calmly and let him know that if he wanted to act out, that was his choice, but he'd have to deal with whatever happened next. When spoke, he just stared, completely caught off guard. His mind raced as he tried to figure out what she really meant. Folded her arms, standing her ground. She made it clear she meant what she said, not backing down at all. Right now, she wasn't even thinking about any deals or promises they'd made before. Those could wait. Mr. Yang glanced over at, curious about what was really going on between him and Miss. He couldn't help but notice how much attention she gave, and it made him wonder why she seemed to care about this guy so much. The two girls hanging out behind him started acting all flirty and dramatic. They clearly didn't want to say sorry to the girl they'd messed with. Just the idea of apologizing seemed super embarrassing to them, like it would mess with their image in front of everyone. Even for the guy they were with, they thought it would be too much, so they just kept up their act, not wanting to back down. He sat there thinking, knowing that if he lost that family's order, he'd be out more than $1 million in profit. The girl with her hair tied up in a bun leaned in, her voice soft but clear. She told him that if he treated her well, she'd do the same for him. It was one of those moments that felt both simple and serious, like she was laying down the rules, but in her own chill way. He could tell she meant it, and it stuck with him, making him wonder what would happen next between them. The girl with long hair grinned and stuck out her tongue, teasing like she was in on some secret. It was the kind of move that made things suddenly feel different, not so serious. When he caught what she meant, his face changed. He couldn't help but look at her with a hungry sort of interest, a look that said he was definitely thinking about what could happen next. He ignored all the usual logic and just brushed everything off, pretty much making it clear that his favorite person wasn't to blame for any of this. If anyone had a problem with that, he didn't care. He even said they could go ahead and call the cops if they wanted. Didn't let up. He stood his ground, making it clear he wasn't going to back away. He even went as far as saying he wanted to take back the deal they had just agreed on. Yuan reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder, making her pause. He let her know she didn't have to go any further, quietly letting her know it was all right. He turned around and headed for the exit. Just stood there, watching him leave with a blank look on her face. Mr. Yang looked pretty pleased with himself, a little grin spreading across his face like he just pulled off something clever. Yuan walked out of the auto show with Kay and close by. The three of them still caught up in the excitement from earlier. Realized he'd messed up and felt kind of bad, so he apologized too. Didn't seem bothered at all, just shrugged it off and let know it wasn't a big deal. Couldn't help but smile, surprised at how chill was acting today. He really thought would be tougher on him, but instead, things went way smoother than he expected. He turned around, surprised by what just said. He wondered if she really thought he was the type to hold grudges. Without hesitating, made it clear she did. Hyping jumped in too, making things even crazier. Honestly, she had a point. Yuan glanced over at and gave her a compliment out of nowhere, calling her kind. Wasn't expecting that at all. She looked a bit confused, not really sure what Yuan meant by it. Inside the auto show, the two girls stuck close to Mr. Yang, making sure he felt like the center of attention. They kept hyping him up, tossing out compliments and acting like he was the coolest guy in the room. Mr. Yang looked pretty pleased with himself, clearly enjoying all the focus they were giving him. His phone buzzed in his pocket, letting him know someone just texted. He pulled it out, popped it open, and started making fun of the guy in his head. He thought the kid was just trying too hard to impress him. Not long ago, that same kid had just violet looking all embarrassed. Out of nowhere, Mr. Yang's face shifted. His eyes got big, like he just heard something he couldn't believe. The news hit him hard. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea of stopping the delivery of goods. It just didn't make sense to him. He took his time reading the message, trying to make sense of it. This wasn't just a pause. Every single car brand had suddenly pulled out and stopped sending their stuff for the expo. The news hit him hard, and he couldn't help but think about what this meant for everyone involved. If this turned out to be real, every order that didn't go through would end up costing a lot to make up for. Mr. Young put his hands on his head, trying to process what just happened. He couldn't believe it. Someone had managed to do something he thought was impossible, and he kept thinking about who could pull it off. His thoughts kept going back to that stubborn kid, and the idea bothered him more and more. Right at that moment, the girl with her hair in a bun smiled, not noticing anything was off. She looked over, waiting for a response, still totally relaxed. Mr. Y lost his cool and snapped at her. He couldn't stand seeing her like that and just wanted her gone, so he turned around and yelled for her to leave. He turned to the girl with the long hair, not letting her off the hook either. He told both of them to leave. Outside the auto show, stood there, grinning as he checked his phone, sunlight making him squint. He just shrugged and kept his voice calm, acting like it wasn't a big deal. He figured if things went wrong, he'd just end up collecting a few million in penalties, assuming they could actually pay up. The car sped down the road, and someone in the backseat glanced out the window, watching the city lights blur by. Everyone inside was quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. There was an unspoken tension, but no one wanted to break the silence. Had just picked up a new car, and his friend was already behind the wheel. The friend seemed pretty excited, but deep down, couldn't help but wonder if letting someone else drive was the best idea. He watched as his friend handled the steering, hoping nothing bad would happen to his fresh ride. Yuan kicked back in the back seat, grinning to himself. He treated the whole thing like some kind of test. Kay teased him about being a personal driver, not really expecting Yuan to agree. But Yuan just nodded, totally fine with it. Honestly, the deal wasn't bad, good perks, decent treatment, so he didn't mind going along with it. Kay didn't hesitate to say yes. If his brother trusted him, that was all he needed. He didn't care much about the pay. He figured his brother would handle it fair enough. What mattered most to Kay was that this job wouldn't be a headache like it was with Mr. Y. He just wanted things to go smoothly this time. Hyping sat in the passenger seat, still pretty mad, thinking about those guys at the auto show who had messed with him. Jack wished he'd told earlier. He kept quiet because he knew her mom had been sick lately, and he didn't want to pile on more stress. He figured he could just deal with things on his own. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, just a small problem he could handle. Tried to reassure him with a smile, but Hipping couldn't shake off the guilt. He hated that Jack had to go through all of that alone. With him by her side, she felt safe. She knew things wouldn't be so tough as long as he was there. Yuan, who was hanging back a little, jumped in and offered to drive too. He tried to keep things chill, making sure he wasn't stepping on anyone's toes. Yuan's expression changed fast. He threw his hands up, warning the others just as the brakes screeched. The car jerked forward and stopped just in time, barely missing the white sedan in front. Kay realized he messed up and quickly tried to fix it, calling by the right title. He wanted to show respect, especially since everyone was watching. The car pulled up next to a tall tower. Elle was already there, waiting. When he saw him, Elle gave a quick grin, clearly recognizing him right away. It was obvious from the look on his face that he remembered everything, and he seemed pretty amused to see a familiar face after all this time. Yuan had called her down in a hurry. She looked at him, waiting to find out what he needed from her. Yuan casually draped an arm around Ye's shoulder, introducing her to as the new driver. He kept it simple, letting know that Ye would be taking care of the driving from now on. The atmosphere stayed chill, with Yuan making sure everyone knew their roles. Couldn't help but smile a little. Having a personal driver was something he wasn't used to, and it definitely caught his attention. It felt kind of cool, like he was getting VIP treatment for once. Kay grinned and pointed over at the car, letting Lee know it was for him. Their sister and brother had already set up a new ride just for Lee. Yuan chimed in too, encouraging Lee to check it out and see how it felt. Walked over and gave Yuan some credit for doing the right thing. He mentioned how renting the office building for Yuan had actually paid off. Then, he told Yuan to quit messing around and head upstairs to check things out. Right then, his phone started buzzing. He paused what he was doing and checked the screen. Teacher John picked up the call, curious about what was going on. When he heard what she said, his face turned serious. Someone had actually managed to sneak into Lining's dorm. He didn't waste any time. He got up and headed out right away. He told to show Kay around and help him get used to everything. Meanwhile, he had something else to take care of. Just let out a sigh and agreed, already knowing it was going to be one of those days. He turned away and walked off. Kay just stood there watching him leave. Watched him walk away, his eyes soft. Inside, he promised himself that next time he wouldn't let him disappear at the women's dorm again. The dorm manager spotted Boone sneaking into the women's dorm and came after him with a broom, clearly not happy. Boone bolted, scrambling to get away as the manager yelled after him, waving the broom. Boone tried to explain himself while running, but the manager wasn't having any of it. He just wanted to get out of there before things got worse. Teacher quickly moved between the dorm manager and holding her arms out to shield him. She tried to calm things down, but the dorm manager wasn't having it. She gripped her broom tightly, still trying to get past Teacher. Was out of breath, standing behind them, wishing things would just cool off. The dorm manager glared at him, not buying the idea that any real student would go around picking locks. Yuan took a step back and bumped right into. His face went pale when he glanced up. Without thinking, Yuan grabbed his own face, trying to process what just happened. Tried to make a run for it, but someone grabbed his hand and yanked his arm out of the way, pushing it up so he couldn't move. He froze, caught off guard, not sure what was going to happen next. Winced, clutching his hand as pain shot through his fingers. His face twisted, and he bit back a cry, knowing right away something was wrong. The ache was sharp and he could barely move his hand. He pressed the flaps down and ran some tape along the edge, making sure the box stayed closed. Teacher John turned around and spotted holding down with one arm across his body, while his other hand clamped tightly around his wrist. She started telling the story about what went down in the dorm. She seen outside, catching him as he headed up the stairs and decided to follow him in. He noticed the guy looking around, checking out his surroundings. He reached into his bag and grabbed a wire. Teacher John ducked behind the wall, quietly watching as the kid messed around with the lock, trying to open it without getting caught. Sat on the floor, his hands tied up. Remembered how she told Teacher John what happened. After that, she went and got the dorm manager, then called for help. She gave him the notebook, the one he'd risked sneaking into his room for. Now he finally had the chance to check if it actually mattered. Ian looked it over and realized it was the new energy plan. He lifted his notebook and looked over at Teacher. Something about it seemed off. It didn't look like the one he was supposed to have. Teacher noticed right away and explained that it was actually number 207. It looked like he had just grabbed the wrong notebook by mistake. Let her know that Teacher John's room was actually across from 207, in room 209. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she tried to process what just happened. She rushed over and pulled the tape off Buff's mouth. Right away, she felt bad for what she'd done, realizing she'd messed up. She started blaming herself, wondering how she could have gotten the room number wrong in the first place. She untied, and right away, he got all snappy with her. Meanwhile, he headed over to his sister's room to grab something, acting like it was no big deal. But deep down, he knew he needed answers. If she didn't explain things soon, he wasn't just going to let it slide. He jumped a little when the notebook slid off his lap and hit the floor. Didn't look impressed. He just stared and raised an eyebrow like he was calling the dude out. It was almost like he was daring him. Everyone could tell he was thinking about telling the sister what just happened. The room suddenly felt a bit tense, and nobody was sure what would do next. He turned her down right away, making it clear that whatever was going on was just between him and his sister. Suddenly, a good-looking police officer hurried over, asking who had called for help. The dorm manager showed up right away, looking serious. Was sitting on the floor, clearly upset. He pointed straight at, trying to blame him for what happened. He claimed hit him and said someone else was the reason his arm was hurt. The officer who showed up was Manting. She narrowed her eyes, clearly annoyed. She wondered who this guy was and why he seemed to be looking for trouble. She motioned for to follow her, deciding they should head back and figure things out before doing anything else. Out of nowhere, she glanced up, clearly surprised when she saw Yuan. At the same time, Yuan realized it was Manting standing there. Yuan sat in the chair, fidgeting and clearly uncomfortable. He kept glancing around, looking like he wished he could just get up and leave the room. Manting paused for a moment, checking out both sides of the situation. He kept it low-key, just taking everything in before making his next move. Before anyone asked what they thought, both of them jumped in and started sharing their opinions. Mew didn't even pause before answering. He let them know the charges were being dropped, sounding straightforward and sure of his decision. She stood up and motioned for her little brother to follow her. Just sat there, not believing what he was hearing. He couldn't understand why she'd even think of letting it go, especially since he could barely move his arm. The whole thing caught him off guard, and he just stared at her, still hurting and frustrated. Grabbed his arm, his face sweaty and tense. He kept pointing at the other guy, clearly expecting an apology and some kind of payback for what happened. Finally had enough. He glared at, clearly annoyed, and let his frustration show. It was obvious he was tired of causing problems and wasn't willing to let it slide anymore. She kept going, determined to make her point. She wasn't interested in arguing about paperwork right now. She reminded him that with her and watching him, he had promised not to cause any trouble. Plus, their family sent him his own spending money every month, so it's not like he was left out. Mew turned away, his face set and serious. He knew he wasn't being listened to, so he decided to play his next card. If things kept going like this, he'd just get their parents to cut off the allowance. Felt scared and rushed after his sister. He really didn't want her to go through with whatever she had in mind. Even though he wanted to argue, he gave in right away, deciding it was better to listen to her for now. Thought maybe they could just go back home instead. He remembered going to check the documents, partly because he wanted to help her out, not just for himself. Still, a voice in his head warned him that she could be hiding something. Tried to keep his cool, acting careful, but also looking like he wasn't sure what else to do. He just nodded along, hoping to convince his sister that he'd handle things better next time. Mew let out a quiet sigh, but couldn't help watching out for her little brother. She checked if his arm was still hurting, and decided she'd take him to the hospital if he needed it. Stopped trying to act tough. He moved his arm around a bit, testing it out, and realized it didn't hurt like before. He managed a small grin, showing he was all right. Without making a big deal out of it, he looked over at his sister, ready to head off for something to eat. Yuan just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Since the other side had dropped the charges, he figured there was nothing left holding him back, so he got ready to leave. Yuan was about to walk away, but someone called out from behind him. The tone was serious enough to make him freeze in his tracks. Manting sat back and crossed her legs, letting him know what was going on. The charges being dropped just meant the civil case was done. But if his exam report showed anything more serious than a small injury, things could get a lot worse. Then it would turn into a criminal case. She pulled out her handcuffs and kept going, ready to make the arrest. Yuan's face went pale. He wanted to know where the results were. Manting just smiled, acting calm, and let him know that the results weren't out yet. Outside the room, Mr. John happened to catch Manting's words and started to get really anxious. He couldn't stop thinking about what he heard. Arrest, getting in trouble with the law. That sounded way more serious than he expected. She rushed over and opened the door, her heart beating fast. She wanted to help, ready to tell the truth to the officer. He acted that way without meaning to, so there's a chance the cops might go easier on him. Manting couldn't figure out why Teacher John called him that. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit confused. Teacher John, caught off guard, realized she had let something slip. Her heart skipped a beat as she tried to play it cool, but inside she was a little nervous about what just happened. Yuan could tell things might get out of hand, so he motioned for Teacher John to head back for the moment. He figured it was better to deal with things on his own, at least for now. If anything serious happened, he knew he could call on Teacher John later if he needed backup. Teacher John was uncertain, clearly not thrilled about leaving, but Yuan tried to put her at ease, letting her know he had it covered. Teacher John finally stepped back. He was heading off to get started on the report, but he let everyone know they could reach out to him whenever they needed. Yuan stood just inside the room, quietly humming to himself. He glanced over at the doorway and caught a glimpse of Teacher John walking out, looking kind of rushed and awkward. Yuan just watched him go, not really sure what was up, but it was obvious the teacher wanted to get out of there fast. Manting quietly got his attention. She couldn't help messing with him a little, poking fun about his type. After all these years without a word from him, it kind of made sense. Maybe he'd moved on and forgotten all about her. Yuan fidgeted, feeling a little awkward. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but remember how she had broken up with him before. So Manting was actually his first love. Well, if you want to get technical, she was his upperclassman back in the day. Now, years later, running into her at the police station of all places, and she's the one arresting him. Talk about an awkward way to bump into someone from your past. Manting turned away, acting like she was on board with what was said. Inside, though, she was just playing along. Nearby, a younger guy seemed clueless, thinking his senior was someone special. Yuan, maybe feeling awkward, quickly tried to clear things up, saying there was nothing going on. She was just Ning's homeroom teacher. A little while later, a policeman came in and handed Manting the test results. Manting took the report quietly, her mind still processing everything. Manting looked down at the results she was holding. She let the other person know it wasn't anything serious, just a minor injury. Yuan had been waiting for this moment, hoping he could finally leave. But just as he was about to go, Manting held him back, making it clear he wasn't done yet. She grabbed her cap, tossed it on, and let everyone know she was done with her shift. Without wasting any time, she headed out, hinting they should all go shopping together. Manting reached the fancy apartment and unlocked the door. She leaned down to slip off her shoes and waved for Yuan to follow her inside. Yuan stood there, totally confused. He remembered Officer WG saying something about going shopping, but somehow they'd ended up at WG's place instead. This wasn't what he'd expected at all, and he couldn't help but wonder what was really going on. Manting stayed cool and just looked down at his clothes, wondering if he should go change. He didn't seem bothered or in a rush, just kind of chill about the whole thing. She grabbed Yuan's arm and yanked him inside the house, moving fast and not really caring if he was ready or not. Yuan's heart started pounding. He could tell she had something planned, and it made him nervous. He really hoped they could just talk things out, but he had no clue what she was about to do. He checked out the room and just stood there, taking in the disaster in front of him. Clothes were everywhere, stuff piled up on the floor and desk, and it looked like nobody had cleaned up in ages. It was definitely worse than he expected, and he wondered how anyone could even find anything in here. Manting's voice came from inside the room, sounding a bit matter-of-fact. She called Yuan over right when she needed help cleaning up, and he stood there, still trying to process why she'd singled him out for the job. Yuan looked pretty confused, not sure if he was supposed to be flattered or annoyed. Manting stretched out on the bed, totally relaxed like he was at home. He remembered how the other guy used to help him clean up back in school. Not everyone got to do that, so Manting figured his friend should get moving and not waste the chance. Yuan nodded and got to work, picking up around the room for her. While he was busy cleaning, Manting kept an eye on him, tossing out questions about his past relationships. She seemed pretty curious about how many girls he'd dated lately, not letting him off the hook as he worked. He could tell something was off. It was obvious the other person wasn't being straight with him, and he wasn't about to let it slide. He watched closely, not missing any details, wanting the real story and nothing else. Yuan admitted he'd only had one real girlfriend before, and they weren't together anymore. He seemed a little uncomfortable talking about it, but he got it out anyway. Manting didn't say anything. He just ran up and kicked the guy. Yuan looked pretty confused when Manting suddenly stuck her sweaty toes close to his face. She acted like she was upset, kind of playing it up, as if she couldn't believe he'd even question her. She made it seem like she'd been loyal for years and was almost offended that he'd doubt her. Yuan reached out and grabbed her ankle, his hand tight and unsteady. Thoughts raced through his mind. Since the breakup, shouldn't he be free to see whoever he wants? He wondered if anyone actually cared, or if it was just some weird rule he'd never heard of. Manting shook her head when he brought it up. She wouldn't admit to breaking up with him. He remembered how she just left without saying anything, not even a reason. It felt like she ended things right there, even if she never actually said the words. He started to think about it. Where did you even go? He'd already asked a bunch of people, but didn't get any answers. Manting didn't go easy on him. She had a rule. If he wanted to find out what she knew, he had to fold her bras first. Yuan listened to and started folding the underwear just like she said. While he was busy with the laundry, she pulled out her phone and quietly recorded the moment, not wanting to miss out on something this funny. He bumped into the camera right as it was about to catch proof of what had just happened. If something like that ever got out, it could really mess up a girl's reputation. Yuan stared, totally caught off guard. He couldn't believe how seriously the other guy was taking fishing. It was like watching a cop scope out a crime scene or something. Manting held her phone close, a small, sneaky smile spreading across her face. Manting noticed he wasn't on board, so she tried to pressure him. She made it clear that if he didn't do what she wanted, she could easily let his uncle and Ning know about the way he was acting. He frowned, not looking happy at all, and just gave up. He wanted to know what the other person was after. She held up her phone and sounded kind of sarcastic. Honestly, she hadn't figured everything out yet, but one thing was set. Next week, she wanted him to help pick out a present for her dad's 60th birthday. His attitude switched fast. He just shrugged, acting like he might show up if he wasn't busy, but she wasn't having it. She reached out and grabbed Yuan by the collar, clearly not letting him off the hook. She wanted to make sure he understood how serious she was. She got up fast, reaching over to nudge his head down, clearly hyped about heading out to shop. He couldn't help but notice she was still in her pajamas and pointed it out, a little amused she hadn't even changed yet. She opened up her wardrobe and waited for him to decide which outfit he wanted to see her wear. She slipped on her glasses with a grin, switching up her vibe like it was nothing. One second, she looked all serious like she could run the place. The next, she was pulling off that innocent schoolgirl look, acting like she could ace any class. It was almost like she was showing off how easily she could change it up, having a little fun with it. Yuan saw her and his face turned red. Out of nowhere, her phone started ringing. She frowned, annoyed that someone would call so late. He answered the call, realized they needed more cops on the scene, and got ready to head over. He noticed she was caught up with something and just gave her a quick wink, figuring she probably didn't have time for him right then. She raised her hand, pointing towards something going on in the distance. There was clearly some kind of emergency happening over there, and she wanted everyone to notice. He stepped out onto the balcony, rubbing his eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. Everything seemed normal. He scanned the street below, looking for any sign of trouble, maybe smoke or a crowd, but there was nothing. The whole place just felt weirdly quiet, and he couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that something was off. She leaned in, closing the gap between them. Without really thinking, he turned his head, and suddenly their lips brushed together. She pointed to her lips, making it clear she wanted him to remember her, like it was something important he couldn't mess up or ignore. After that, she turned around and headed out, sliding her police cap back on as she went. He watched her walk away, knowing it was time for him to step up and do the right thing. Upholding justice was exactly the kind of thing this guy would talk about. He stretched his arms and thought about all the stuff he still had to do. It was probably time to get back to his own work. Director Jin showed up on the screen in front of a tall building, looking serious. Yuan watched as Jin let him know they were all set, spoke up, standing next to him, wondering what was so important that they had been called out like this. Everyone was waiting to hear what they needed to do. He didn't bother hiding how annoyed he was. He made it clear he wasn't interested in any deals or business talk. Instead, he'd come just to call someone out. The old man couldn't figure out what was going on and looked confused. He raised his voice, annoyed at the group. He couldn't believe these guys, all gathered together, probably making enough money to boost half the southern district. He had asked them to dig up some info on a person, but they still hadn't managed to get it done. Honestly, he thought even some regular rich kid could have handled it better than this crew. The other three looked a little nervous as they tried to explain themselves. They weren't really pros at tracking people down, and it showed. They shifted around, hoping that would be enough to get them off the hook. There were special teams just for that kind of job. If someone needed to check out a company, these guys promised they could handle it better and faster than anyone else. He gave a small smile. He actually had a company in mind that he wanted someone to look into. This time, things were different. There was no competition, no waiting around for offers. He just stepped up and dropped a serious promise, $1 billion for each person. The goal was clear. He wanted them to build a top-notch intelligence team that answered only to him. From now on, every bit of information would be collected and kept in one place, right under his control. The three of them just froze, not sure if they heard that right. $1 billion? That number was wild. They looked at each other, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke. Meanwhile, the guy just shrugged, acting like it was no big deal, totally relaxed about it. He thought about it for a second. 11 billion sounded like a massive number at first, but when he did the math, it was just a few thousand yuan. For him, that wasn't much, barely half a month's profit. Setting up his own little information network with that kind of money actually seemed like a steal. The director of ABC Trust Company laughed quietly. He wanted to reassure the man across from him. For most companies, if his team at Welcome agreed to something, then everything would stay open and nothing would be hidden. It was almost like an inside rule everyone knew. If Welcome was on board, there weren't going to be any secrets. He even points out stuff like when the bathroom's empty, just so you know. After hearing the news, he started giving orders. He wanted someone to look into the new French energy company. There was a new energy plan on the table, and he had a bad feeling about it. If didn't handle things carefully, there was a good chance the company she was about to work with had some problems. The story moved over to Place. He was sitting there when a girl looked at him, acting cute, trying to get his attention. She could tell something was off with him. He was out of breath, barely able to keep going. He admitted to himself that he'd overdone it earlier with some private time, and now he just didn't have the energy for anything else today. She reached down and grabbed what was on the ground. If he couldn't get it, she'd just do it herself. She moved in close, pressing up against him. He pulled back a bit, not sure what was going on, and tried to figure out what she was up to. She leaned in close, her voice low and sly as she told him about the stuff room service had dropped off. There were all sorts of things meant for fun, and she made it clear she was ready to put them to use. Not using them just didn't make sense to her. He turned to bolt, but he was already out of time. Someone was right there, blocking his way, making sure there was no escape. Someone screamed upstairs, and everyone downstairs instantly jerked in surprise. Started sweating a lot. The thought of going back to that room made him uneasy, and he just couldn't shake it. Right then, the waiter showed up with some food. He brought over a bowl of soup, saying it would help Mr. get his strength back. As the lid came off, steam drifted up, making it look pretty comforting. The hotel had some pretty cool service. The waitress just smiled at him, making it clear this was all something the boss had set up. Quickly finished his drink, glancing over with a bit of nervous energy. He wondered if the boss had changed, but in the back of his mind, he was pretty sure it was still Mr. looking out for him. Even though things felt a little tense, he found some comfort knowing someone familiar was still in charge. The waitress remembered what had told her earlier. She thought about how Friend had a certain hobby and figured it'd be best to get a few props ready for him, just like had suggested. Using those things really messes with his health. The others got told to get some drinks that could help him recover. The waiter didn't waste any time and hurried off to take care of it. On this side, he gave a small smile. With how things were now, he figured the kid would let the whole hotel thing go. Suddenly, someone yelled from the corner, telling everyone to cut it out. The man wasn't happy. He glared at the others and made it clear they needed to get the box upstairs right away. Everyone could tell he wasn't joking around. If something happened to that box, there'd be serious trouble. Heard someone call out, making him look over. He recognized the person right away. It was one of Ring's guys. He looked over at Director, hoping for some answers. Director seemed unsure for a second, then finally explained that the guy on the top floor was planning a birthday party. The stuff they saw around were just some decorations for it. Turned around when he heard what was said. A birthday party? He wondered if it was for. Turns out it really was. Even Director mentioned that knew her too. Knew he looked confident as he spoke up, letting everyone know he was in the loop. He mentioned that the birthday party was actually for the director's girlfriend. showing off that he was on top of things and wanted others to notice. When he heard that, he couldn't help but let out a weird, nervous smile. He didn't really get what was going on, so he asked if someone could just spell it out for him. The guy didn't dance around, just laid it out. This kid was trying to steal a girl from his older brother, the same guy who happened to be the boss of everyone in the room. He wondered if he should just cancel it right then, but before he could decide, the other guy sent a reply. He showed a sly grin, clearly not planning to back down. If anything, he wanted to take things even further, thinking the bigger it got, the better. He glanced around the place, taking it all in, and a small smile spread across his face. The guy with the scar took a quick look too, then cracked a grin. Yeah, this setup actually worked. Director had done a decent job. He pulled out a sleek black card and handed it over, calling it a gift and an extra reward for Mr. Director lifted his hand and tried to smile, but it was clear he wasn't really focused on the money. The main thing tonight was making sure Miss' birthday party went smoothly. When he heard that, he pulled his hand back from the card, deciding it was best to just go along with whatever Director Liu said. He figured this guy must notice the boss was someone important and was trying to get on his good side. He had to admit the guy was pretty sharp, had caught the whole conversation between them. Later, he found himself up on the rooftop, pulling out his phone and sending a message to Yuan, telling him to get to the top of the OA hotel if he wanted to catch the fireworks. Picked up the call, already guessing who it was. The person on the other end sounded pretty irritated, clearly not impressed with late-night fireworks. They couldn't understand why anyone would set them off at this hour and threw in a sarcastic comment, wondering why didn't just buy a ton of fireworks for himself if he liked them so much. His eyes grew serious. He wanted to know that out of all the fireworks, this one was special, something he couldn't just ignore. He made it clear that they'd meet up on the rooftop where everything was about to go down. He glanced over at Director. Everything seemed sorted out. Director nodded like things were good to go. Showed up right then, timing almost perfect. She glanced over at, wondering why he'd brought their sister along. Just grinned, like he was in on some inside joke. He seemed pretty pleased with himself, almost as if he knew she'd forgotten something important about today. He didn't really explain himself, which just left scratching his head, not sure what was going on or what day the guy was even talking about. Right at that moment, fireworks lit up the sky. The numbers 12, 21, and 59 started to show up. Mew looked at what was in front of him, still not sure what he was seeing. He tried to figure it out, his mind turning over the possibilities, but it just didn't make sense. People walking by noticed what was happening and started to get hyped. It looked like somebody was throwing a celebration. The numbers on the screen kept shifting, and everyone realized the fireworks were being used to count down the time. It was 12 hours, 21 minutes, and 0 seconds. Slid his hand into his pocket, remembering what made this moment special. After midnight, it would be his sister's birthday. She was born on December 21st, so the party was set to kick off exactly 12 minutes and 21 seconds into the new day. Thought about how cool it was that everything lined up perfectly for her celebration. When Mew heard what was going on, he stepped in. He looked a bit awkward, scratching his head, and tried to remind everyone that they didn't really have to go through all this effort. Even though he got the gesture, he wanted to keep things simple. His sister totally got the wrong idea about him. Being smooth or romantic just wasn't his thing at all. Honestly, someone else had set all this up for her. It wasn't his doing. He was just as surprised as she was. She heard what was said and looked pretty confused, glancing over at Mr. Mysterious. At the bottom of the stairs, the man stood holding a bouquet, his phone pressed to his ear. He let the person on the other end know it was time for the drone light show, ready to move on to whatever came next. After the show ended, he walked up to Miss Sue with the flowers he'd picked out earlier. It was his chance to hand them over and let her know she did a great job. Renu's voice came through on the other end, sounding pretty satisfied. He told Scarface that his bonus was about to get tripled. Scarface was pumped. 3 times the usual pay was huge. He held back a grin, but inside he was already thinking about what he could do with that cash. This job was expensive, too. It cost $1 million to pull off, but with a payday like this, it all felt worth it. Scarface started to explain himself, but shut him down fast. She made it clear he just needed to focus on his work, promising she'd be fair. Scarface nodded, knowing he had to keep his head down and follow her lead. Not long after, showed up where Scarface was hanging out. He hadn't forgotten what Scarface mentioned about the hotel costs earlier, and it was still on his mind. Scarface looked nervous as he explained that the hotel hadn't given them a discount. Instead, they'd tacked on another $500,000 to the bill. Just gave a small, confident grin, acting like the extra cash wasn't a big deal at all. For him, it was simple. Just get the job done right, and the rest would work itself out. He grabbed the bouquet from Scarface, not wasting any time. Scarface looked annoyed but didn't say anything, knowing he couldn't really argue. With that, they started heading out, ready for whatever was coming next. Inside, he was annoyed with himself, thinking that no one should judge him for spending this cash at the club to meet some girls his age. While Mew kept chatting with, neither of them noticed someone quietly standing right behind them. Mew was still curious about who had pulled everything together. Just shrugged, not really sure who was behind it all, and figured they'd find out soon enough. Right then, showed up behind and wished him a happy birthday. She turned around and spotted Mr. standing there. When he saw her notice him, his face relaxed a little. Honestly, he figured no one should be too surprised he showed up. Still, he didn't bother explaining himself. He just wanted everyone to watch what he was about to do. It would make things clear soon enough. The crowd below started whispering among themselves. Some people pointed out that there were words showing up now. Others nodded, saying stuff like this was typical for rich people. Mew glanced up and noticed words floating across the sky, wishing her a happy birthday and hoping she was happy. Noticed Mr. standing there and pointed him out to the group. Everyone could tell Mr. had put real effort into what he'd done and seemed pretty impressed by it. Then out of nowhere, 2 more letters popped up. LYF. Noticed them and wondered about the extra letters. He couldn't help but think about what LYF meant or if it was some kind of clue. He looked around at the birthday decorations, kind of confused about how he ended up being the one in charge. It wasn't really his thing to throw parties, and he definitely hadn't expected to be the host this time. When Scarface heard what was said, he lost it. His fist shot up and you could tell he was ready to throw down. He thought the guy was trying to bail on their deal. Manager just stood there with this innocent face, acting like he'd done nothing wrong. He asked to see the contract or at least some proof that Scarface had paid. Scarface looked furious, but he couldn't get any words out. It hit him. This was probably the reason the guy never took the money. From the beginning, the whole thing was a setup. Ning looked confused. He didn't really understand why someone would turn down the money. It just didn't make sense to him, and he was trying to figure out what was going on. Scarface was clearly ticked off as he glared at the manager. He couldn't believe what was happening. If they hadn't set up this birthday thing, then how did all this stuff show up here? Hank jumped in right away. He couldn't believe the other guy didn't get it. He'd already explained that his boss was the one who made the arrangements. Hank's patience was starting to wear thin, and he wondered if the guy was even listening at all. Right then, Yuan showed up, looking pretty tired and stretching his arms. He clearly hadn't gotten enough sleep and seemed a little annoyed to see up to something strange again. All Yuan wanted was a normal night's rest without having to deal with any more of his wild ideas. When Bai Hang spotted him, he hurried over, looking relieved. Bai Hang apologized to Miss, explaining that his boss had been totally wiped from getting the party ready and had needed a short break. Saw Yuan and his face tightened. He couldn't help but think, not this guy again. Mew's face turned red as he looked down, caught off guard by how much Yuan had done for him. He hadn't really seen it coming, and now he just felt this quiet surprise, not sure what to do with all that attention. She looked over at manager, thinking about how the hotel was part of a big international chain. If someone like her reported something serious to the main office, it could mean real trouble for a regional manager like him. Manager Liu just nodded, keeping his cool. He explained that Mr. was actually the boss of, so if anyone wanted to report something, they could go straight to him. Got even angrier. He started to wonder if this guy was actually in charge of the whole region. Manager shook his head, making it clear that wasn't the case. Let out a breath he'd been holding, finally able to relax. It made sense. There was no way someone like that would be running a huge international company. Everyone started looking at Mr. differently after what manager said. It finally made sense. Mr. wasn't just some important guy at work. He was the big boss, the one in charge of everything at Group. The realization hit the room, and people were trying to process the fact that the person they'd been seeing around was actually the top guy. It was kind of wild to think about, and suddenly everyone seemed a lot more careful about how they acted around him. Just stopped in his tracks, completely stunned. For a second, he couldn't move or think, like his brain had glitched. Then all at once, the surprise hit him so hard he couldn't help but react out loud. Yuan was barely awake, his mind foggy from just being pulled over. He glanced around, not really sure what was happening. Everyone seemed to be crowding together, and he couldn't figure out why. Looked over at Mew and let him know her plan. She wanted to throw a birthday party just for him, and she figured it'd be a good chance for them to talk about working together too. She spoke quietly, letting Mr. know that he didn't have to plan another birthday. He wasn't ready to sign the contract yet. He wanted to take his time and really think about it before making any decisions. He frowned, his eyes going wide. They'd all looked over that project so many times, everyone figured it was already perfect. She didn't look happy at all and shot a quick look at. It was clear she wasn't comfortable with how things were going, especially since she and weren't even close yet. The way Mr. just jumped in and started helping her brother plan stuff made her feel like he was crossing a line. Stared down at the ground, nervous and embarrassed. He knew he'd messed up. Watching everything fall apart tightened his jaw and felt annoyed. He'd kind of expected to fail, and now he was just frustrated at how things turned out. He thought his intentions were pretty clear. If Sue wasn't interested, he figured he could always look for someone else who might be a better match. He turned to leave, acting all confident. He talked about how the new energy business was taking off and said anyone could make money in it without even trying. If this family wasn't interested, he'd just go find someone else. Without waiting, he walked out. He acted like everything was cool, but deep down, jealousy was eating at him. Watched him leave, smirking as he held up his middle finger. He didn't think the guy had any right to act all high and mighty around his brother. After that, he looked over at, wondering if he was cool with how things went down. He smiled, almost like he was giving credit for coming up with the whole plan. Pointed over at Director, making sure everyone noticed him. Director just lifted his hand in a simple wave, acknowledging the mention without making a big deal out of it. Mew stepped in and stopped everyone from talking. He looked over at, wanting to get his attention, and tried to see if it was a good time to talk. She grabbed his hand and pulled him off to the side, leading him away from the crowd. Director and Bai Hang leaned in, talking quietly as they watched what was happening. Bai Hang seemed proud, giving a confident nod as if to say his brother always knew what he was doing when it came to games like this. Without wasting any more time, he nudged the others to move along, not wanting to stick around and cause any trouble. Mew rested her hands on the railing, quietly taking in everything Fa had done for her. She appreciated the effort and felt genuinely moved by how thoughtful Fa was. Even though she wasn't sure what to say next, it was clear she was grateful. He wished he could just tell them to stop trying so hard. At first, he just didn't get it. He wondered if this was one of those times when people play the nice guy card. She spoke softly, wanting to be honest with him. She knew the truth might sting, but she figured it was better for him to know now instead of letting him keep hoping for something that just wasn't going to happen. Right now, things are shifting around for the Su family. A lot's happening as they try to figure out the next steps. Distractions just aren't an option at the moment. There's too much at stake, and everyone's focused on what comes next. Didn't waste any time deciding. He just nodded, already half thinking about getting back to bed. If there wasn't anything else to deal with, he was ready to crash and catch some more sleep. He turned to go, giving a quick wave. He seemed pretty chill about everything, so she ended up just watching him walk away, kind of unsure what to think. Yuan sat there looking calm like nothing could bother him. But deep down, he was just trying to hide how crushed he really felt. He didn't want anyone to see how much it hurt, so he kept his cool and acted like he wasn't bothered at all. She thought she knew how he felt, but it turned out she got it wrong. That left her feeling kind of down. She tried to convince herself that maybe it was for the best, thinking he could finally move on. She decided she wouldn't let her mind wander back to it again. On his way back, couldn't help but think about girls these days. He didn't really get why some of them acted like everyone was supposed to like them, just because they looked good or had a certain body type. These thoughts kept bouncing around in his head as he walked, lost in his own world. His phone buzzed. There was news about the company he'd been looking into. The update was already waiting in his inbox. When he heard that, he went ahead and opened it up. His eyes got wide. Yeah, there was actually a problem. Jiffy kept talking on the other end, saying that if he wanted more info, he'd just have to wait about a week and he'd get all the answers. That was good enough for him, so he decided to call off the search right there. Yuan dragged himself along, already tired. He knew if he kept this up, people would start calling him a nice guy, and that wasn't really his thing. The system let him know he'd finished the stage mission. Right after, his eyes got an upgrade with the ruler ability. While he was still on the phone, something else started to happen. Up ahead, a young woman hugged and kissed an old man. She said goodbye, letting him know she'd head home first. When she noticed him standing there, her face turned red and she looked away, embarrassed about what just happened. She got a little defensive, not really wanting anyone to watch her in that moment. He didn't bother to answer her and just checked out her bag instead. First, he looked at the wallet, then the briefcase. The stitching on the sides looked like it was done by a machine, not by hand. He noticed the bottom part of the wallet was pretty thin, which made it seem like a decent fake. Hearing the word fake set her off. She couldn't hold it in and lost her temper instantly. She threw the bag at the old man, her face set and serious. She didn't back down even after tossing the bag. It was clear she meant what she did. No hesitation, just raw emotion. He started to wonder if anyone noticed. He had no clue about this stuff. He hadn't studied any of it, so he wasn't sure why he acted like he knew what he was talking about. The system popped up again, letting him know that if he kept finishing missions, the rewards would get even better. He didn't really get what the rewards were for, but he knew you couldn't buy them with cash, no matter how much you had. He figured it wasn't a bad deal at all. While he was thinking about this, just stayed silent, not saying anything. The guy on the other end wanted to know if they were still looking into things. He let out an awkward cough before saying they had to keep going with the investigation. Deep down, he saw himself as just a regular, decent guy, nothing complicated. But in that moment, he felt a bit out of his depth. He really hates it when he sees girls getting tricked. Walked over, looking curious after hearing what he said. She wondered who he cared about so much that he didn't want to see them get lied to. He didn't expect to run into her there. Seeing caught him off guard. She looked just as surprised to see him, almost like she'd stumbled into a pop quiz she hadn't studied for. Her mood sank right away. His dad pulled him over to hang out with the other guys and drink tea, like those meetups older men always have. He managed to slip away in the end. She brightened up fast. Not long ago, there had been some impressive fireworks off in the distance, and everyone was wondering what was going on. He answered her, matching her curiosity. Then, casually, he asked about her live stream, realizing he hadn't seen it in a while. She grabbed her camera and let everyone know she was taking the day off. Today wasn't about work. It was her time to go out and collect new stuff for her projects. Ripped, messing with his hair and trying to look cool, suddenly got curious about where lived. He casually brought it up, hoping maybe he could check out's place. As the sky got darker, they made their way up the stairs. He looked over at her, kind of curious, wondering if she ever got scared hanging out in a place like this so late at night. She teased him with a quick reply, already catching on to his plan. He told her he was just collecting some stuff for his project, making sure she knew he was filming. She threw a glance at, half joking, almost daring him to do something weird while the camera was on. He glanced at his screen, noticing the small red icon that meant he might be streaming. For a second, his heart skipped as he wondered if everyone could see what he was doing right now. She let him know she wasn't doing anything special, just filming a vlog. She was calling this one the super rich man's house. She planned to save it and post it later, probably when her other videos weren't getting much attention. She grabbed his arm, not giving him much of a choice. He didn't really react, just kind of went along with it like it was no big deal. Right then, there was a noise. Someone stepped in, clearly not happy with how things were going for the old lady. Two men stood in front of Mrs. Shen, acting tough and trying to intimidate her. They laid out their offer, making it clear it was their way or nothing, and hinted that if she didn't agree, things could get bad for her son, like he might end up in serious trouble with the law. He moved ahead, raising his voice. As soon as the others noticed him, they froze. They told him he had one more day to make up his mind, so he spent the night tossing and turning, thinking about what to do. He looked over at Mrs. Shen, noticing something was off. He kept his voice low, hoping not to draw too much attention, and tried to find out what was bothering her. It was late at night when, after stumbling across Mrs. Shen getting threatened, decided to invite her inside. Was quick to help out, guiding Mrs. Shen to a seat and making sure she was comfortable. The mood in the room was tense, everyone quietly processing what had just happened. He handed her a glass of water with a small smile. He watched her carefully, trying to figure out what was going on. She lifted her hand just a little, showing she was okay and didn't need any help. He showed up to let them know he couldn't rent the house to them anymore. He'd give back their deposit and last month's rent, so they wouldn't be losing out on any money. Right then, caught that familiar system ping in his head. It let him know there was some heavy bad vibes in the air. Someone nearby was seriously upset. The system promised him a random reward if he could help out the person in trouble before time ran out. He looked curious, dropped into his seat, looking over at Mrs. Shen with a puzzled expression. He couldn't figure out why things had to change, especially since he'd finally settled into this place. He was actually thinking about saving up to buy it from her, hoping to make it his own. When Mrs. Shen heard the news, she couldn't help but smile. She looked at, clearly proud of how well he was doing. Glanced over when she noticed someone looking at her. Someone had just called her the girlfriend, and that caught her off guard. The word echoed in her mind, girlfriend. She hadn't really thought about it like that before, and the idea stuck with her for a second, making her heart beat a little faster. Mrs. Shen sighed and glanced down, looking like she wished things were different. She let everyone know there wasn't another option. She had to put all the rooms up for sale because her son's company was in real trouble and needed cash fast. They both had just seen what was going on. It was about him selling the house. Couldn't really believe it at first. The whole thing just didn't add up for him. Honestly, if no one had said anything, he would guess there'd been a break-in or something. She didn't bother arguing with him, just frowned and let it be. He thought about it for a second. Even though the neighborhood was pretty old, the place was still worth a lot. Each unit went for over $1 million, and he owned more than 10 rooms. That meant his total was at least $10 million. He remembered the debt collectors breathing down his neck. He needed cash fast, so they were pushing him to sell everything off for just $1 million each. She dropped her head and shut her eyes, kind of giving up. It was clear she knew she'd lost. No matter what, she couldn't risk her son ending up in jail. That was it. She just couldn't let that happen, no matter how things turned out for her. He smiled, coming up with a quick fix. He figured he'd just buy everything she had, throwing out a number, $15 million, waiting to see how Mrs. Shen would react. She jumped a little when she heard that, but it looked like she thought he was just messing around. She tried to play it cool and gave a fake smile, acting like she was totally fine with the idea. Deep down, though, she probably would have said yes to selling them, even if it meant taking a small hit on the price. Moved fast, he grabbed his phone, sent a quick message, and let her know to check if her usual rent card got any notifications. She gripped her phone tightly, her hands starting to sweat. The numbers on the screen just kept climbing, 10,000, 100,000, then 1 million. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Glanced at her, noticing the way she stared back with uncertainty written all over her face. He just nodded, letting her know he meant what he said. He wanted her to trust him. After all, he wouldn't drag her out here in the middle of the night just to mess around. When she noticed how serious he was, she started to freak out a little. She turned to hurry back and grab the papers for him, wanting to help out right away and suggesting they could finish up the transfer the next day. But he stepped in fast, letting her know it wouldn't work. The place wouldn't be open on the weekend, so doing it tomorrow wasn't an option. Mrs. Shen couldn't hide how pumped she was. She decided to get things done on Monday morning. He just sat there, not really able to do much about it. Mrs. Shen, still in a good mood, told him she'd head home and get some rest too. He got up, ready to head out. Mrs. Shen glanced back at him, waving off his offer to walk her out. She joked about how he should be hanging out with his girlfriend instead of spending time with someone her age, telling him not to worry about her and to go back. When she got to the stairs, she glanced back and gave a quick wink, acting like she had everything under control. She didn't want anyone walking her out, saying she had her own money now and could just grab a ride. If the driver turned out to be good-looking, she figured she might even strike up a conversation. Just nodded and let her handle things, trusting she'd be okay. After Mrs. Shen left, he headed back to their room. He mentioned how how Mrs. Shen could be a little laid back, but the rooms she rented out were actually pretty decent. Plus, if someone ever ran into trouble and needed more time to pay, she was cool about letting them pay the rent a month later. Listened, starting to get it. He realized now why the other person had stepped in to help her. He thought about it for a second. Honestly, nothing much was changing. The area was old, and at this price, he figured he was still coming out ahead. She dropped into a chair and leaned back, stretching her arms over her head. As she did, her mind wandered to something she'd heard earlier. The name had popped up somewhere today, and now she couldn't stop thinking about why it sounded familiar. She remembered overhearing two fans talking earlier. One of them was excited, sharing some news about the city picking a spot for a new development area that day. The other fan leaned in, genuinely interested, wanting to know where it was going to be. She rested her hand on her forehead and shut her eyes for a second, looking like she was trying to remember something. She wondered where that new development area was supposed to be. He sat there, watching as she closed her eyes and dozed off without a second thought. It caught him off guard. She really just fell asleep right in this random spot. He couldn't help but think she was pretty brave, not even caring about what was going on around her. Walked up to her, stretching out his hand like he was about to help. He thought to himself how lucky it was that he was standing straight and acting decent. Anything less, and things could have turned out way worse. Out of nowhere, he caught a whiff of something in the air. It took a second, but he realized it was the scent of someone's body wash, and honestly, it smelled pretty good. It made him pause for a moment, curious about what kind it was. Out of nowhere, the one who'd been asleep jolted awake, shot up fast, and accidentally knocked her head right into his chin. Jumped a little, quickly covering his chin as he stared at, not sure what was going on. Looked around, kind of lost, trying to figure out if she had just dozed off. Suddenly, she realized she might have messed up and felt a bit embarrassed, turning to and apologizing right away. He rubbed his chin, relieved that nothing bad had happened. Not wanting to stick around any longer, he glanced at the time and figured it was probably best to head home. He decided to walk her to her car. Out of nowhere, started looking around, clearly uneasy. He realized his tourmaline was missing, and the worry was written all over his face. He asked for help finding it, looking pretty confused. He honestly couldn't remember seeing the other guy wear one at all. She crouched down and started looking under the chair, worried about the blue tourmaline she brought with her. Her mom had given it to her, and she knew she'd be in serious trouble if she lost it. He jumped in to help with the search, answered his question, saying it was blue and really stood out. Right then, he grabbed a bracelet and looked at it, curiosity all over his face. Eyes lit up as he spotted what he'd been searching for. His excitement was obvious. He could barely hide a grin as he realized he'd finally found exactly what he wanted. She let out a breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Losing it for real would left her completely clueless about what to do next. Yuan walked over and handed it back to her, still shaking his head a little about how she kept something so valuable just stuffed in her wallet. He took a second, then carefully helped her put it on, making sure it was safe this time. 11Z's face started to turn red as he admitted something. He didn't really enjoy wearing the outfit, but whenever he had to go to events with his dad, he needed to look decent. Most times, he just brought it along, ready for when he had to put it on. Handed her the bracelet, dropping it gently into her palm. She took it, a little shy but grateful, just nodded, and the moment felt kind of quiet between them. She took off pretty fast, almost like she was trying to get away, but still remembered to say goodbye before leaving. He watched her go, waving as she went, and reminded her to watch her step on the stairs. She called back that she knew, adding that if she got home any later, she'd be in trouble. After slipping out of his room, she paused on the stairs, breathing hard. Her heart was pounding from the rush, and she tried to pull herself together before anyone noticed. Whenever his face got close, she couldn't help but want to kiss him, even if she didn't fully get why. The thought kept running through her mind, making her heart race and leaving her kind of flustered as she tried to figure out what was really going on. Wheezy's face turned red as she awkwardly rubbed her cheeks, realizing what just happened. For a second, she kind of forgot she was a streamer and not just chatting with a random friend. The thought of acting like that with someone who watched her online made her cringe a little inside. She paused for a second and counted again. Something felt off. Yuan wasn't someone she saw in her regular viewers. He barely ever checked out her live streams anyway. Caught herself spiraling with way too many thoughts. She knew she was getting carried away and scolded herself a little. Girls weren't really supposed to make the first move, right? She reminded herself to keep her cool and not lose her sense of self. Back in the room, Yuan stood there, deep in thought. The system alert had just popped up, hinting that tourmaline might not actually be a real Peru. Yuan couldn't help but wonder what that meant, and if things were about to get a lot more complicated than he expected. Earlier, when he touched the bracelet, the system popped up with appetite treatment. He leaned back and stretched, feeling tired. Nothing seemed off, no alerts, no weird vibes. He decided to just ask her about it again later. Yuan crawled into bed and rubbed his head, tired from the day. He was glad to finally crash in his own bed, ready to drift off and just relax. But things didn't stay quiet for long. Manting showed up outside, banging on the door so hard everyone inside could hear it. Yuan could tell she wasn't planning to leave anytime soon. He opened the door, confused to see his sister standing there so late. She wasn't usually out at this hour, and he couldn't figure out why she'd show up now. Manting nudged his memory about their weekend plans to shop for gifts together, but he just let out a yawn, clearly not too bothered or maybe just just tired. Manting glanced over, not really bothered by the question. She crossed her arms, looking pretty chill about the whole thing. In her mind, it was still the weekend, so there was nothing to stress about. Besides, she wanted him to stick around with her, no matter what time it was or whether anything was open. Out of nowhere, she started glancing around, which left him totally lost. He had no idea what she was up to this time. He turned around and said it was good no one was being hidden in the house, or else things would get serious. After that, Yuan looked away. He didn't really care and just decided to head off to bed. Manting rushed over and grabbed his hand, moving quickly before anyone else could react. He headed to the kitchen, wanting to put together something special for dinner. He figured they could eat together, just the two of them, and then call it a night. The thought of sharing a quiet meal before heading back to bed felt simple but nice. A second later, someone set a hot pan down on the stove. Yuan was getting restless. 2 hours had passed, and he started wondering if this was really supposed to be some late-night snack for someone special. Across the kitchen, Manting was having a tough time just cracking an egg into the pan. She looked pretty frustrated, but she wasn't about to give up. She figured she just needed to try a different way and went for it again. He couldn't just stand there and watch anymore, so he walked over to the stove. He took things into his own hands, not wanting to risk any kitchen disasters. She just laughed at him and headed off to the living room to wait. She grabbed his shirt off the floor and brought it close to her face, breathing in his scent like she was trying to remember something about him. He quietly thought to himself. There wasn't any hint of another girl's scent on the guy, but there was in this spot. Things were moving forward, just not that fast, so he knew he still needed to stay alert. A few moments later, someone brought out 2 bowls of egg noodles. He pulled out a chair and sat at the table, nodding toward the noodles in front of her. She leaned in, eyes lighting up, clearly hyped by how good everything smelled. She took a bite and couldn't help but smile. It had been a while since she'd had his noodles, and honestly, she'd been thinking about them all through her shift. As soon as work ended, this was the first thing on her mind. When he heard that, he just laughed to himself. So this was the real reason all along. He remembered being told it was for him, but now it was clear. He'd actually been pushed into doing it himself. He noticed nothing had really changed about him. He was still just as easy to mess with as before, like he hadn't learned to stand up for himself. He grabbed a quick bite, knowing they'd hit the workout right after. If he didn't eat fast, the food would just sit heavy in his stomach. His cheeks turned red, and he looked away, not sure what to do with himself. It was late, and stuff like this just felt out of place right now. She moved in, her face just inches from his, her tongue flicking out as she ran it across her lips. In that moment, she seemed determined to push him to his limit, almost like she wanted to see how far he could go before he completely wore out. At YF's place, everything was calm that night. Suddenly, Manting broke the silence. He sounded tired and overwhelmed, like he'd finally hit his limit and just couldn't keep going. The weight in his voice made it clear he was done trying to push through. In the room, both of them were on the floor doing push-ups. He kept going, hitting 177 without slowing down. She watched him, kind of stunned, and wondered how he still had the energy to keep pushing through. He got up fast, pushing himself even though he looked tired. The rules were clear. Nobody could quit unless both agreed. He remembered what was expected of him, that he had to keep going no matter how much his body hurt. Right now, he felt weak, like his strength was almost gone. But he knew he wasn't done yet, not with so many laps left to catch up. He couldn't let himself fall behind, not if he wanted to prove he could protect anyone. He told her to wait until he finished, planning to keep going after that. She stood there, shaking and not sure what to do next. He realized she'd gotten a lot stronger when he wasn't around, and that really bothered him. He glanced at the clock and realized it was already pretty late. By now, everything in town should be open. Manting wiped sweat from her face as she got ready for the day. She dragged herself to shower and put on fresh clothes, still thinking about how she might be better off just working late instead. The idea of going out to buy gifts didn't sound great to her right now, but she knew she had to push through. The two walked together through the mall, just taking in the sights and sounds around them. He glanced over at her, curious about her plans for her uncle's gift. She seemed to already have something in mind, ready with an answer. Yuan didn't expect to get a saxophone as a gift. He stared at it, caught off guard. He started thinking about how he never even knew his uncle could play the saxophone. She let him know that the guy didn't really play seriously. He just messed around for fun. Most people didn't realize he had already retired. Now, he mostly stayed at home, picking up small jobs here and there each day. As they walked down the street, she noticed a shop up ahead that looked interesting. It was a place selling musical instruments. Curious, she pointed it out and got his attention, wanting to check it out together. The store was pretty quiet that morning, so when Manting and his friends walked in, a staff member spotted them right away and hurried over. He seemed glad to see someone come in so early. Manting asked if they had saxophones, and the staff member didn't even hesitate. He just nodded and motioned for them to follow him, leading the way further into the shop. When he got to the saxophone display, the staff member looked over and asked what kind of saxophone he wanted. The guy mentioned that they didn't have any of the higher-pitched ones in stock right now. Manting paused for a second, resting her chin on her hand while she thought. She remembered that he liked classical music and usually went for something mid-low range. The staff picked up on what Manting meant right away and went to grab something. She came back with a that was handmade, saying it was really well put together and sounded great. She let him know that this was the last one left in the store, pointing out how it was all handcrafted. If anyone wanted another, they'd probably have to wait a long time for it to be back. He didn't really get what he was looking at, but honestly it looked cool enough, so he decided to go with that one. The staff member landed a decent order first thing in the morning, and he was in a pretty good mood. He nodded with a grin and hurried off to print out the receipt, ready to keep the good vibes going. Right at that moment, a woman stepped into the room. He'd heard about this really pricey saxophone that everyone was talking about, and now he wanted one for himself. The staff member hurried over, clearly uneasy. He quickly checked if the woman was searching for but explained that the girl standing nearby had already paid for it. The woman heard what was said and gave a quick awkward cough. Just like that, she made the sale. She calmly reached into her chest and pulled out a black card. It was the kind of thing people only saw in movies or bragged about online. A Henderson Mall black VIP card. Without making a big scene, she handed it over, letting everyone know she meant business. The staff didn't waste any time. They dropped what they were doing for the other customer and switched their attention to her, canceling the original order right then. Just like that, the item was hers. The staff member looked uncomfortable, waving her hands as she tried to explain. She kept apologizing, but it was clear that store rules wouldn't let her help. Out of nowhere, the woman slapped the staff member. She straightened up, looked around, and started raising her voice about some policy. She brought up how much money she spent at the place every year and questioned why she should have to follow their rules. She even threw in an insult about the staff member's intelligence, making things way more heated than they needed to be. People nearby started paying attention, probably wondering what would happen next. Manting noticed what was happening and stepped up. He let everyone know he wasn't going to stand by if someone was just there to mess things up, reminding them that causing trouble on purpose could actually get them in real trouble. The woman shot the staff member a glare that made it clear she wasn't messing around. She stood tall and confident, acting like she was above everyone else in the room. Without even hesitating, she turned the attention onto another girl, making it seem like whatever was going on wasn't her fault. Right then, the manager hurried over to the scene. He looked worried and kept apologizing to Ms., admitting that it was the staff's mistake. He looked at the staff member with clear disappointment. Had clearly messed up, and it was obvious to everyone that he hadn't thought things through. Without wasting any time, he told to go apologize to Ms. right away. The woman heard what was said, gave a quick wink, and turned to the manager, acting like she wanted to see if he recognized her. The manager looked serious. Even though Ms. had never been to their shop before, everyone in Henderson seemed to know stories about her. Having her show up today felt like a big deal for the whole store. The woman's attitude got even worse after she heard that. She just nodded, satisfied, and made it clear she wanted the girl fired right away. Then, she pointed at the other two, acting like they should be the ones to sell her the saxophone. Manting watched what was happening and got pretty frustrated. She thought things were getting out of hand and was ready to step in, but before she could move, reached out and held her back, letting her know it was all right. He glanced at her, calm and confident, letting her know with a steady look that he'd handle things from here. Without saying much, he made it clear she could step back and trust him to take care of it. She stood back and watched as he walked up to the woman. Her mind was spinning. She couldn't figure out what he was up to or why he'd even bother. Nothing about this made sense to her, and it left her feeling uneasy. Took a step forward, but right then, the woman locked eyes with him and pointed right at his face. She started calling him out, pretty much trying to embarrass him in front of everyone, acting like he didn't belong there at all, but didn't get rattled. He just looked at her and asked if she'd been having stomach trouble lately, staying calm even though she was trying to put him down. The woman's face lost its color. She looked tense, caught off guard by what just happened. It was clear she wasn't expecting anyone to know her secret, and now she seemed both defensive and uneasy, not sure how to react. The guy standing there sized up the situation, eyeing the saxophone like it was the only thing that mattered. He told the other guy to play it smart and just hand it over, tossing out an offer of $2,000 as if it was no big deal. $2,000, he pointed out, was the kind of money most people made in a whole month. The message was clear. Think it through before making any moves. There were no angels around, and definitely no devils either. He didn't really care about what she said. He just looked over and pointed out that she probably hadn't gone to the bathroom in a while. That was his way of saying her breath stank, and he wasn't surprised by it at all. The woman tensed up, clearly upset by what he said. Her jaw tightened, and she quickly lifted her hand, ready to hit him. But before she could actually do it, something stopped her. He grabbed it and shot her a sharp look. That reaction was exactly what she hoped for. He shoved her to the ground and turned away, acting like he didn't want anything to do with her. It was clear he didn't care if she got hurt. He just wanted her gone, like being near her was somehow beneath him. She couldn't move or fight back, and that just made her even more upset. All she could do was glare, her frustration building as she wondered how anyone could treat her like this. She pointed straight at him, drawing everyone's attention. The room went tense as she started raising her voice, asking if all the Henderson people were gone and demanding someone help the man in trouble. She called out for Old to hurry over. The manager just stood back, not wanting to get involved, but he tried to calm things down from the side, promising he'd go find help. A guy stepped into the room, looking confused as he tried to figure out what was going on. The woman's eyes landed on him, and tears started rolling down her face. She seemed really upset, probably because she'd been waiting for him, Mr. Zing, for a while. He tried to get a saxophone for Shia, but the guy selling it wouldn't hand it over and even shoved him to the ground. The man turned to Shia and gently patted her head, trying to calm her down. He stepped up to making it clear he meant business. The guy was on edge, warning that if anything happened to his kid, nothing could do would make up for it. Though kept his cool, he acted like he wasn't the one in danger and brushed it off, acting almost annoyed. He joked to himself that with his looks, girls like her usually end up bothering him, not the other way around. Glancing at the guy, figured the girl probably didn't have the best habits, but she couldn't be that desperate. The old man heard the sarcasm and clenched his teeth, clearly annoyed by what was said. Out of nowhere, the woman grabbed her stomach, clearly in pain. Mr. Zing noticed right away and stepped in, determined to help. He looked serious, ready to do whatever it took to make things right for her. Her face lost all its color as she grabbed her stomach, holding on tight. She looked like she was in serious pain, barely able to stand straight. It was clear something was really wrong with her, and she just stood there, struggling with how much it hurt. The old man looked at her, clearly lost and unsure what was going on. He wondered if she was acting weird because of that jerk who shoved her earlier. She looked uncomfortable, trying to brush it off, just blaming it on one of those stomachaches you get after a bad burrito from a gas station. His stomach felt uncomfortably full, and his legs barely had any strength left in them. Stayed cool and told them she needed to take a bathroom break first. The old man shot a warning, basically saying if didn't listen, there'd be trouble later. Didn't bother paying attention to either of them. Instead, he looked up at the system, surprised by the reward he'd just gotten. He hadn't seen that coming. He finished the mission and managed to save Mrs. Shen, who had been through a lot. As a reward, he got something special. A sacred hand of traditional medicine, known for healing injuries and saving lives. He looked up as the light started coming down toward him. A small smirk appeared on his face. He was ready to try it out on her, almost like he'd been waiting for this moment. The old man moved fast, trying to help her get to the restroom. He kept trying to calm her down, but she looked pale and really uncomfortable. She shook her head, making it clear she couldn't wait any longer. Right then, the manager rushed over with someone else. Ms. tried to act tough, telling herself she could handle it. Even though she was trying to stay calm, she couldn't help but think it was super annoying to get interrupted, especially since she just wanted some peace and quiet in the bathroom. Both she and the other person looked pretty irritated, clearly not happy about who had just shown up. When people nearby noticed her, they started to gather around and whisper to each other. Some of them pointed out that had been bothered by someone recently. Others tried to guess who would even think about messing with Miss Liu. The group couldn't help but talk, passing rumors and stories back and forth. The old man noticed her shaking all over and started to freak out a little. He looked at her, clearly worried she might not be able to hold it together much longer. She was trying her best, but it was obvious she was close to her limit and struggling not to lose control right there. Right after she finished, green gas shot out from her ankle with a loud noise. When this happened, everyone just stopped in their tracks and quickly covered their noses. She froze, her face turning red, and grabbed the old man's hand, not wanting to let go. The old man looked just as uncomfortable. He pulled his hand away fast, not wanting anything to do with her, and backed off, waving her away. He cringed, making it clear that he didn't want her anywhere near him, and even scrunched up his nose like something smelled terrible. Yuan and Manting were already a good distance away, about 100 meters or so. Manting covered her nose, probably trying to block out a bad smell. She couldn't help thinking that whatever happened back there was just harsh. Glanced over and shook his head a little, not really surprised anymore. It was just another reminder that rich folks did things most people couldn't even imagine. He glanced over at the woman, not really buying what she was selling. Everybody kept talking about that legend, how things were supposed to change. He doubted it before, but now, after what he saw at the trumpet shop with that whole bathroom mess, he was starting to believe it might actually be real. The manager's attitude shifted. Now things would get handled properly, and there wouldn't be any more misunderstandings. He tried to play it cool, acting like nothing had just gone down. Deep down, though, he knew he had to watch himself and not get tangled up with the wrong people again. If things got messy like this another time, he probably wouldn't be able to fix it. He remembered he had a connection with manager, but even that might not help next time. Mr. Lei was busy talking on the phone when, out of nowhere, one of the staff called out. Everyone paused for a second, realizing they had no idea where the trumpet was. The manager picked up the phone with a big smile, clearly in a good mood. He was always quick to answer when Mr. Lei called, ready to help with whatever was needed. The message on the phone hit him hard, making his face go pale. It was obvious had done something again. He only had 5 minutes to sort things out and get away, or things would get a lot worse. He was totally confused. He tried to figure out what was happening and wondered if it had something to do with Ms. Lei. But the person on the other end didn't even know who Ms. Lei was. Instead, he warned him that he'd gotten himself into trouble with someone way higher up. The manager looked nervous, quietly asking Mr. Lei for more details. But Mr. Lei just got even more mad. He raised his voice, clearly frustrated, and told the manager off, making it clear he didn't want to deal with him anymore. The mood in the room got tense, and the manager could tell he should leave. He glanced over at and noticed he was already holding his trumpet, ready to go. Manting saw him holding the thing and looked confused. She wondered where he got it and if he actually paid for it, or if he just took it without asking. He didn't seem bothered at all and answered her like it was no big deal, letting her know he hadn't paid yet and joking about getting in trouble. She cut him off, clearly not in the mood for jokes. She just wanted to know the price so she could send the money over right away. He laughed a little and waved it off, saying he didn't need help. He mentioned that he had a friend who knew someone at the place and had already made a call. Turns out, they said whatever it was a gift for him. He grabbed his phone and dialed, wanting to find out if Henderson was brand in the Southern District or if he even knew them. Explained that Henderson was actually owned by one of his juniors. He kept things straightforward and just asked what was needed, ready to help however he could. Manting looked down at the trumpet in her hand, turning it over and checking out the details. She paused for a second, then glanced back, a small smile on her face. It hit her that earlier someone had stopped her from going up. She started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, they'd done it to help her save face in front of everyone else. Yuan just stood there, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The whole idea of protecting his image seemed way over the top to him. He started to think about it, though. If something went down and someone caught it on camera and people online figured out he was a cop, things could get messy fast. Suddenly, what was right could get twisted, and his job could take a serious hit. Even just a rumor could mess things up for everyone in his line of work. She edged closer to him, making his heart thump a little faster. He could tell she was onto him, like she knew exactly what he'd been planning all along. Even though he tried to play it cool, his brain was racing. Acted like he didn't know what was going on and just went along with it. Honestly, if anyone tried anything, he figured his own team would have cuffed him way before the other side even had a chance. That seemed pretty believable, knowing how things usually played out. He shrugged off the rest of the conversation, not really wanting to drag things out. Instead, he was more interested in what they were going to do next. Having a date like this didn't happen often, so he wanted to make the most of it. Right then, Yuan's phone buzzed. It was manager, letting him know someone had reported the hotel. He apologized to Manting, saying he had something to deal with. Before leaving, he reminded her to call him when it was time for her uncle's 60th birthday. Manting just smiled and nodded, letting him know she understood. Then he went on his way. Yuan took off in a rush. She stood there, watching him disappear into the distance. Deep down, she promised herself that she'd catch up to him before anyone else did. He'd made a promise, and he wasn't the kind of guy to back out. Even without his police gear, he stuck close, ready to step up if anyone tried to mess with his friend. Back at the hotel, blood slowly dripped into the bathtub. It was the kind of moment that made time feel like it stopped. The woman stood there, staring at what was happening, her mind racing with questions she couldn't shake. Everything felt unreal, like she couldn't believe how things had turned out, and she just kept watching, frozen in place. She glanced at the knife next to her, reaching for it. In her mind, she felt like there wasn't really a place for her here anymore, and she wondered if maybe it was time to go somewhere else, somewhere she might finally belong. She decided she couldn't take it anymore. She made up her mind to give up on everything. Right then, a woman from the staff showed up with room service. The moment she stepped inside, a nasty smell hit her. It caught her off guard. Something definitely wasn't right. When she opened the door, she spotted the woman standing there, gripping a knife tightly in her hand. A loud scream echoed through the hotel, making everyone stop and look around. Yuan could tell something serious was going on just by looking at manager's face. He started to wonder if something really bad had happened, maybe even if someone got hurt or worse. Yuan's mind raced with questions, and he waited for an answer, hoping it wasn't as bad as he thought. The guest at the event had a really serious skin problem. Her skin was covered in sores, and things got worse when she hurt herself with a knife. She ended up needing to go to the hospital, but at least she was going to be okay. Some people showed up from far away, making a scene about how dirty the hotel was. His wife used to have a face that looked bright and happy, almost like she glowed in every photo. But after staying at this hotel, her skin turned pale and strange, like she hadn't slept in weeks, and she barely recognized herself in the mirror. Now she just sits around, not really caring about anything. People started to notice what was happening. Soon, a bunch of folks showed up outside the hotel, holding up signs and protesting, calling it a dangerous place. Manager Liu walked over to talk with Mr. He explained that the place always kept things super clean, with strict rules about hygiene. Stuff like this wasn't supposed to happen, and it looked like someone was trying to stir up trouble on purpose. Manager Liu knew Mr. was just doing what he was supposed to do. The group stood there, ready for any official team to show up and check things out. They didn't mind being watched, and honestly, they kind of wanted someone to come and see for themselves. They promised that if it turned out the room was making his wife sick, they'd cover all the medical bills until she got better. He really couldn't care less about assessments or any of that stuff. What mattered to him was getting what he was owed. If he didn't get paid, he was already planning to show up with his friends and cause a scene every single day until someone did something about it. The guy at the counter leaned in, waiting for an answer on how he wanted to be paid back. The guy shot his hand up right away. $5,000? He couldn't believe it. Seriously, $5,000. He wanted $5,000 sent straight to his account, making it clear not to touch any public money for this. He was careful, not wanting anyone to throw around accusations or get the wrong idea about where the cash came from. He got ready to transfer it over, but then suddenly stepped in and blocked him. Just as he was about to go through with it, something made pause. Mr. could tell right away what was going on. The people in front of him weren't there to help. They were just looking to get something out of it. $5,000 for handling a bunch of troublemakers? That was actually a low price, but it was clear these guys were hoping to cash in on the situation. Manager Liu Liu wasted no time and pulled up the proof that the transfer went through. He let the man see it for himself, making it clear that everything was settled. The message was obvious. Now that they'd sorted things out, the guy knew what was expected. If anything went wrong again, Manager Liu wasn't going to let it slide. He was ready to get the police involved if he had to. He tried to look confident as he reassured them. Now that he finally had the cash, he just wanted to prove he could handle things on his own and wouldn't cause any more trouble. Without waiting around, he turned and started walking, ready to move forward. Couldn't shake off this weird feeling. Bringing in a crowd just for 5,000 didn't really add up. Something about the whole situation seemed off. The man dashed out the door, moving fast like he had somewhere important to be. He spotted someone he recognized, an old acquaintance. At first he wasn't sure, but yeah, it was definitely him. The guy had a scar on his face and looked like he meant business. Earlier, he'd seen him caught up with something, but now he seemed free. The Scarface man was ready to talk business, finally giving him his attention. Yuan just smiled, catching on to what was happening. He looked pretty calm, almost like he'd been expecting this. The guy across from him started talking about the hotel, going on about how much their boss liked the place. Then he threw out a number, 5 million, like it was just another part of the conversation. The manager didn't think 5 million was anywhere near enough, not even to pay for the lobby. Security had already stepped in and cleared those people out, all because the manager asked. Scarface reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag filled with powder. He showed it off, making it clear he wanted attention. Then he started talking about the hotel, hinting that if they didn't do what he wanted, he'd tell the authorities the place was involved with drugs. He even flashed some paperwork, making it obvious that he was serious about his threat. The evaluation kicks off, checking both fake and real substances. Some of these are almost 90% pure, so there's no doubt it's the real stuff. Yuan wondered if this guy was serious. Wasn't he worried about getting the cops involved? But then he realized the other guy didn't seem scared at all. He actually looked like he wanted Yuan to try something, almost like he was daring him to call for help. The plan was simple. When the police showed up, he'd claim to be the seller and say the other guy was just helping him out with storing and selling the stuff. Manager was involved too. He'd taken 5 grand as a bribe, so he'd have to back up the story. He just stared, annoyed by the insults getting thrown at him. It was pretty clear the other guy had no real info. He didn't even have his account number, so he just let the words slide, not really taking it to heart. Right then, the manager checked his phone and noticed $5,000 had just landed in his bank account. There was nothing left for anyone to argue about. All the proof was right there, clear as day, so nobody could really deny it anymore. Finally got it. Everything made sense now, and he realized this was the reason behind it all. The guy with the scar kept messing with, not letting up at all. He was clearly holding a grudge, acting like owed them big time for what happened to their boss. He glanced at the small bag, thinking it wasn't enough to land him a death sentence, maybe just a long stretch behind bars, probably around 12 years. Looking around the trashed hotel room, he realized there was no way this place would open for business again. The damage was done, and the mess left behind was way too much for anyone to cover up. If this plan doesn't work out, Mr. always has a backup. Today it's just someone with a skin infection. But who knows, maybe tomorrow someone might show up with even bigger problems. Yuan's lips curled into a sly grin as he looked back at him. He looked over, rolling his eyes as he realized there was no one else around causing problems. Turns out it was just this guy being ridiculous again, laughing for no real reason. Yuan moved fast, grabbing the bag of powder right out of the guy's hand. He glanced at it, unimpressed. Stuff like this, with only 90% purity, wasn't going to impress anyone, definitely not enough to let someone like that take over their hotel. Scarface looked over, eyes narrowed, trying to figure out how the other guy could possibly know. He wasn't giving anything away, but you could tell he wanted answers. The tension hung in the air, and Scarface's curiosity was obvious, even if he tried to play it cool. Scarface had never messed with this kind of thing before, so he had to hit up a few people he knew just to get his hands on a small bag. He figured it was better to play it safe, especially since this was all new territory for him. He wondered what made people believe he could actually become the general manager of their HUA when he was still so young. It didn't really make sense to him. Sometimes, it felt like everyone just expected big things for no real reason, and he couldn't help but question what they were seeing in him. Most people wouldn't guess where all this stuff actually comes from. The biggest source is hidden in plain sight, right under everyone's noses, moving quietly through places no one really pays attention to. The real action happens way behind the scenes, and only a few people even know about it. He was talking about manager. He got led over to the wine room, a spot that definitely looked fancy. As he walked in, he could tell this place was stocked with the good stuff, way better than anything he'd ever seen before. Just standing there, he realized what real quality looked like. The manager stood there, looking kind of lost. He didn't really get what his own wine room was supposed to be about. It was like he was just as confused as everyone else, even though the place was his. Scarface just stood there, frozen for a second. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Maybe he'd actually run into someone important this time. Walked in and dropped his bag on the table. He wanted everyone to check out what he brought. Most people just see it as regular white white sugar. He already knows what's up with these goods. This isn't any regular spice. It's a new kind, leveled up at the molecular scale. Under this super thin sugar coating, there's a product that's almost completely pure, way above 99%. He figured that throwing in some sweetness would really level things up, way better than just sticking with the usual boring junk. Manager is the only one who really gets it. This isn't something grabbed to fix low blood sugar. It's just some sugar he keeps around to cool off when things get too hot. He kept pushing things, making the situation worse. There was a look in his eyes like he wanted to see how far things could go. He hinted about calling the cops, almost daring anyone to do it, and even offered more pills, like one wasn't enough for whatever was happening. The tension in the room started to build, and everyone could feel that things were getting out of hand. He started thinking everything was his fault. He couldn't believe how dumb he'd been, messing with someone way out of his league. Now all he could do was regret his choices, convinced he'd just landed himself in serious trouble. He dropped to his knees right away, desperate, trying to apologize. He felt guilty and scared, knowing he messed up. He'd taken 1.5 million from, and now that found out things were getting serious. The pressure was real. He didn't know what else to do except beg for a way out. He wanted a shot to prove himself. He really hoped he could work together and get a good deal out of it. He sits off to the side, not realizing he's made a mistake. All he knows is that he's stuck, with no way to fix things or get out of the mess he's in. He wondered what he could have done to make someone look at him like that. He knew there might be consequences, even if it meant giving up something important to him. Still, he was ready to take whatever came his way. He pulled out his small dagger, ready to make his move, but everything ended for him right then and there. Quickly grabbed the knife out of his hand, making sure the kids stayed away from it. He didn't think it was something they should mess with. He was surprised by how quickly he reacted. Honestly, he hadn't thought he could move that fast. He thought about it for a second. There was no way he'd spent 10 years in this line of work, so having skills like that just didn't make sense. Still, he decided it wasn't really important right now. Instead, he figured it'd be better to take a second and think things through. In the end, he realized that if he let the guy go, someone else would probably just show up to cause more trouble. Mr. got called over by the manager, who told him the hotel would be shut down for a week. He was put in charge of sorting out refunds and making things right with the customers. On top of that, the manager handed him 2 million, telling him to take the staff out on a trip. The other guy stared, not really sure what was going on. He tried to figure out what Big Brother meant. Wasn't just trying to mess with him? Even so, Big Brother said this was his own effort and offered an extra $500,000. That was actually a pretty solid deal. Mr. always stood out at work. The guys noticed how he got paid time off, lunches that actually hit the spot, and even decent soup at the cafeteria. The workplace basically covered everything you'd need, making it way better than what Guru knew offered. Everyone could tell that the benefits here made showing up to work a lot easier. He couldn't help tearing up from how much it meant to him. Deep down, he knew he really wanted to be part of manager's team. He smiled, glad he'd found someone who seemed like a solid worker. He figured it was best to let the guy give it a shot for a bit, and then they'd see how things went. Mr. listened as someone brought up Luring's obvious effort to impress the S family. It was clear Luring kept trying to get on their good side, but nobody really understood why he was so invested. Some people might joke about guys letting their impulses make decisions, but honestly, if that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be such a big deal. There had to be something more going on behind Luring's actions. Everyone knew was bad news. He was the kind of guy who'd stop at nothing to mess up the Su family for good. All he cared about was finding out everything he could about them, just so he could finish what he started. The Su family was struggling, and everyone around could sense the tension. He picked up on this right away. Quietly, he started working on a plan to take down the Su family's finances. Once they lost everything, he planned to take control of both the family's assets and their daughter. He figured the guy would head straight back to give an update. Whatever happened after that, he'd just have to wait and see what the next move would be. He looked at his older brother and nodded, kind of understanding what he meant. Deep down, he still felt unsure, but he tried to trust what his brother was saying. The manager knew exactly what to do. He told his team to pull up the file on the salesperson who made the sale. They couldn't risk anyone messing with the rules, not if they wanted things to keep running smoothly. When the time was right, they planned to give it to Manting. They were sure everything would go smoothly. Things weren't the same at Li Yuan Tea House anymore. Sat quietly in the corner, focused on his book, almost like he was trying to block out everything else. Sat across from him, taking in the information he'd just brought back. At first, seemed tough, like nothing could get to him. But after one scare, he totally backed off and went quiet. It made you wonder if that was really okay. President double-checked the number, wanting to be sure it really was 5.5 million this time. The guy he was talking to looked nervous, remembering the last time he messed up and not wanting to go through that again. He answered quickly, making it clear he wouldn't dare get it wrong now, not after what happened before. He nodded, glad to know things were all right. Made his way over to, determined to get his attention. He wanted to prove just how serious he was, promising something better than anyone else. No one could match his offer. He was ready to add 10% more than what everyone else was giving. He felt pretty good about the rate, but wanted to check out a few more options before making up his mind. No rush. He figured he had time to think it through. He could always head upstairs if he wanted more privacy. There were some quiet rooms up there, perfect if he needed a break or just wanted to chill for a bit. After a little while, she grabs her pen, and he just grins, looking like he's been planning this all along. Out of nowhere, her phone buzzes with a new message. She glances at the screen but doesn't rush to open it. For a moment, she just lets it sit there unread while she does her own thing. He stands up fast, looking a little awkward. He's got somewhere to be and can't stick around, so he lets everyone know they'll have to stop for now. Something about what he sees makes him think twice before leaving. He quickly goes after her, wondering what's up with Mew. He isn't sure if he should follow or just give her some space, but he doesn't want to leave her alone either. Mew doesn't say a word. He just gets up and walks out right away, leaving the other guy behind, feeling bitter and kind of fooled. Lee sat in the car next to the underground parking lot, feeling quiet around them. Things were moving kind of fast and didn't have much time. He explained who he was, making it clear he worked at Firework Investment Consulting and was the one in charge. He hoped would get that this meeting had to be short, and that it wasn't exactly the usual way he did things. Mr. Jen was known as a big deal around here. People respected him, especially since he trusted this company to handle his investments. The survey report on the target just came in. The team handed it over, waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone was curious, wondering what kind of info the report had and if it would change their plans. Checks out the device. He recognizes the logo. It's from Lemon, that sketchy tech company everyone knows is a scam. He wonders where it even came from. Checks her phone and pulls up the latest financial news. She scrolls through the article, making sure the info is legit. Turns out he'd gotten the attention of the parent company behind it all too. He didn't really get what that meant at first, but after the meeting ended, things started to make sense. He nodded and let the message sit, figuring he'd reach out again when things slowed down. After walked off, Yuan came over. He looked kind of tired, like he'd already dealt with enough for the day. Managing the company was hard enough, but now he was stuck helping out with girl problems too. It almost felt like he was doing everything. Work, advice, all of it, like some kind of stay-at-home dad. He just wasn't into it, so he left it for someone else to deal with. He knew that if he showed up, she'd probably start overthinking things and decide he was just the nice guy again. So he figured he'd just wait it out this time. He kept his eyes down, not wanting to look at. The thought crossed his mind that maybe he shouldn't compare himself to her. She wasn't even that much younger than him after all. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little unsure about how he measured up. He understood everything perfectly, but still acted like he didn't care. Even though he tried to seem distant, he always ended up being the nice guy, the one who helped out and gave more than he got. She reached out and yanked him by the collar, pulling him along without waiting for an answer. No hesitation. She was already heading toward the car, expecting him to keep up. He could tell she wanted to see what he could actually do, almost like she was testing him. After a long day, Lee sat in the car, still stinging from when she pinched him. He thought the fancy car seats would soften the blow, but nope, it hurt a lot. He knew he kind of deserved it though. Even though he was married, he still liked to mess around, and now he was paying for it. She quickly reached out and grabbed his hand, then bit down on it without thinking. Right then, her phone started buzzing in her back pocket. She reached for it, struggling a bit since she couldn't really move. He leaned down to pick up the phone for her, and she scooted in a little, looking nervous. He handed her the phone. As she read the message, she saw that wanted him to get a document ready about Lemon's technology and report it to Country F, but told him not to send it just yet. He wondered what she was up to. By now, anyone who knew what needed to be done had already stepped in. He just hung back, waiting for whatever reward was coming his way. His phone buzzed with a call. He paused for a second, realizing that Manting was supposed to be dealing with a drug dealer right now. The timing felt off, and a weird sense of concern crept in as he wondered what was happening on Manting's end. He still replied, even though he wasn't sure it would help. This time, he felt like he'd actually done something good. They took down a trafficking ring on the island and managed to grab some important info, too. The buyer turned out to be a man named from South City. People recognized his name because he'd been a suspect before, back when a female college student went missing. Back then, there wasn't any proof tying him to the case. But this time, things changed after their main transaction site disappeared. That's when the pieces started coming together. He told her to hang tight for some good news. If things worked out, he promised he'd have something cool lined up as a reward. The scene changes. Stands there looking like he's finally made up his mind. Mew brought up another problem with the team-up. He mentioned that Lemon still hadn't gotten all the money he was supposed to get. Out of nowhere, his face changes, and it's clear he's not too happy about something. She let him know that if things kept going this way, working together just wouldn't happen. Mew waited as the other person paused to check, unsure what would happen next. The moment felt a little tense, but Mew just stood by, hoping for a clear answer soon. He made his way over to the guys on his team. He couldn't figure out how this girl knew so much. The boss looked like he was already thinking about their next move. They'd just gotten close to the door, and now everything felt up in the air again. The assistant moved fast, transferring 10 million straight into her account to keep her calm. He tried to look confident, hoping the boss wouldn't stress over it, and made sure to take care of everything right away. He walked back over to her, looking pretty sure of himself. He had just checked in with his assistant. There was just a small misunderstanding. He could relax. Nothing bad was going to happen. Mr. paused for a second, thinking it over. Spending that much money was no small thing, and even he had to admit it made him hesitate. Out of nowhere, his teammate shot his hand up, giving a clear sign that things had worked out. Didn't need to stress about it. He could double-check things however he wanted. If there was actually a problem, he'd get all his money back, no hassle. Always had this way about him. He could walk into a room and everyone would go quiet. He wasn't loud or anything, but people just knew he meant business. The way he handled things was smooth, almost like he'd done it 100 times before. Guys at work respected him, even if he sometimes came off a bit intense. Nobody really wanted to get on Spad's side. You laid it all out. Lemon wasn't just some random business. It actually started as a front for Mr. Basically, Mr. had set it up so his own people could pull a fast one and make it look like everything was legit just to mess with him. He was so mad, his face went bright orange, kind of like those spicy. He realized the other person had known all along and was just messing with him, which made him even more frustrated. He realized there was no way to fight back against someone cheating in business. It looked like a big chunk of money had just been sent to Lemon. The government watched companies like that really closely, so he'd already reported what happened. The money would probably get frozen and taken away soon. That was the whole point. He wanted to teach them a lesson. That was the real reason he showed up. He walked up, mumbling under his breath and looking pretty annoyed. The smell around him was awful. Took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to get started. He didn't waste any time, heading straight into the action. She honestly thought your brother would keep things low-key, but out came the telegram. That was definitely unexpected, and she was kind of thrown off. Deep down, she hoped no one would pin this on her. He decides to leave without saying much, just heading out. Meanwhile, he moves the note and puts it down next to her, not making a big deal out of it. Stood just outside the door, laughing when he noticed her knocked out on the floor. He liked that she tried to stand up to him, but it was clear she was no match. The story shifts over to an industrial park. His friends stared at him, not sure what he was thinking. What he'd just done had everyone on edge, and the whole group started to worry about what might happen next. Messing with the Sue family wasn't something anyone took lightly, and now people wondered if it had just dragged them all into something serious. He thought about the Sue family, but honestly, they had nothing to do with his life. From the way things were set up, it always seemed like she was the one who mattered most. Their parents always paid attention to her, making it pretty clear who they cared about. Even when it came to the family's future, everyone just assumed she'd be the one to take over the Sue family someday. He realized what was happening. That explained why she decided to help the other guy. Brother had already made it clear, the Sue family would be under his control from now on. He wouldn't have to answer to her anymore. Finally, he was free from her grip. He thought about why he was always looking out for his little brother. It wasn't complicated. He just felt responsible, like an older brother should. He wanted to make sure his brother was okay, no matter what. He figured he didn't really need someone like her around anyway. From now on, whenever went missing, she was just supposed to stick close to brother and do what he said. He planned to check in now and then, making sure to update on how their parents were doing. Brother took responsibility for her, making sure she'd be okay. Everyone trusted him to handle things, so there wasn't anything left to worry about. But out of nowhere, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. The shot was aimed right at Ban's back and went off. Dropped to the ground, stunned. The way he talked was weird, almost like he was from another planet. Nobody could really figure out what he was planning, but it was clear that having him nearby probably wasn't a good idea. Most people thought he'd end up making a mess of things, and it was hard to tell how much chaos he might bring with him. He kicked once, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. He glanced over at her, remembering there was still that contract waiting for them to sign. Even with her gone, he knew he could still hit the Sue family with a big penalty for breaking their agreement. He took out the red seal, ready for her to leave her fingerprint on it. Hesitated, eyeing the outstretched hand in front of him. He could feel his heart beating faster, but he didn't want to look scared, especially not in front of everyone. Even though his palms were getting sweaty, tried to keep his cool, acting like it was no big deal. He was definitely nervous, not sure if this place would turn out all right. There was this uneasy feeling in his stomach, hoping things wouldn't go sideways. This place felt so far away from everything. Anyone could just walk right in, and no one would even notice. He wondered if yelling would do anything. Would anyone even hear him out here? He barely finished the thought when something crashed nearby, cutting him off. A car smashed right through the door. He turned his head fast, just in time to see the car stop right in front of him. Someone came out just like the navigation said they would. It looked like the directions were spot on this time. He made it just in time, knowing that if he'd been even a little late, all the effort he'd put in would gone down the drain. Manting stepped forward, holding her gun with steady hands. She looked serious, every bit the police officer on duty. Her eyes were locked on. She came right out with it. She was there to arrest him. The reason? She believed he was behind a kidnapping, tried to kill someone, and probably did even more stuff she didn't say out loud. The moment turned tense as she made it clear she wasn't backing down. He spotted a police officer standing nearby and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. The guy stood perfectly still, tense and alert. He could tell things were about to get serious, and he didn't want to make the wrong move. Every muscle in his body was ready, just waiting to see what would happen next. Before he could even react, she charged right at him. He took a sudden hit right in the stomach, and his grip on the gun slipped. She moved fast, grabbing his arm and yanking it behind his back. He froze, realizing her grip was serious. One wrong move, and he knew his arm could be in real trouble. He won a couple of martial arts championships before, but he never really saw it as a big deal. The team headed out, knowing there were already officers waiting outside to back them up. Yuan shot a look over at trying to keep things cool. In his head, he couldn't believe what just happened. He'd given Mr. 50,000, but out of nowhere, turned around and handed him 500 million. Yuan just stared at the number, thinking it was way over the top. He honestly wondered if Mr. was serious, or maybe he'd totally lost it. They both headed outside, knowing it was time for a real conversation. Still felt sure of himself. Even though things hadn't worked out, he knew this wasn't the end. He still had billions sitting in his accounts, ready to use whenever he needed. If things got bad, he could step in and help them out. This time, he wasn't planning to let anyone slip away. While the guy watched, his crew got marched off with their hands cuffed behind their backs. He spotted one of them and realized it was someone from his own company. Nobody was sure if their friend had managed to make it inside. Everyone kept glancing at each other, pretty confused and a bit on edge. Then, the boss showed up and the whole mood in the room changed. The young man couldn't hold it together. He started to lose it as he explained what happened. He said the company was in big trouble and that the boss had left before anyone else. Now, he was the only one left who still trusted the boss to come back. Seeing the boss show up before any of them was a total surprise. The company had clearly run into some serious problems, and he just wanted to know what was really going on. The boss just stood there, looking like he didn't have a clue what was happening. Everyone waited, hoping he'd say something or give them a sign, but he stayed quiet. The room was tense, with people glancing at each other, wondering if he was as lost as they were. Word got out about the company's finances, and now a bunch of inspectors are showing up to see if there's any tax evasion going on. The team's scrambling, trying to figure out how to cover more than $10 billion that's missing from the records. The stock prices took a dive, and everyone started talking about how someone had already made 500 million before they even noticed what was happening. The guys at the office wondered if they'd messed with the wrong person, but nobody had any real clues yet. He remembered the hint Ufone gave him earlier, but now it just wasn't there. He tried to hold himself together, but his legs gave out and he hit the ground. At that moment, it really felt like there was nothing left. Everything he had was just gone. At the same time, the guy with the scar on his face couldn't hide his happiness. He felt grateful, like someone had his back when he didn't expect it. He started to wonder what he'd done to deserve this, and whether anyone was still thinking about him now. He started thinking about what might happen if everything he did inside got out. Even if was gone, the rest of the family would still be around, and they probably wouldn't just let things slide. He couldn't help but worry they might even go after his own family. He figured that if he went in right now, everyone would stop suspecting him. Right then, he finally got it and shot his friend a thumbs up. He realized it was an awakening. Something big just clicked for him. He promised himself he'd work harder, improve, and be ready to hang out and take on whatever came next with his buddy. He could finally relax. With everything done, he started heading home, already thinking about the reward waiting for him from the system. Later that evening, Old showed up with some grilled food for Boss. The warm smell of the food filled the room as he set it down, and it kind of made the place feel more relaxed. Boss glanced over, noticing the food, and things felt a bit lighter after a long day. He nodded, thinking about how the old guy had actually delivered it straight to his door. It wasn't a big deal to him, just a small gesture. Lately, business had been going well, and he knew part of that was because Boss had his back when things got rough. This wine came straight from his, something you couldn't just find anywhere. He brought it as a gift, hoping someone would give it a shot. People always talked about how good it was, and the fact that it was naturally fermented made it stand out even more. Lately, the food isn't just good. It means something more to him now. The room sat in silence, almost too quiet for comfort. Eyes wandered, thinking how the place seemed empty, like it was missing something or someone. He glanced at the bottle on the table, its fancy label hinting at some story about couples and good times. The name was even supposed to bring people together, or so they said online, with a legend that if two people shared it, they'd end up closer than ever. Just smirked, not sure if he believed that, but the idea stuck with him anyway. He wondered if this whole marriage thing was for real or just fake. Thinking back, he remembered how he and his wife actually ended up together because of this same bottle a long time ago. It wasn't wrong. They had become a couple that way, and now he was seeing it happen again. He thought it was weird how people still believed in superstitions, especially at his age. Still, he knew not to brush it off completely. That stuff in the cup, it was packed with different herbs. Even today, some folks say those herbs could actually make your body react, maybe even mess with your hormones a little. He sat quietly, sipping his drink while the older woman headed downstairs to check on the guests. He nodded in thanks, watching her go. The room felt a bit emptier without her, but he didn't mind the break. It gave him a moment to breathe and let his thoughts settle. Sat back and enjoyed some skewered meat, washing it down with a glass of wine. The drink tasted sweet and actually pretty good, but he couldn't help but wonder if it was really as amazing as Old Cow had hyped it up to be. Poured himself another glass, thinking the drink was actually pretty good. He made a mental note to hit up Old Cow next time and grab some more. Yuan heard a knock at the door and looked up, curious. He wondered if something had happened or if the old man needed help with something. Showed up wearing a dress that turned a few heads. She tracked down Yuan's place by asking Ning for his address. Without much warning, she showed up at his door wanting to talk to him about some stuff. The timing caught him off guard, but it was clear she wasn't there just to hang out. He waved them in, stepping aside so they could come through the door. Yuan's friend felt kinda awkward, realizing he'd been acting like a robot lately, always chasing his own goals and barely noticing the people around him. Now, he really wanted to say sorry to Yuan for ignoring his feelings all this time. He looked at his younger brother and thought back to everything that happened. It was tough to figure out why his brother would turn on him. For a long time, he just didn't get it. But now, thinking about it, maybe he played a part in what happened too. He wondered why he was even talking to himself like this. He wasn't the type to make a big deal out of things or show off. Instead, he always looked out for her from the background, never asking for anything back or even mentioning it. She started wondering what she had done to deserve someone like that watching over her. He looked into it and found out his dad never even talked to any consulting company. He realized the car from was actually registered under his own name. It hit him that all those plans and setups had been done just for him. Now that he knew, he couldn't help but notice how shy the other person really was. He didn't waste time overthinking stuff. Every move he made had a reason behind it, probably something to do with handling that kid. As she kept talking, her face turned even redder, but that didn't really matter to him. What really counted was his decision. Today was the day he wanted to start living for real. He wanted to deal with how he felt head-on and not just push things away anymore. She leaned in and kissed him right on the lips while he was still wide-eyed, totally caught off guard. He knew the other person might not agree with him, and honestly, that was okay. She got ready to head out, but right when she was about to say goodbye, something made her stop. His face started burning up, and she felt so dizzy that it seemed like she might pass out. Someone noticed right away and checked if she was all right. He started to notice this urge to try things he normally wouldn't. It was like something inside him wanted to push past his usual limits, making him curious about what might happen if he just went for it. Out of nowhere, he noticed the smell of alcohol was way stronger than before. He wondered if maybe there was still some alcohol left in his system, and questioned why his body was reacting so strongly. Yuan heard the question and felt caught off guard. He wasn't expecting anyone to ask him something so direct. His mind started racing as he tried to figure out what to say or do next. The moment got awkward, and he could feel the tension building. Yuan realized this was going to be way more complicated than he thought, and he started to wonder how he was supposed to handle a situation like this. After that, Yuan used his finger skill. It helped her snap out of it and get her head straight again. She realized she was sitting on top of him and quickly tried to explain herself. She wanted him to know she was clear-headed now, and that whatever happened wasn't really because of her. She hurried to grab her slippers, still embarrassed about what happened earlier, and came up with a reason to get out of there. She spotted a young guy rushing by. For a second, she wondered if she was seeing things, but it really looked like him. He headed back to his room, still thinking about what just happened. Brother couldn't help but notice how weird Miss looked earlier. He wondered if was actually a good guy or if there was something off about him. Watching all this unfold, he started to feel pretty confused. Quickly closed the door and squeezed his arm, trying to snap himself out of it. After that, he opened the door and let the guy inside. Brother could tell the dude wasn't there to cause trouble. Instead, he just wanted to say congrats, though Brother had no clue what this was about. Everyone had already heard what happened. The guy who caused trouble for them got handled by Brother, so it made sense that everyone was in a good mood. His friend nudged him and signaled it was time to head out. He wanted to show a new spot he'd found, hoping it'd be something different from their usual hangouts. Followed, curious about where they were going next. At this charity auction, 30% of whatever they make goes straight to organizations that help people. His friend looked at him, kind of surprised. He started to wonder if was the type of guy who actually liked doing charity stuff. But then, he thought was missing the point. Helping out like this wasn't just about being nice. It was also a smart way to dodge some taxes. Next, checked out which celebrities usually sold their stuff at this place. He pointed over to a group of girls hanging out together. They looked like they had it all together, and honestly, anyone could see what he meant just by glancing their way. UX Oz, who started out as a child star, hangs out by himself in the corner. Glanced over to where his friend was pointing. Across the street, he spotted someone who looked just like UX. He squinted, trying to figure out what the big deal was. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and honestly, he didn't get why his friend was so hyped about it. Back when he was a kid, he was really into the movie Father and Daughter. The girl in it acted with master, and she stood out, smart and pretty in a way that stuck with him. He used to think she'd be the perfect wife, at least in his dreams. He shrugged it off. Looking back, he realized it wasn't really her he cared about. It was just the idea of being that person in her life. Now, when he thought about her, there was nothing there. After that, she just disappeared from movies, so he figured she had left for good. The last thing he expected was to see her here today. It made him wonder if this is just what happens to all those kid actors. UX started walking over too. He was pretty fed up with sneaky habits and wanted to call him out on it, hoping he'd finally cut it out. He could tell that the other guy finally recognized him. There was this look like it all clicked. The way the guy was muttering sounded super familiar, and that's when it hit. Yeah, it was definitely him. Vice Chairman Bai Hang stared at the two, clearly confused by what was happening. Nobody really knew why he showed up. He just followed that other guy in, not thinking much about it. Guys his age tended to jump into conversations fast, tossing out introductions and trying to seem cool. Vice Chairman stepped up first, introducing himself, then did the same. Everyone seemed a bit on edge, unsure about what was up to or why it was so hard to avoid getting caught up in whatever he had planned. He got kicked right away and it left him confused. He thought he was a fan, but he never even knew where she was from. Turns out they were both from the same. He realized he didn't even know where she was from. It hit him how little he actually knew about her, and he started to wonder how the two of them even ended up meeting in the first place. He remembered how, in the beginning, she was set on moving to the top school in town. Meanwhile, his homeroom teacher had pulled him aside and asked him to help her out with private tutoring after classes. Back then, a lot of guys were trying hard to get that spot, but he just wasn't interested. It was almost like he didn't even care about what everyone else wanted. He thought about all the hours he spent hanging out at the maid cafe, getting distracted by goth girls online. Classes ended up taking a back seat because he was always busy with his performances. When the final results came out, it was clear that real talent always stands out. He liked to believe it was thanks to his own teaching skills. Meanwhile, the other two kept chatting nearby. Someone started walking over from a distance. Z remembered that there was supposed to be a deal about going to the VIP channel together. He knew he was supposed to be above hanging out with these people. At least that's what everyone kept telling him. But even though he tried to act like he didn't care, he couldn't help glancing back as he got pulled away. Brushed the guy's hand off. Jin stood his ground, letting Mr. know he was all right where he was. He could tell they just saw things differently, and maybe that was the real reason they couldn't agree. They came from different worlds, and that was just how it was. He watched his classmate walk ahead, head held high like he owned the place. The kid looked way too confident, almost like he thought everyone should be paying attention to him. It made him wonder what was so special, what was there to brag about just for walking down the hallway. He looked over at, wondering who the new guy was. Always counts on his dad, who's basically the richest guy in town. He likes dragging young actors into the business, almost like it's a game to him. But honestly, his money doesn't impress anyone around here. He glanced over at his younger brother, kind of confused about why he was getting stared at. He didn't really get it. He'd never messed around or hurt any girl's feelings before. He finally got why everyone used to talk about her when she was younger, but now she just wasn't popular anymore. People always noticed how honest and direct she was, almost like she didn't care what others thought. She stood out, never trying to impress anyone or act fake, even when it made her unpopular. Everyone knew that guy was loaded. His dad was basically the richest around. Messing with him could get risky, and nobody wanted to find out what would happen if he decided to get back at someone. At the auction, the next thing up for grabs comes from Ms. put on her apprentice uniform, the same one she wore when she first started learning under the well-known Ping opera master, Lan. Even though Master Lan isn't around anymore, people still look up to him and learn from the passion he had for Ping opera. The auction was about to begin, and usually someone would crack a joke or say something to break the ice. But this time, even the team leader kept quiet. The room stayed silent, and everyone watched, thinking this one must be special. He realized the guy was messing with him on purpose, blocking everyone else from making offers just to make him look bad in front of everyone. The guys in the back started laughing, clearly thinking she shouldn't have messed with young Master. They thought it was pretty embarrassing for her and didn't seem to take her seriously at all. In their eyes, she was only known because of Master Lan, and without that connection, she was nothing. Just as those thoughts were hanging in the air, he finished what he was saying. He lifted his paddle, signaling for a 5 million bid. The auctioneer glanced his way, checking if anyone else wanted in. The room got real quiet, everyone waiting to see if someone would top it. Noticed what was happening and felt pretty good about it. Nobody really paid much attention to him before, but now it seemed like he was trying to get noticed. This time he bumped it up to 7 million. When noticed what was happening, he paused, trying to figure out what the other guy was planning. He tried not to, but a small smile showed up on his face as he gave in. He kept going until he reached 8 million, and watched closely. He tossed in another 100, bringing the total up to 9 million. Bumped the number up to 9.5 million, just a bit less than what he put in last time. He felt pretty good about it, thinking the other guy couldn't keep up now. In his mind, once someone starts slipping, it's just a matter of time before they're out for good. He bumped the price up to 9.99 million. Was going to have to face him sooner or later, and when that happened, there'd probably be some regret. He noticed that JB really stood out from the rest, dropping almost $10 million just to get a set of clothes. But then, he wondered, what about people who like their stuff to still have that brand new smell? He got pretty annoyed after hearing those words. It started to hit him that he'd been played. Frustration crept in as he spun around to face the other guy. Thoughts raced through his mind about how pointless the argument was, everyone just shouting numbers, but nobody actually making a move. It all felt like a waste of time, and he couldn't help but wonder why everyone was getting so worked up over nothing. He was always quick to react whenever someone mentioned something they liked. He paid close attention, ready to jump in and make things happen. If he ever noticed someone struggling to keep up or just making things harder for everyone else on purpose, he didn't hesitate to point it out. He believed in being straightforward and didn't have much patience for games. He decided not to hold back anymore. If things got rough, that was on them, not him. The next item came up for auction, and the starting price hit $5 million. That number made the room go quiet for a second. Everyone was sizing up the competition, trying to figure out who'd actually throw down that kind of cash. You could almost feel the tension building as people started thinking about what was going to happen next. The seller's commission said this was a treasure that had been passed down for more than 200 years. They wouldn't have brought it to the auction unless it really mattered. There wasn't much jade to go around, and the good stuff was hard to find. This piece, though, was just some fake stone, nothing worth getting excited about. No one really wanted it. People just wanted to see the real deal, not waste time on fakes. He was relieved he'd actually waited this time. He decided to up his offer to 6 million this time. He burst out laughing, not holding back at all. For a second, he'd actually believed the guy was some kind of big deal. Turns out, he was just some clueless dude wasting his time. He spent millions on a stone that wasn't even worth it. Honestly, it was the kind of rock you could find lying around by the river, just waiting to be picked up. Someone took a closer look at the stone and realized it wasn't just some fake mountain. He could tell right away that this was a really rare spirit jade, way above the usual ones people find. The patterns on it were crazy detailed, like they'd been forming for ages. Definitely not something you see every day. Right then, everyone in the crowd noticed the guy on stage was Old, the legend in classical Chinese garden design. People knew that if Old was checking something out, it had to be special. Nothing ordinary ever caught his eye. Even big names like Zai respected his choices. He let everyone know he thought this might be something people would want to collect one day. But for him, it was more about finishing the project he'd been working on. He was ready to drop 100 million, the highest price anyone had offered so far. He really wanted that rock garden and hoped the owner might actually let him have it. He knew he needed this piece just as much as anyone else. Even though the old guy seemed pretty sure about what was going on, he'd actually gotten something wrong. He glanced over, eyebrows raised, trying to figure out what had just happened. Curiosity got the better of him as he waited, wondering what was going on. Turns out the stone in front of him wasn't just any Ling stone. It was actually white jade Ling stone, which was way more valuable. Realizing this, he didn't hesitate. He casually raised his hand and bumped his bid up to 200 million, staying cool and confident. The auction kept climbing 200 million, then 200 million again. Right then, the room felt tense, everyone holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Pin leaned in for a better look. He spotted a white jade Ling sitting next to the stone and started to wonder if he'd gotten it wrong. Old Shai had talked about this white jade before, saying it was even harder to find than that Mayan stone everyone was always talking about. Right now, white jade isn't nearly as hard to find as million stone. The most anyone's paid for a finished piece is about 100 million, which isn't all that impressive compared to the other stuff out there. Even so, the kid kept cranking up the price on purpose, clearly using his cash to mess with everyone and make things awkward. Jin doesn't bother hiding how little he thinks of Old. He throws shade at him in front of everyone, not caring about respect. To Jin, wealth doesn't really matter. He figures got more cash in his bank account than he's got going for him anywhere else. He wanted everyone to understand where he was coming from. It wasn't what they thought. The reason he was putting up so much money was simple to him. The thing he wanted was just that valuable. Old Shai had already mentioned that white jade was only worth around 100 million. Just thinking about it, it was hard not to wonder if anyone could really top Old Shai's judgment. He was dead serious about this bet, putting 20 million on the line to prove his point. He watched the other guy, pretty sure he'd come out on top. Deep down, he couldn't help but imagine the look on the loser's face, especially when it hit him just how much he stood to lose. He stared at the stone, suddenly way more focused than before. The other guy wasn't even looking his way, so it didn't make sense for him to talk like that. It made him wonder if there was something he hadn't noticed yet. He finally got it. The answer was so obvious, he couldn't believe he'd missed it before. As the other guy raised his voice, everything just clicked into place in his mind. This stone wasn't special just because of what it was. What really made it valuable was the way it was made and the person who used to have it. Working with white jade like this isn't easy at all. Only someone with really sharp skills could shape a stone of this quality. The piece was put together with serious skill. Anyone could tell someone really good at their job made it. Most of the time, paying for the work costs way more than buying the actual stuff. Because of that, the price can shoot up pretty fast. That's why only really rich families or even royals would go for something like this. Was starting to sweat. Elder had mentioned that if the stone used to belong to some noble or royal family, it could be worth more than 300 million. Everyone in the room froze for a second, caught off guard. Walked into the place just as his friends were getting ready to spend some cash. While everyone else was thinking about what to buy or eat, somehow ended up making money instead. His friends watched him, half joking, wishing they could get in on whatever luck he had. They couldn't believe how things always seemed to go sway, and some of them started teasing him, hoping he'd share his good fortune. He'd spent years studying old antiques, basically half his life, but even now, his eyesight just couldn't keep up with the younger guys. Sometimes it felt like all that learning hadn't done him much good. This stone wasn't his to keep anyway. Someone else deserved to have it. He nodded at the old man, grateful for the help. Now he started checking out the stone, turning it over in his hands. He wanted it for one reason, to soak up spiritual energy. Saving had given him the power to pull in this energy, and honestly, he hadn't seen that coming. He drew the energy stored in the stone straight into his body. The best way to do this was with special pieces that people had taken time to look after. As the power rushed in, he could sense it wrapping all around him. It was kind of like plugging himself into a power bank, steady and reliable. Mr. Shai glanced up, a little unsure, as someone turned to him with a new idea. He waited, curious about what kind of suggestion was coming his way. He picked up the stone, planning to use it for a bit. When he was done, Mr. Shai would get it back, and he'd score a 20 million recharge. Mr. stared at the screen, eyebrows raised. The number just sat there, 20 million. That was how much it would cost to recharge. He couldn't believe it. It was like the game was trolling him, expecting him to drop that kind of cash just to keep playing. He leaned back, letting the reality sink in, trying to figure out if this was some kind of glitch, or if he'd missed something obvious. Either way, it was a lot to take in. He wasn't making any money from all this. If Mr. Shai thought the price was too low, he could always put more cash into the charity fund. Whatever Mr. Shai decided to donate wasn't really something he cared about. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was next level. Later that night, a huge business deal was going down, the kind that could bring in tens or maybe even hundreds of millions. He was hoping to talk it over with him, wanting to make sure everything was set. He had a small favor in mind and hoped Elder Shai would be able to help out. Mr. waited for his turn, watching as the others handled the precious stones. He liked checking them out up close, inspecting each one carefully. If it wasn't too much trouble, he hoped Elder Shai could help him track down a few good ones. Mr. didn't have to stress for long. The guy knew several museum directors and figured he could help out. With that, things were pretty much decided. He thought his plan was solid, the kind of plan that could set him up not just for now, but for the long run. He felt ready to take on whatever came next, sure that he was making the right moves for his future. Not only could he take in the energy from the stone, but he also had access to all kinds of rare stuff, things you'd only see in fancy museums or on collectors' pages, not stuff you could just buy. Mr. nodded, understanding how much this stone meant to him. The guy had been drawn to it from the start, and he knew it wasn't going to be easy to find another one like it. Even though he tried to keep it cool, anyone could tell he was pretty attached to it. In the end, he realized he owed me. Pushed his way through the crowd, needing to get outside. People were in his way, but he kept moving, not really caring if he had to nudge past them. He just wanted to be out of there as fast as possible. He just lost 30 million, and thinking about it, his dad's 7 horses were probably eating better than him right now. Right then, showed up at the door, blocking the way. It was clear he wasn't about to let anyone slip past him. Everyone in the room recognized him right away. The guy was the son of the city's richest tycoon. People glanced at each other, realizing what was happening. 30 million was on the line, and nobody could believe someone like him might just walk away from that kind of debt. He didn't want to bail on paying back what he owed. The problem was, he couldn't pull out the cash yet. He kept thinking that once the redevelopment plan got the green light, he'd sort out the debt for sure. He started thinking about where he was living right now, realizing that was home for him. He paused, trying to make sense of what he just heard. Nobody had mentioned anything about a redevelopment project before, and he couldn't figure out where this new info was coming from. Confused, he glanced around, wondering if maybe he'd missed something important. Some people in the industry have been talking about it, but honestly, most guys don't really care if it's true. As long as someone acts confident, they're ready to put their money in. It started to make sense why Mrs. Shen's son lost all his money out of nowhere, and why Mrs. Shen had to sell her house so quickly. It was clear now that someone had planned this whole thing from the start. Once he finished signing the debt paper, he was finally allowed to leave. He couldn't believe how messed up the whole thing was. This was the kind of stuff he'd only seen happen to other people, not someone like him. It stung, having to swallow his pride and go through something like that. Once everything calmed down, his phone started buzzing. On the other end was Mrs. Shen, her voice carrying some bad news. She told him that selling the house might not happen after all. She also mentioned that the $15 million he'd paid would be coming back to him. He listened, realizing plans were falling apart right when he thought things were finally working out. Mrs. Shen stood there, already knowing what the man was getting at. Her son had probably told her how the company was in way deeper trouble than anyone wanted to admit. 10 million just wasn't going to fix things, and everyone in the room knew it. The real problem was bigger, and now she had to figure out what to do next. Could tell right away, even before anyone else caught on. He just had that look, like he was ahead of the game and already knew what was going on. He knew those moves were nothing new, just the usual stuff people like them always tried. He told himself not to stress. Tomorrow he'd go over and talk things through, hoping to sort it out face to face. For now, all he could do was wait and see what happened. Lynn stood there, not really sure what to say. He wanted to thank her for being there that night, but the words just wouldn't come out. The moment felt heavy, kind of awkward, like when you want to say something important but your mind blanks. He looked down, hoping she'd understand what he meant, even if he couldn't get the words out. Nobody really expected Yuan to turn out so different after all this time. He nodded, brushing off any concern. Then, looking a bit curious, he glanced over and wondered if the other person had a jade bracelet or something similar on them. He thought it might be useful and hoped he could borrow it for a bit. She pulled the jade pendant off her neck and looked at it for a second. It seemed like this was what he needed, so she handed it over without saying anything. Golden jade isn't just for boosting spiritual energy. It can also act as a bridge between different powers. Normally, a regular remedy would only work for a few days before wearing off. He explained that if it was kept in jade, it would still work for a few months. As he talked, he seemed pretty sure of himself, like he knew exactly what he was talking about and was just letting her know. He glanced over at her and noticed the blood didn't look strong. Her arms and legs seemed kind of limp, and there was sweat building up on her forehead. It was pretty clear she was hurting a lot. He thought that if he wore this in the future, the pain would go away, and things would get easier every month. It wasn't going to be as rough anymore. He stepped up, deciding to take the lead. She felt her cheeks heat up and knew her face was probably bright red. She couldn't believe anyone would bring up stuff like that with other people around. But the other person didn't seem bothered at all, just acting the same as always. The next day rolled around and Mrs. Shen showed up again. This time, she wasn't alone. She had a new guy with her. The guy sat down across from him, and he couldn't help but wonder who the stranger was and why Mrs. Shen had brought him along. Yuan, the chairman of group, introduced himself to Yuan. He got straight to the point, not wasting any time with small talk. Mrs. Shen stared at the houses, knowing she'd have to give them up. She hesitated for a second, but there was no way around it. She moved quickly, not wanting to drag it out, and started getting everything ready to hand them over. He told Yuan to just listen to his advice, saying it would work out for both of them. Since Yuan couldn't even get his name on the family registry, paying him back later wouldn't be a big deal. There was really nothing Yuan could do about it. Yuan's mom looked tired as she explained the deal. Mr. wanted their house, and she'd agreed to give it up if it meant her son would be safe. She didn't even try to hide how disappointed she was in him, calling him useless like she always did. But even then, she'd do whatever it took to protect him, even if it meant losing their home. He started to piece things together, and realized those people were actually working with the ones who hurt his son. They just want to pressure him into selling the house for less than it's worth. After that, they're planning to wait until the renovation gets the green light, then flip the place for a big profit. What happened to his son? That's just something they're using to get what they want. The guy seems pretty up to date with everything going on. Mrs. Shen thought about it for a moment. To her, it didn't really matter if they knew everything or not. They were just regular people, and honestly, her main concern was keeping her son safe. That's what mattered most to her. He watched Mrs. Shen, knowing she looked tired and stressed. Deep down, he wanted to help her out, so he thought about the best way to let her know there was something he could do. The idea of offering her a hand ran through his mind. Yuan hesitated, thinking about how it was just some cash. He didn't really want to get involved with those people, though. It felt like too much trouble, and he'd rather not get himself caught up in their mess. Yuan slid his foot up onto the table, staring the other guy down. He wasn't backing off, almost daring anyone to try something. Yuan wanted to see if they'd actually do anything if he just stood his ground. The guy always acted like he loved being the center of attention, going out of his way to show off in front of everyone. This time, someone decided to call him out, wanting to see if he was actually brave or just putting on a show. With everyone watching, he just clapped his hands, waiting to see what would happen next. The guys showed up behind him, looking like they were ready to make a point. The guys charged straight at him, fists ready. In just a few seconds, everyone in the crowd ended up on the ground, faces puffy and sore. He realized he actually had guts. Out of nowhere, a bunch of cops showed up. The ones on duty quickly stepped forward, making it clear no one should try anything. Yuan spotted the guy and let everyone know who he was. The dude had hurt some people who didn't do anything wrong, so now it was time for the police to step in and take him down. Yuan told the officers what was really going on, pointing out that the group had come together just to start problems. He made it clear that with so many of them focused on him, there was no way he could be the one in control. He didn't let the officers twist things. Yuan had already seen what they'd done wrong and wasn't about to let it slide. They moved in quick, locking the cuffs around his wrists. There wasn't much he could do. He just stood there and let them take him away. The two cops looked over at Yuan and gave him a quick, obvious wink, like they were trying to send him a message without saying anything out loud. Yuan gave a small, confident grin, thinking to himself that this kid didn't really stand a chance against him. He realized what was really going on. This time he ended up at the police station. As he walked inside, he tried to keep his head down and stay calm, hoping things wouldn't get any worse. He looked left and right, trying to figure things out and feeling pretty confident about his own skills. The officer moved fast and knocked the chair out from under him, not letting him sit down. It was clear who was in charge here. The officer wanted things done his way, no questions asked. Yuan grabbed a piece of paper from the table. He looked calm but serious, like he already knew what was coming next. The room felt different now, quiet, with no cameras watching and no one around to help. Yuan's message was clear. If someone wanted to get out of this situation, they'd have to follow his rules. There was only one option on the table, and everyone knew it. He glared, sending a clear message. Signing the paper was the only way out. If not, things were going to get rough, and he was ready to drag it out until the other guy couldn't take it anymore. He could tell these guys always had something up their sleeves. Still, when it came to the old buildings in that apartment complex, he was sure they wouldn't be able to get their hands on even one room. When Yuan heard what was said, he got really mad. He couldn't believe this person was talking to him like that. Honestly, besides Mrs. James's group, there were already a bunch of families who had agreed to sell their houses to him. Out of nowhere, his phone started buzzing. It was the second master calling with news that didn't sound good. As he listened, his expression changed and his mood dropped. The message was clear. Everyone wanted to raise the price. The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was like everyone around him had lost their minds, probably because money was so tight. He thought about the idea of raising prices for people who barely had anything, and honestly, it just didn't make sense. He couldn't see how anyone could profit from that. Word was getting around that someone out there was trying to buy up all the old houses in the apartment complex. People kept saying the offer was 5 times more than what the places were actually worth. That kind of money made everyone stop and pay attention. Everyone stared, trying to figure out who would actually do something that wild. Then all eyes landed on him. He got up from his seat. The other guy glanced over and suddenly realized who he was looking at. Right away, it clicked. This was the same person he'd warned before. He remembered telling him straight up that there wouldn't be a single room for him. A little earlier, he had called someone, his voice low and serious. He knew this group wasn't just after Mrs. Young. They were probably going after others, too. He told them if they didn't hear back from him in 30 minutes, they should go ahead with what they had planned. He glanced over, remembering exactly what he'd been told to do. He didn't really get why he had to handle all this stuff. He was pretty sure he never signed up to be anyone's secretary. Sat right in the middle of the apartment complex, grabbing everyone's attention. He was letting the people there know something big was going on. The apartment complex was buying up houses for way more than normal, like 5 times the usual price. He kept repeating it, making sure everyone understood just how serious this offer was. The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing. Someone was actually snapping up apartments in the complex, and not just at the regular price. She was paying 5 times what they were worth. It was the kind of bold move that got everyone's attention, and people started talking, wondering what she was planning. The guy on the other side heard what was said and just sat there, holding his head in his hands. He looked like he was struggling to handle everything. It was clear he remembered the agreement and couldn't believe this was happening again. Back in the present, the young guy hit the table with his hand. He couldn't understand why anyone would spend so much money on a house. It just seemed like a quick way to lose it all. He never really thought about profit or loss when he bought stuff. It just wasn't on his mind. But if someone ended up making him mad, he always found a way to make sure they didn't walk away with any cash. He shot forward and grabbed the guy's collar, frustration clear on his face. Right then, the person in charge of the development zone came in and opened the door. Yuan quickly looked over his shoulder. Yao Wen didn't waste any time. He threw the papers right at Yuan's face, looking pretty fed up. He was obviously annoyed about the mistakes with the houses, like he couldn't believe messed it up again. The whole thing wasn't just about some paperwork, either. The development zone was a big deal, and everyone knew a lot of other projects would depend on it later. Yao Wen's reaction made it pretty clear he expected way more from, especially with something this important. The staff member tried to explain to Director Yao that the real problem wasn't his own lack of skill. He just couldn't get anywhere because the kid kept making things harder on purpose. Everyone recognized Director Yao from the development zone right away. He was pretty well known, always popping up on the news, so it was kind of wild to see him in person. He'd never seen this kid around before and had no clue where he came from. The name Director Yao didn't ring any bells either. He couldn't remember anyone by that name in Wu, so he figured maybe this guy just got rich recently. He spun around and glared at Yuan. This guy who'd just gotten rich had managed to block everyone. The others just stood there, looking like they couldn't do anything right. Couldn't help but laugh at the whole situation. Here was the big boss of the development zone, supposed to be all respectable, but behind the scenes, he was working with shady contractors and pulling strings to mess with people's lives. Wondered how long someone would get locked up for stuff like that. He grabbed the gun from the cop standing next to him and aimed it straight ahead. The ball flew right at his head. He barely flinched, just staring ahead like it was no big deal. He wondered if the kid had any proof, but even if he did, escaping this place and making it to court seemed almost impossible. Right then, a guy with glasses came over and told Director Ye that everything was set up. No one could get in unless Director Ye said so. He made it clear he wanted the houses for himself, letting everyone know he had plenty of ways to get what he wanted if they didn't hand them over. He spotted the person's back and right away, it looked really familiar. This time, though, he wasn't scared at all. He started to wonder what was taking so long with the evidence. Everyone had already pointed out that there weren't any cameras around. Now, he just waited, curious about what the others would do next. Yuan calmly snapped the handcuffs off his wrists, not even breaking a sweat. He swung his fist right at its head, turning it into a real punch. People started dropping to the ground. He grabbed Yao's phone, just planning to use it for a while. Half an hour went by, and he was still just sitting there, phone in hand, staying calm. Inside, though, he was definitely annoyed. The official glared, clearly ticked off that someone had the guts to hit him. He looked like he was ready to make sure the kid paid for it, big time. Jail wasn't just on the table, it was the only thing he had in mind. The room felt tense, everyone knowing this wasn't something that would just blow over. He decided to hold back for now, planning to respond once they were both out of there. His phone buzzed on the table, screen lighting up with a new notification. He glanced over, not really expecting anyone important. He wasn't the type to have big contacts or know any top guys. Right now, he was just chilling, eyes glued to the letting everything else fade into the background. Right then, a police officer standing outside checked in over the radio. He noticed things had been quiet inside for some time and wanted to make sure everything was okay. Captain hurried into the room after hearing the call. Inside, someone pointed at Yuan, saying he was a terrorist and that he'd just been attacked. The tension in the air was obvious. Everyone seemed on edge, not sure what would happen next. When he heard what was going on, the police officer didn't waste any time. He stepped up and kicked the door open, not even hesitating. For a second, everyone was caught off guard by what just happened. Raised his gun again, aiming it straight at the guy. He made it clear that he wanted the other guy to freeze and put his hands where he could see them. The tension in the room spiked, with both of them locked in place, waiting to see what would happen next. Yuan looked straight at, acting all confident, almost like he was picking a fight on purpose. He called out, basically challenging him right there. Yuan didn't seem worried at all, like he already knew no one, not even Wu, would step in to help this time. The tension between them was obvious, and realized he was on his own. Right then, someone spoke up from behind. He looked over, thinking maybe this person could help him out. Joe, the bureau chief, was the one speaking. Commissioner Shen showed up out of nowhere. The guys were caught off guard, not sure why he was there. The whole situation felt like it was just a big misunderstanding. It didn't seem like just a simple mistake. Director's secretary had teamed up with a group, putting pressure on people living in the apartment complex. It was hard to believe this could be explained away as another misunderstanding. Commissioner Shen grabbed his phone and raised it for everyone to see. Everything they needed to know was right there on the screen. The video showed the secretary acting aggressive toward people in the apartment complex. Commissioner Shen brought this on himself, and it wasn't anything the others had a hand in. The blame was all his, and nobody else was caught up in his mess. The director, Yo, just nodded, keeping his usual calm look. Most people don't really think about all the stuff they've saved on their phones. There's more than just random photos or old texts. Bank info, personal accounts, and other private details are all in there. He'd already moved the money to a bank overseas a while back, so there was no way anyone could get their hands on it now. He wasn't fooling around or pretending not to know. He'd planned all this from the start. Thought back to what had happened. Sure, maybe he'd crossed a line and gotten into some trouble, but being called out like that felt unfair. He remembered how he'd been accused in front of everyone, even though the truth was way more complicated. Now, because of those lies, things could get serious for the person who pointed the finger at him. Getting caught making up stuff about someone with authority wasn't going to end well. He remembered that this was the chat history he'd left behind on the site. Miss streams online. She recorded proof showing the assistant trying to scare Mrs., and honestly, the quickest way to reach her was by jumping into her live chat. Spotted a chance to help him out and casually threw up a V sign, looking pretty confident about it. Was busy live streaming at that moment, chatting with his viewers and keeping an eye on the comments. The chat was blowing up, and someone had just sent a huge donation, making pause for a second to take it all in. Wu had given him a cruise ship as a gift, which was already pretty wild. But then, while checking it out, surprised him. Revealed something that caught off guard, letting him know it was really him behind it all. He quickly pulled up the guy's IP address just to be sure. Earlier, he'd borrowed his brother's account to message Miss. Now he couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. Director had a thing for collecting old, fancy antiques. Whenever he got his hands on something new, he'd sneak out and meet with sketchy appraisers to get them checked out, always keeping it on the down low. He actually knew a bit about this stuff. Looking at it, he could tell that every piece was real and definitely not cheap. Everyone could tell right away these items weren't just random stuff. Contractors had spent time searching for things they knew he'd actually want. It was obvious from the way they matched his style, like each gift had been picked out just for him. Looked at Yao, thinking how much effort he had put in just because of Yao's constant suspicions. Even though had gone through all that trouble, Yao always seemed to think he was getting tricked with fake stuff. Never really trusted guys in business anyway, always watching out, never sure if someone was trying to pull a fast one. So when it came to dealing with merchants like Yao, couldn't help but wonder if he was being played. Right then, Yuan and Wen both noticed they'd messed up. They caught themselves after saying the wrong thing and it hit them. They'd made a mistake. Commissioner Shen nodded, taking the evidence seriously. He promised his team would look into it, ready to dig deeper and find out what was really going on. He could tell they were about to lose something important, all because of him. It felt like everything was slipping away and it was his fault. He had put everything on the line just to bring in investors and get things moving. Without taking that chance, Witching wouldn't have gotten anywhere near as big as it was now. He figured it wasn't a big deal if he made some cash on the side. He knew deep down that everything that happened to him was something he'd earned. All of it was on him, and he didn't try to dodge the responsibility. Once everything calmed down, Yuan and walked outside together. Yuan knew he caught a break this time, all because stepped in and helped him upload that video just in time. Without, things probably would turned out way worse for Yuan. He also realized that Uncle Shen really was someone you could trust, honest and fair, the kind of leader people respected. He couldn't remember her number, so he ended up going live just to track her down. Right then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. They handed over something that had fallen to the ground, asking if it belonged to him. Spotted it and froze for a second. That was definitely his. He gripped the thing carefully, noticing right away that it seemed expensive. He shot a quick nod of thanks, not wanting to mess it up. He kept losing track of his stuff. Every time he shoved it in his pocket, it somehow managed to slip out whenever he wasn't paying attention. It was starting to get annoying, but he couldn't help it. He just kept dropping things. Suddenly, a woman with a curvy figure brushed past the guy's arm. She seemed to recognize him and called out his name, making him glance over in surprise. From a distance earlier, he noticed the guy but didn't get a chance to say hi. Now, he's pretty sure this is the same person who messaged him online. He introduces himself as brother, hoping recognizes him. The guy couldn't believe it when he heard the compliment about his looks. His face turned red, and he felt heat crawl up his neck. Getting noticed like that caught him off guard, and for a second he wondered if it was real. She put her hand on his forehead and noticed right away how warm he was. Sweat was starting to run down his face, making it obvious that he wasn't feeling well. He asked what drink she wanted, ready to head out and grab it for her. She just shrugged, saying anything was cool. He paused for a moment, not really sure what to pick. He never thought he'd have a fan like her. For a guy who's been single his whole life, it looked like things were finally starting to change. He noticed a guy walking up, looking curious. The guy probably wondered if he was from out of town, or maybe meeting someone he knew from the internet. He just nodded, letting the guy know he was close enough with the answer. After seeing him help out his friend earlier, the guy figured it was a good time to offer some advice. He always heard people say to be careful with online dating, telling him not to rush or let his feelings take over. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at advice like that. To him, it all just sounded like pointless warnings that didn't really fit what he wanted right now. Sometimes things aren't always what they seem, so it's smart to keep your guard up. He wanted his friend to chill out and not stress over it. He had these intense eyes, almost like they were on fire, with a gold color that stood out. Ever since he was a kid, he always took things seriously and didn't mess around when it mattered. He liked to think nobody could ever fool him, not now or ever. Honestly, he figured other people needed to watch their own backs more than worry about him. Didn't argue, he just took off running toward, holding out what he'd bought. He depicked it out for his brother, hoping he'd like it. The boys decided it was time to head out, looking around for somewhere chill to hang out and talk. They wanted a spot that wasn't too crowded, just a place where they could relax and catch up without anyone bothering them. Yuan let out a quiet breath when he saw what was happening. The announcement echoed through the air, letting everyone know the host had finished all the beginner missions and was moving on to the next level. He'd been waiting for this day for what felt like forever. Now it was actually happening. Right before he could get his reward, a new screen popped up, asking him to pick the difficulty for the main mission. The options were all there: very hard, hard, or normal. He stared at them, already tired from dealing with this stuff nonstop. All he wanted was a break, something easy for once, so he picked the simplest option without even thinking about it. He reached out and tapped the air, like he was pressing a button only he could see. Watched, and to him, the guy just looked like a regular man, nothing out of the ordinary, at least from where was standing. He stood off to the side, watching that girl from a distance. His eyes followed her for a while, like he was lost in thought. It was obvious he really wanted to talk to her, but just couldn't work up the nerve. She got mad and pushed him away. In her eyes, all the guys at school acted the same. Stood there kind of awkward while his friend called him out. He knew he'd been watching that girl for a while, probably longer than he should have. His buddy noticed right away and wasn't going to let it slide. Tried to play it cool, but it was obvious he'd been caught. Right then, the system made it clear. Once he hit that button, he'd be starting the toughest mission yet, building his own business empire from scratch. The mission was pretty clear. He had 1 week to find 3 of the best people in the business and get them on his team. That was just the start, though. After that, he needed to take his whole company and turn it into the #1 team in China, all within a month. The pressure was real, because if he failed, there'd be some embarrassing consequences he really didn't want to deal with. His brother looked over, noticing that he didn't seem all right. He started to wonder if maybe he'd actually hurt him during their game or whatever they were doing. His brother's face seemed kind of pale, and that definitely got his attention. He turned around, looking serious. Getting shoved like that hurt way more than just physically. It felt like someone was sucking the life out of him. He couldn't understand why the mission had to be this harsh. It weighed on him, making him wonder if things really had to be this way. The whole situation felt unfair, and he couldn't shake that heavy feeling in his chest. He started thinking about what it really meant to be #1 in China. It wasn't something he could just decide and make happen. The whole idea felt way bigger than just wanting it. He knew there was a lot more to it than that. Right then, his phone started buzzing. Elder Shai was calling. His older brother hadn't forgotten how much wanted to check out stones. Turns out, the Witching Museum just got some new ones in. His brother decided he'd wait for there, figuring it'd be cool to finally go see them together. Everyone knew the best guy in the business had shown up. The scene switches over to the Witching Museum. He checked out the stones that had just arrived. One of them was a chrysanthemum stone from the UX area. There are 2 kinds of chrysanthemum stones. One kind has patterns that look like flower petals, made from the remains of really old living things. The other kind has those same patterns, but they just formed naturally naturally from minerals over time. The petals looked like marble, smooth and cold, while the middle of the flower was dark, almost like black stone. Elder Shai couldn't help but feel impressed, really knew his stuff. He headed over to Elder Shai and leaned in close, acting a bit nervous as he tried to ask for some help. A moment later, he listened as Yuan explained everything. Now it all made sense to him. For guys like and the other appraisers, being careful was everything. One tiny slip-up could mess up their whole reputation and even drain their savings. So, staying cautious was just part of the job. He trusted the guy's personality and decided to join his team. That was a good move. The company Elder Shai worked at was running low on staff. The boss was hoping Elder Shai might know some talented people who could help out. If Elder Shai could bring in anyone good, there'd be a solid reward waiting. Something way better than usual, definitely enough to catch anyone's attention. His friend looked uneasy, knowing this was going to be tough. It wasn't just a money problem, and he could tell was hoping for help. Still, he figured he'd try what he could, maybe call a few people and see if anyone had answers. Even though he wasn't sure about the outcome, he wanted to help out. Out of nowhere, someone brought up the company's registration certificate and asked if it was done yet. The question caught him off guard, and he froze for a second, not expecting it at all. He stared totally lost. Registration certificate, that was news to him. Elder Shai saw what was happening and couldn't help but freeze for a second. He walked out, rubbing his head like he was trying to figure things out. This was turning out to be a hassle. Even though Elder was well known, nobody had signed up yet. He wondered if he'd have to deal with using a catheter forever. The thought bothered him, and he couldn't help but worry about what that would mean for his future. On the way back to the company, the street was packed and loud. People were talking about some guy who messed up big time, saying guys like him shouldn't be out here. A few mentioned he streams online and has cash, but still can't seem to act right. Yuan hurried to the door as soon as he heard the noise and saw Manager standing there. He could tell something was up just from the way Manager looked at him. The manager seemed relieved to see Yuan, almost like he'd been waiting for him to get back. Word got around that a streamer had brought one of his fans to their hotel. Things didn't go well. He actually tried to force himself on her, but she pushed him off and didn't let it happen. Stood by the girl, trying to calm her down. The girl, known online for her streams, looked stressed, but let her know she wasn't alone. He wanted her to feel safe, making it clear that there were others who had her back and would stand up for what was right. Yuan saw who it was and couldn't help but smile. It really was that guy. Tat was crying and looked pretty scared, but deep down, he kept reminding himself that he was a boy. Started unbuttoning the maid outfit, showing off a strong, athletic body underneath. He wondered if it was really so wrong to enjoy wearing clothes like this, enough to get picked on for it. The guy was a total creep. He kept going on about how he liked this style and wouldn't let it go until he got what he wanted. It was uncomfortable, and just thinking about it made things awkward. Shirt was sticking to his back, sweat rolling down his face. He couldn't believe what was happening. In his mind, he kept thinking how unfair this was. He remembered exactly how things went down. It definitely wasn't his fault. He knew the other guy had been the one who started it all. Everyone crowded around and started beating up without holding back. The ones attacking him always went after people who couldn't fight back. They acted tough, but only when it was easy. Someone in the group was ready to show them what real strength looked like, stepping up with a move that would make anyone back off. Looking at the bullies, it was almost funny how they tried to blame for things he clearly didn't do. They just needed someone to take it out on. Most guys wouldn't throw away their own good name just to mess with someone else. From a distance, grinned in a way that felt off, like he was up to something. Yuan could tell right away that probably didn't do it. Someone must set him up. Earlier, seemed pretty upset, like something was really bothering him. Yuan had tried to warn him before, but hadn't listened. Manager tried to keep things cool. Even though something bad happened in the hotel, he figured it wouldn't mess with their reputation. If anything, he thought they could turn things around by standing up for the person who got hurt. In his mind, the hotel could use the buzz to show people they actually care about their guests. The boss paused for a second when he heard that the boy was a streamer. Apparently, the kid ran a channel where he checked out different treasures, and people knew him as the Giant. The boss seemed thrown off by this news, looking like he had something on his mind but didn't say much more. He pulled up the guy's name on a streaming app and finally put it together. No wonder that face rang a bell. This was the same streamer the district chief had quietly reached out to before. With that kind of presence, it was clear he ranked pretty high among the treasure appraisal streamers. The photographers crowded around, snapping pictures over and over, hoping their shots would blow up online. Right now, everyone was talking about the famous streamer, the one known as the Dog Giant on the Shark app. News was spreading fast. He was getting called out for messing with a fan. Nobody expected that. In moments like this, only the guys who step up and face things straight on show what they're really made of. Who streams online understood exactly what was going on. He knew things weren't the way people were making them out to be, and it bothered him that he was being blamed for something he didn't do. He remembered what happened before, when a guy came up to him and said he was a fan. The guy mentioned he had something special that had been in his family for a long time, and he wanted to show it to him. Because it was important to his family, he couldn't just show it to anybody. He wanted to find somewhere private to show it, just the two of them. He suggested they could rent a hotel room for some privacy. The moment he walked in, who was pretending to be a girl, started yelling like she was in trouble. She acted like he was some creep, calling for help and saying he was after her, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Couldn't help but think he'd been too trusting. Now, no matter what he tried tried to say, it didn't seem to matter anymore. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about his mom and wishing he could say sorry to her. Right then made a break for it, trying to push his way past the cops. He was clearly trying to escape, so everyone moved fast to stop him. Dao looked straight at the stone pillar in front of him, thinking about putting an end to everything. He remembered how his mom always hoped to hold a grandchild someday, but now that dream seemed out of reach. Just as he was about to run forward, something stopped him. He grabbed the guy and didn't let go, making sure he couldn't slam his head against the wall. If something went wrong and the guy actually hurt himself, there'd be a mess to clean up, and he'd end up paying for it, probably way more money than he ever wanted to spend. He recognized the older guy he'd seen earlier. Yuan couldn't help but beat himself up over it. He kept thinking about how things might have turned out better if he'd just paid attention earlier. Now, regret weighed on him, and he wished he'd listened when he had the chance. He noticed the tears and tried to keep things calm. Without making a big deal, he motioned for the other person to follow him, ready to step in and help out. The young guy quickly dropped to his knees. He was desperate for help. He needed the camera footage from the room to prove he didn't do anything wrong. Yuan shook his head, not buying it at all. He didn't think something like that could ever be real. Right then, the crowd started yelling at Dauber, calling him names and throwing out some harsh words. They didn't hold back, making it clear they wanted him gone, and some even crossed the line with what they wished would happen to him. At the same time, the guy hanging back on the sidelines flashed a sneaky grin. He faked another round of tears, trying to look like he hadn't done anything wrong. After that, he acted all tired and said he wanted to head out before anyone else. But this time, bodyguards moved in front of the door and didn't let anyone through. It caught everyone off guard, making people pause and wonder what was going on. Noticed something was off and looked over, concerned. Manager paused for a moment, clearly deep in thought, and seemed to realize they should have done things differently. The hotel staff realized something bad had happened. They felt pretty bad for the guest, so they decided to step up and do the right thing. While waiting for the police to show up, they picked someone trustworthy from their team to stay with the guest and make sure everything was okay. Their main goal was to keep the guest safe and help them out until things got sorted. Shook his head and turned down the idea right away. He didn't want to go to the police or make a scene about what happened. To him, it just wasn't worth turning into something huge. Right then, another woman came over. It was clear she remembered what happened last month, when Mr. had accused them of something and really stirred things up, asking for money back then. But from her reaction, it seemed like things hadn't actually gone down the way he said. The guy in charge at New Gravity Company steps up, ready to set the record straight. He explains that John used to work for them, but after leaving, John started spreading rumors online. He claimed the company made his life miserable and pushed him into depression. These stories hurt the company's reputation, and the boss wants everyone to know the truth. He didn't realize the fake medical record he used was made with an old template from the Provincial People's Hospital, a place that had been shut down for ages. Reporters crowded around the young guy, bombarding him with questions and snapping photos like he was some kind of celebrity caught in a big mess. He looked tired of it all, clearly wishing he could just keep his own problems private. Another guy stepped forward. He called out the other person, listing off everything he'd done, taking money he shouldn't have, lying about other people, and even making up a story about being touched on the subway. He didn't hold back, pointing out how the whole thing looked fake and calling attention to everyone around, as if to prove it was all some kind of setup. He even went as far as sneaking underwear into someone's bag. He acted like he didn't know anything, but the guy across from him was fuming. The guy clearly thought he should be recognized. He couldn't believe the other man didn't remember him. After all, it was because of him that his whole time as a main player on the TBD team had fallen apart. Someone sitting in the back watched everything carefully. The guy looked familiar, pretty sure he was the manager for the TBD team. Was he here to check things out for real? Now it made sense why their team decided to skip the field battle round. People in town started freaking out, pushing each other as they tried to get away. Nobody seemed to know what was going on, just that they needed to get out of the way as fast as possible. Someone else showed up. For a second he tried to figure out what was going on. He remembered how someone messed with his coffee, slipping in alcohol when he wasn't paying attention. That ended up getting him pulled over and arrested for drunk driving. Because of all that, he missed a really important trial, and there was no way to fix it. He was pretty surprised to find out the dash cam had 2 lenses, one of them recording everything happening inside the car. At that moment, DBA scrolled through post after post, surprised at how many people were sharing secrets and calling out scandals online. He thought about Big Brother's situation. Just because things hadn't worked out yet didn't mean the other side was untouchable. There had to be something they could use. Someone in the crowd called out, catching everyone's attention. They pointed at a guy and started reminding people how he pretended to be blind last year just to get money for living expenses. The same guy had even sent money to a fake account for a so-called sister on a fundraising app just last week. People started whispering and pulling out their phones, remembering all the drama from before. Just then the police showed up after someone called them. They walked straight over to Mr. John and told him he was a main suspect in a bunch of different cases. They asked him to go with them, and it was clear things were getting serious. He never expected that messing with people would come back to bite him like this. In his mind, getting scammed was what everyone deserved anyway. Whenever he donated money, people acted like they were better than him, always putting on their good guy faces. Guys like him always acted like they were better than everyone else, always judging. But back when people were sneaking room cards into hospital rooms, it was usually people just like him doing it. When they heard the news, everyone froze. Eyes widened, some mouths hung open, and a few guys glanced around, not sure what to do next. The room suddenly felt tense, and even the ones who usually joked around stayed quiet, trying to figure out what just happened. Couldn't stop crying. He looked at everyone, hoping they finally understood that he'd been set up by someone else. After everything got sorted out, the guy realized how lucky he was that had his back. If hadn't stepped up and cleared his name, things could have ended really badly for him. He knew he might not have made it through without that help. Now he'd brought in two of the best guys in the business. He decided he'd set up an iron bed in the company's live room from now on. Whenever there was a streaming day, he'd be there, no excuses. He wanted to make sure he didn't let brother down and planned to pay him back the right way. Just then, a woman walked over to Yuan and showed him something. Yuan turned his attention to her, curious about what she wanted to share. He tried handling things by posting articles and clearing things up online, but almost everything got taken down right away. Meanwhile, fake accounts kept spreading stuff and making things worse. Out of nowhere, someone started saying that last year his best friend got invited to a hotel by this guy, back when he wasn't even that popular. They even dropped chat screenshots and a link to a website as so-called proof. Everyone always said this kid seemed sketchy, and now someone actually found proof. They pulled up an old backstage photo from last year's music show. In the picture, he stood super close to that male model, both of them right up in each other's space, like they didn't care who saw. Everyone in the industry knew what was going on. It was basically just covering things up. The live team dropped millions of yuan each year just to manage what people were saying online. Yuan started to wonder who was behind the big scandal getting exposed. He felt uneasy about it and couldn't help but worry about safety, so he went over and checked in on him. Nobody knew for sure, but it was pretty clear they'd upset someone important. Everyone started thinking back, trying to figure out if they'd done something wrong or messed with the wrong person. The tension in the air was real. Nobody wanted to get on a big shot's bad side. Just shrugged, not really having an answer himself. He figured there must have been some rare old coin that was popular with collectors before. He let it slip that the supply seemed too high and something didn't add up. Maybe that's why things were weird now, but he decided not to overthink it. Being a streamer made him an easy target, so from now on, he knew he had to be more careful with what he said and did. He nodded, realizing it was time to get to work. Without wasting any more time, he headed over to the live sales stream, ready to jump in and do his part. Brother was used to, but his style wasn't anything like the other guys. They were in totally different worlds. As he listened, he started to wonder if he was supposed to help sell legit products or just pretend to hype up some fake ones. The whole thing felt a bit off, and he wasn't sure what to make of it. Yuan didn't even hesitate. He knew right away the stuff was fake. There's no way real collectibles meant for collectors would be mass-produced like that. Still, he felt a bit weird about the whole thing. He'd never made money by doing something that felt wrong before. Then he remembered someone promised to pay him back by working hard. That was the deal. Yuan was here to make money, and he had to stick to it. If the stream didn't hit 1,000,000 yuan in revenue today, he knew he wouldn't be allowed to turn it off. He let out a deep laugh, the kind that made it clear who was in charge. The guy working for him didn't have much of a choice. He just stood there, knowing there was nothing he could do about it. Scene changes. The Galaxy Group building stood tall, its glass windows reflecting the morning light. Guys hustled in and out, some with coffee in hand, all looking like they had somewhere important to be. The place gave off that serious business vibe, but if you look close, you could spot a few people checking their phones or sneaking in a laugh with a friend before heading inside. The guy sat back, eyes glued to his phone as a live stream played. Today, DABO showed up with something different. Instead of checking out real antiques, he was there to sell stuff, specifically a blue and white porcelain vase that looked pretty fancy at first glance. He made it clear right away, this wasn't some rare family treasure from 100 years ago. It was a modern piece, put together with regular clay and some 3D printing tech. Normally, this kind of vase would go for nearly $1,000, but DABO was dropping the price down to just under $40 for everyone watching live. He suggested people could use it for flowers or just as a decoration, and since it wasn't super expensive, nobody would feel too bad if it broke. When the man saw what was happening, his face tightened. He smacked his palm down on the table, annoyed. That guy DABO was still live streaming, and it was seriously getting on his nerves. When his crew heard what was said, they started to get nervous. They knew they hadn't finished what they were supposed to, and it showed on their faces. The boss looked at his team, clearly annoyed. He couldn't believe they were struggling with such a small-time streamer. It made him wonder what they were actually doing all day if they couldn't even take care of something this simple. The disappointment was obvious. He expected way better from them. The team had already put in the effort, but there was someone powerful supporting him from behind the scenes. Money kept flowing in non-stop, and everyone could see that if things went on like this, it would eventually cause problems. Nobody really knew about the Fog Group. It sounded like a new company that just popped up. They were trying to get noticed, and it looked like they picked this streamer to help them get some attention online. The man looked around with confidence, making it clear that his group had always been in charge when it came to antiques. To him, these new guys seemed clueless about how things worked. He decided it was time to show them who really ran the place. Without waiting around, he told his crew to follow his lead and get moving.
Lately, I've had a strong addiction to watching manhwa and manga recap videos. Every single day, I find myself binging one after another, losing hours and days doing absolutely nothing productive. And honestly, it's getting out of hand. So, maybe we can make these viral videos too. I mean, look at the views, the growth, the community these creators are building. It looks simple, right? But that's a trap. You go down this endless rabbit hole, spending money, losing sleep, hiring editors and writers from Fiverr and Upwork, and still feel like you've been robbed. Because don't forget how emotional the YouTube algorithm can be with making videos go viral. It's unpredictable, especially when the market's saturated, competition's relentless, and somehow other creators are dropping 10-hour videos daily while you're stuck trying to finish one. That's when I realized something had to change. So, I built the solution, the Web2 Narrative Suite, a complete one-click system that handles everything from cropping, script narration, text-to-speech, image processing, and full video generation in one smooth process. Save money, reduce hours of work, and have a tool that only gives you straight results. Click on the link down below and experience it for yourself. And if you want even more tools to supercharge your YouTube recap journey, visit my Ko-Fi and Patreon pages where I drop weekly new tools designed to keep you ahead as AI continues to steal our jobs. So tap in now before you get left behind.